I don't know how to fly it. How can I make it? Lin Xingyu also looked confused. The others also looked puzzled. Does knowing how to build it mean you can fly it? Why is this young girl so brave?
But it's normal to be able to build and fly.
However, since Lin Xingyu just started this work, she heard that she once worked in a factory just to be close to a man, as an ordinary worker. She probably hasn't had the chance to learn these skills yet. Why is she now daring to get into a fighter jet? Old Li felt a bit helpless. He wasn't sure if Lin Xingyu could really fly. Maybe I should try. Sun Jingqi stepped forward. He was very passionate about fighter jets. When he saw this model, he was eager to try. Now, seeing Lin Xingyu being stopped by Old Li, he wanted to jump in. Go away, you two. With your size, you probably can't move around inside. I'm telling you, Xiu Yu. Next time, can you make the model a bit bigger? It's so small, we can't even try to get in and experience it. Old Li complained, but he was actually excited inside. Lin Xingyu looked at this, and then at that. Only her body size was just right for it. So, while everyone was fighting for the chance to try, she quickly slipped inside. Old Li and the others were still arguing about who should go first when suddenly they heard the roar of the fighter jet. That girl is really brave. One of the old professors stroked his beard and said, but young people are full of energy, which is good. Another person agreed. This model hasn't been tested. Will it work? The model was made with different materials, so it might not work perfectly. It might break after a few tries. Everyone was worried for her. Don't worry, I have safety devices installed. If anything happens, I can escape myself, Lin Xingyu said loudly, but no one could hear her. The next moment, she was seen piloting a small fighter jet, zooming out quickly. She performed several very difficult maneuvers high in the sky, then pressed the bombing button. Several targets fixed in special places were hit instantly. Although this attack was not very powerful, if it had been a real missile, the consequences would be unimaginable. Good aim, very stable, very agile. The attack power is concerning. Everyone watched Lin Xingyu's operation and drew their conclusions. Another young comrade stood nearby, quickly recording observation data. In the end, the researchers decided that this type of fighter jet could be easily operated even when scaled down several times. This means they could make a batch of small fighters equipped with powerful weapons. For a moment, the several elderly men with white hair had various thoughts. Other fighter jets require strict size standards, but this one Lin Xingyu made seemed a bit different. He was very curious. How did she do it? Aside from youthful innocence, Sun Jingqi became interested in Lin Xingyu again. She has come down. Let's go see how the pilot is doing. As soon as Lin Xingyu stepped out of the fighter jet, she was surrounded by a group of people. They asked her questions one after another about her feelings. I feel great. Now you can find someone for precise testing. She said this and walked to the side, picked up a bottle of water, and drank. Everyone saw she was fine, so they left her again to observe the fighter jet. Not a single scratch. The speed just now was quite fast. I didn't expect such cheap materials could hold up. Due to space limitations, the model performed even better outside. If they could build the real thing, who knew how powerful it would be? In the following days, Lin Xingyu was personally taken by Old Li to work with a group of old experts on data. She helped build the fighter jet. Moreover, the model she developed completely overturned existing models on the market. It received unanimous attention from higher authorities. Now, Lin Xingyu was listed as an important person needing strict protection. Once this fighter jet was built, she would be awarded a medal. The days of research were not boring. Every small progress made everyone cheer. Sun Jingqi also put down his research project and joined Lin Xingyu's team. Old Li personally took part, and the three of them worked hard together. Meanwhile, far away in City D, a middle-aged couple had another intense argument. Lin Sanshun, are you really refusing to accept our daughter? It's been many years. Even if our daughter didn't meet your expectations, she married the person you liked. But now that she's been married to Ling Han for so many years, shouldn't your anger have cooled down? Do you really not want this daughter anymore? Xie Rumei, with her hair loose and a fierce look on her face, asked. In the past, because their daughter was disobedient and insisted on marrying a poor man with bad intentions, they argued and scolded her. But what could they do? If their daughter liked him, they thought, let her marry him. One day, if she suffers, won't their family be there to help? However, Lin Sanshun was very proud and stubborn. Because their daughter disobeyed and decided to marry far away, the father and daughter had a big fight. Sierume, caught in the middle, was really angry with her daughter at that time, so she let her leave the house. But she soon regretted it. Sierume had 2 sons, but only 1 daughter. Her daughter was spoiled and raised with care since she was young, never allowed to suffer. She loved her daughter very much and couldn't really give her up. But her daughter, like her husband, had a bad temper. If only they could have understood each other better and stepped back a little, their family wouldn't be so tense. Recently, Sierume often dreamed of her daughter. So she planned to take the train to visit her. But her husband, Lin Sanshun, stopped her when he heard the news. She wanted to leave on her own in the first place. If she chose to stay away from us and go to that man, she shouldn't think about coming back. If you go to find her, isn't that a slap in my face? I'm telling you, I won't allow you to go. If you do, we'll get a divorce. Lin Sanshun roared. He was usually the boss at home, and how dare this woman oppose him? Is it because he treats her too well in daily life that she can't tell who the real head of the family is? Divorce? Then just divorce. Good luck finding a 3-legged frog. There are plenty of 2-legged men. If you're going to threaten me with divorce, then I accept that you win. In her previous life, when the original owner had an accident, Sierume was just like now, unable to eat or sleep well, and she kept dreaming about him whenever she closed her eyes. But Lin Sanshun always stopped her from finding the original owner. They argued many times over this. Because of that, she lost a lot of time. When Sierume finally convinced Lin Sanshun and took a train to find her daughter, she discovered that her daughter had already died and her body had been cremated. Yi Linghan, that scoundrel, didn't even leave her daughter's ashes. Sierume went crazy. Maybe the crazier a woman is, the calmer she becomes. She planned carefully, found out where Yi Linghan and Lu Xiaoxiao lived. Seeing them happily together, holding their child, Sierume almost couldn't hold back and was about to act. Fortunately, she restrained herself in the end. On a dark, windy night, Sierume broke into Yi Linghan and Lu Xiaoxiao's home. She caught the 2 in bed together, wildly raised an axe, and killed them both in their bed.
She also took their child.
For Sierume at that time, the idea that children are innocent didn't exist. They carried the dirty blood of their parents. But she ultimately couldn't bring herself to kill the child because Sierume was also a mother. She could go crazy for enemies, but she hesitated when it came to innocent children. So she handed the child over to human traffickers, and he was eventually sold wherever fate took him. Sierume didn't leave K-City. She happily came here, but ultimately died with regret. When Lin Sanshun received the news, he was heartbroken and cursed the original owner for being unfilial. He blamed her for his own death and for the death of his wife. But no matter how harsh Lin Sanshun's curses were, once he learned about his daughter and wife's fate, he was devastated. When Lu Xiaoxiao's father wanted to scatter Sierume's ashes, he took them away. He also followed his wife's example and brought Lu Xiaoxiao's father down. Although she did not kill the other person, she rendered them unable to move, forcing them to spend their life lying in bed. The story ends here, and it is quite sad. Once again, Sierume was like in her previous life, arguing and insisting on going to find her daughter. At this moment, the system delivered a message to Lin Qingyu. Are they the original owner's parents? Because the story I received always revolves around the original owner. I only briefly heard about the original owner's parents before, so I didn't pay much attention. Now, hearing the system's words and receiving the story after the original owner's death, a wave of sadness filled my heart. I'll write them a letter. I don't want them to go to K-City anymore. Lin Qingyu said, put down her work, and quickly returned to her dorm. Sun Jingqi watched her leave, feeling curious, but not following her. The research institute is very safe, and she believed Lin Qingyu wouldn't get into trouble. When Lin Qingyu returned to her dorm, she took out 2 sheets of paper and started writing a letter. After finishing, she found the dorm manager auntie, asked for an envelope, and asked her to help send the letter. Once done, she felt relieved. If she really let Sierra May go to Yilingan's hometown and they met, maybe Yilinghan would be unkind to her mother. After all, Yilinghan is no longer as successful as in the past. His life is now dull, and his ambitions have been dulled. Although Yilinghan moved to another city to live, he still occasionally visits his hometown. And the Yi family relatives are not good people. The original owner suffered a lot at their hands, but only Lin Qingyu could outsmart them. After finishing the letter, Lin Qingyu returned to the laboratory. Sun Jingqi saw her come back and continued his research. Neither of them said much, but their cooperation became more and more harmonious. In the evening, Lin Qingyu packed her things and planned to go to the cafeteria for dinner. As she stepped out of her dorm, she saw Sun Jingqi standing nearby. "Senior Sun, are you looking for me?" Sun Jingqi often came to the girls' dorm to find her. Usually, it was about experiments or some unclear issues they needed to discuss together. Today, I saw that the other person was not holding any research materials, and Lin Qingyu was still a bit confused. "I want to go eat with you. In a few days, I will have a holiday. Do you want to go out and have some fun together?" Actually, Sun Jingqi came to invite Lin Qingyu out to play, but he didn't know how to say it. People like Sun Jingqi are really good at research, but not so good at dating. If Old Li hadn't been encouraging him behind the scenes, he probably wouldn't have taken action. During this time, he really admired this young junior sister. She is more lively than he remembered and is very talented. Most importantly, she seems different from other women. She's not clingy. She is very responsible and serious about work, and she's straightforward and efficient in life, never wasting time. From how she handled her ex-husband, you can see she's a straightforward girl. Sun Jingqi thinks that if he could marry a girl like her, it would be a wonderful marriage. "Do we still have a holiday?" Lin Qingyu just arrived and immediately threw herself into research, so she didn't know. "Of course we do. We are humans, not gods. If we work all the time, our brains will run out of capacity. Every now and then, we get a holiday to relax. It's about balancing work and rest." As they walked toward the cafeteria, they chatted. Many people saw this and sighed that Professor Sun finally understood. A few researchers who liked Lin Qingyu saw someone else taking the lead and felt a bit annoyed. There are not many women in the research institute, and those who are there are already in relationships. Now, another one appeared, and Professor Sun beat them to it. Although Sun Jingqi is not very old, he holds a high position. He is just a little below Old Li and the senior staff, and compared to others, he's like a senior figure. In fact, Sun Jingqi is one of the best among the young generation and is admired by many as a top expert. Since he made a move, others gave up. At the cafeteria, Lin Qingyu looked at the food server and quickly pointed to a few of her favorite dishes. "Today, there's roast goose. Do you want to try some?" The rice-serving aunt filled Lin Qingyu's plate and then asked a question. She is naturally a meat eater and especially likes to eat meat. Since there are new dishes, she definitely wouldn't miss out. However, the chicken, duck, and goose are all cut into small pieces and braised, so if the rice-serving aunt didn't tell her, she might not recognize them right away. "Okay, I'll serve you a bit more." The rice-serving aunt is familiar with this girl because she eats much more than an average girl, so she remembers her. Even some men can't eat as much as she does. But surprisingly, she can eat so much and still stay slim and well-shaped. This makes the slightly chubby rice-serving aunt feel a bit envious. In the next few days, Lin Qingyu and Yi Sunjing continued working until they finished their tasks and looked forward to the upcoming holiday. After careful discussion, they decided to go to nearby Qingxia Mountain for their trip. Qingxia Mountain is close to the city. Although tourism isn't very developed in this era, it has become a famous and popular date spot, especially for young people. Especially on weekends. Not only young people like to go, but some middle-aged and older people also visit to relax. Fortunately, they went on a Friday, not a weekend. There are fewer people then, so they can enjoy themselves more easily. Sun Jizhou personally drove a jeep to take them there. It took about half an hour to reach the foot of the mountain, where Sun Jizhou waved goodbye to them. I'll come to find you around 4:30 this afternoon. If you're tired from walking, there's a private restaurant nearby. Jingqi knows where it is, so you can wait for me there. Sun Jizhou waved and then drove away. Usually, he wouldn't need to come personally for something like this. But since Jingqi is his good nephew, and he's almost 30, without a wife, he has to keep an eye on him. When he finally finds someone he likes, he can't just ignore it. Otherwise, his silly nephew might scare the girl away. Let's first put our luggage over there. At noon, I'll take you to a private restaurant for a meal. Sun Jingqi led the way ahead, carrying a large bag in his hand. It contained camping gear and some daily necessities. The biggest and bulkiest item was the lunchboxes packed by the cafeteria lady, prepared by Uncle Sun himself. He told Sun Jingqi, "This time you're going out on a date with a girl, you should relax and enjoy yourself. This is some food I prepared for you, with snacks and dishes. Find a nice scenic spot and enjoy the view and the food with comrade Lin Qingyu." Actually, Sun Jingqi couldn't understand why he needed to bring an extra meal since they planned to eat at a private restaurant at noon. But since Uncle Sun said so, he had to follow the plan. He had never truly been in love before, so he didn't understand, but he listened to advice. Soon, they arrived at a farmhouse at the foot of the mountain. The yard was large, with many rooms. To outsiders, it looked like an ordinary farm. Only people familiar with the place knew it was a private restaurant. Usually, it served important guests. Though it was a secret spot, many knew about it. Some said it was famous, but ordinary people didn't realize there was a restaurant hidden inside. Lin Qingyu and Sun Jingqi quickly met the owner inside. He was a well-fed, middle-aged man. He looked somewhat like Sun Jizhou, but younger. "Third uncle, I've left my luggage with you. Later, I'll bring my friend here for a meal," Sun Jingqi said quietly, stepping a few paces ahead and pulling away from Lin Qingyu. He then whispered to the chubby man, "Is she your girlfriend?" Sun Jizhou glanced at Lin Qingyu behind him and asked quietly, showing curiosity. "Not quite yet, but you can think of it that way," Sun Jingqi replied, feeling a little shy, with a somewhat guilty smile. "Don't worry, big nephew. I promise the lunch will satisfy you both," Uncle Sun assured him. Oh, right. My wife brought a basket of peaches for us. Hurry and wash a few so Jingqi can take them to share with his friends," Uncle Sun said excitedly, almost rambling. His wife quickly came out to help. This is also a chubby middle-aged woman. Although she is overweight, her skin is fair and smooth, with no wrinkles on her face. First impression, she looks happy. She glanced at Sun Jingqi and then at Lin Qingyu behind him. Then she smiled and responded. Soon, a few peaches were packed into a bag and handed to Sun Jingqi. "Come back early for lunch." Before leaving, Aunt Sun couldn't help but remind him. "Got it." Only after they left the small farmyard did Lin Qingyu ask curiously, "Are you very familiar with the owner here?" Seeing their good relationship, does Sun Jingqi come here often to eat? "Yes, very familiar. By the way, I used to live in the same big courtyard as them." Sun Jingqi thought he explained clearly, but Lin Qingyu only thought they were just neighbors. They each understood differently, but it was all very friendly. Sun Jingqi took out a peach and handed it to Lin Qingyu.
"Try it.
If you like it, I'll bring more next time for you to enjoy slowly." Lin Qingyu was not polite and took a bite. The owner's wife had washed the peaches very carefully, clearly a clean person. So she had no worries, and I must say, the taste of these peaches was quite good. No sourness at all, crisp and sweet. And the peach aroma was truly from farm-grown peaches. Completely different from the peaches bought in later years. "Eat some too. By the way, I heard there's a big lake here. After we finish climbing the mountain, let's go there for a walk in the afternoon." Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Sun Jingqi knew exactly where she meant. "Are you talking about Qingxia Mountain Reservoir? I heard someone caught a big fish weighing dozens of pounds there. Not sure if it's true, I wanted to see it myself, so let's go after we finish climbing." Regarding the story of someone catching a big fish weighing dozens of pounds, Sun Jingqi also heard it from Sun Jizhou. He heard that the person who got the news even drove over specially. Unfortunately, they didn't buy the fish, and even Sun Jihai, who lives nearby, didn't get one. Instead, a passing official took the fish away, saying he needed to bring it back to his unit to give to employees as a benefit, distributing fish and meat. At that time, Sun Jijo had been jealous for a long time. He loved eating fish and always went to the third brother's place for a good meal during holidays. Missing out on big fish felt like missing out on a delicious treat, just like others missed out on tasty foods. Because he kept mentioning it, Sun Jingqi remembered it. Is there really big fish? Wouldn't it be great if I had a fishing rod? I'm good at fishing, and if there are big fish, I could definitely catch one. Hearing about big fish, Lin Qingyu felt that climbing mountains was no longer interesting. He couldn't wait to go now, show off his skills, and let Sun Jingqi see what he could do. Do you like fishing? He didn't expect his little junior sister to like this. Isn't it mostly something old men enjoy doing? But it didn't matter. Since his junior sister liked it, he decided to take her there. Let's go. We can climb the mountain tomorrow. For now, I'll take you fishing, Sun Jingqi said, instinctively pulling Lin Qingyu along as they headed toward a private restaurant. Soon, the two arrived at Qingxia Mountain Reservoir with their fishing gear. Let's go over there. Sun Jingqi looked around and quickly found a good spot for fishing. Not far away, a few old men were fishing with homemade rods. They reached their chosen spot. Lin Qingyu checked his fishing rod and then took out homemade bait. This bait was made from flour, eggs, and lean meat paste. Nowadays, everyone was generally poor, and no one would waste food like he did. Of course, Lin Qingyu didn't dare let anyone see him tinkering with it. He was afraid someone might report him for wasting food. Sun Jingqi had never fished before, but he was very clever. He glanced at the old men nearby and quickly understood what to do. So, when helping Lin Qingyu, he was very efficient. They worked together smoothly and soon finished preparing. Don't worry about anything. Find a place to sit. As long as there are fish in this reservoir, I will make sure you get to eat them. The water quality was very good, with no pollution, so the fish were big and healthy. Since the reservoir is always filled with people fishing, the fish here are quite clever. If you don't put in enough effort, they won't bite the hook. But Lin Qingyu uses only good bait, so I don't believe these fish aren't tempted. As long as they are tempted, Lin Qingyu can catch them easily. Something's moving, something's moving. Not long after the hook was cast, the float showed signs of activity. Even Sun Jingqi, who has never fished before, stood nervously. Wow, it's so big. Sister Lin, you're amazing. Do you need my help? Seeing the curved fishing rod, Sun Jingqi was a bit worried. The fish was strong, and he wondered if the rod might break. Luckily, nothing happened. Lin Qingyu held the rod, moving it left and right, tiring out the fish, then pulled it onto the shore. Oh wow, these two kids did pretty well. This fish must weigh at least 10 or 12 pounds. Nearby fishermen dropped their rods to help. Someone measured the fish and concluded, it's just luck. Today's a good start. They put the fish into a bucket. Sun Jingqi was worried that carrying such a big bucket might look bad if they didn't catch more fish, and he was worried his little sister might be embarrassed. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Even catching this one big fish was enough to show off. But catching just one fish wasn't Lin Qingyu's goal. She could catch dozens of pounds of fish, so what was a 10-pound fish? She then rebaited her hook and cast it far out again. The two spent the whole morning by the reservoir. Even Sun Jingqi gradually fell in love with fishing. At one point, he went back home, took the fish in the bucket, and returned with an empty bucket. Seeing so many fish, Sun Jihai and his wife were very happy and said they would cook some special fish dishes for them. Even Sun Jijo, who was at the research institute, received a call inviting him to come for lunch. Before leaving, Sun Jijo brought over Mr. Li. After all, Lin Qingyu and Sun Jingqi are both students of Old Li. When students have good things, they naturally want to show respect to their teacher. So, when the two of them, still excited, carried the bucket back, they found that the private restaurant had become busier with many people. Teacher, you're here. Both of them immediately went over to greet Old Li. I heard you did well today. Even us old folks are benefiting. Besides Old Li, there were two other elderly people from the research institute. Only these three could find time. Others were busy with research projects and couldn't come. Originally, Lin Qingyu planned to bring some of the fish she caught back to the research institute for everyone to enjoy. She didn't mind having more people eating together. The teacher and his 2 students sat together and talked about the reservoir. Tell me, you said you'd go hiking, but instead, you're all fishing at the reservoir. If I didn't have ongoing research, I would have come to fish with you. Old Lee loved fishing in the past, but his work was too busy, and he hadn't used a fishing rod for years. Teacher, join us this afternoon. Let's relax today. We can continue studying tomorrow. Then, brother Sun, and I will help you. Lin Qingyu linked her arm with Old Lee's. She hadn't had enough fun in the morning. She planned to stay at the reservoir in the afternoon, determined to catch a big fish weighing dozens of jin, a Chinese weight unit. Her competitive spirit was up. If others could catch fish, why couldn't she? Her stubbornness was so strong that not even 8 horses could pull her away. Let's see about that. Jingqi, isn't that your 3rd uncle? Old Lee turned his head and saw Sun Jihai walking over with his wife. Guests, the food is ready. Please come in and take your seats. Hearing the teacher, Lin Qingyu was a bit confused. Isn't he a neighbor? Why is he called 3rd uncle now? But because there were many people, everyone quickly went inside. At Lin Qingyu's table, only a few familiar people sat together. Old Lee, Sun Jizhou, plus 2 of Old Lee's friends, and Lin Qingyu with Sun Jingqi. There were 6 people in total, some elders sitting close together, and the 2 younger ones sitting at the lower end. Perhaps today's meal was so plentiful that the elderly people also drank a little wine. Sun Jizhou poured wine for the 3 elders and didn't forget to fill his own glass. He secretly loved fish and disliked beef or lamb all his life. When he smelled the delicious aroma, he couldn't help but salivate. Worried about being laughed at, he stayed in the corner and didn't talk to others. Now that he was finally sitting at the table, he eagerly greeted everyone. After Li Lao started eating, he quickly took a piece of fish for himself. The moment he tasted the fish, he immediately recognized his sister-in-law's cooking skills. Everyone looked pleased with the dish. Even Lin Qingyu was no exception. The boss lady's cooking is really good. I haven't had such delicious fish in a long time. Eating the fish reminded her of the original owner's mother. The original owner's mother was also a very good cook and a homemaker. In fact, Lin Sanshun, besides earning money, was pretty useless at home. He never cooked or did laundry. It was always Xie taking care of the family. Honestly, men like Lin Sanshun, with strong male chauvinism, are hard to find wives for in later generations. His bossy personality made it difficult for anyone to tolerate him. The couple argued all their lives, but no one ever thought of divorce. Maybe that's just how marriages were in this era. Xie, is Xie at home? That day, Xie usually sent her husband and sons to work. Just as she was about to wash the dirty clothes at the well, she heard someone calling her name. I am Xie. May I ask what you need, comrade? Looking at the unfamiliar young comrade in front of her, Xie asked suspiciously. Hello, comrade Xie. I have a letter for you. Normally, letters would be delivered by the mail carrier or someone would come to notify them to pick it up at the post office. But the young man in front of her didn't seem like a postal worker. Xie took the letter with doubt, wondering who could be writing to her. Over the years, even if there were letters at home, they were usually from relatives of the Lin family. It doesn't really matter to her. But the letter was signed by her. This confused Xie. The letter has been delivered. Please sign here, comrade Xie, so I can report back. After delivering the letter, the young officer didn't leave right away. Instead, he took out a small notebook, which looked like an official receipt. He pointed to a corner and asked her to sign her name. Do people still need to sign for deliveries these days? Xie was a bit puzzled, but since the document looked fine, she signed her name. Once you read the letter, you'll understand everything. We are from a special department. Please don't mention our work to outsiders. The young officer saluted and then rode away on his bicycle. Xie was stunned by his words. A member of a special department? Their family was ordinary. How could they be connected to such a department? Still confused, she didn't wait until evening. She opened the envelope immediately. When she read the letter, she finally understood that her daughter and son-in-law had already divorced. Now, her daughter was working at a research institute in City A. Since she had no vacation, she couldn't come home to visit. The letter also expressed her longing for them. It suggested that when she had time, she could bring her brothers to City A to see her. After reading the letter, Sierume covered her face and cried hard. She felt relieved knowing her daughter was safe. But her daughter had never told them about the divorce. Those two, who once loved each other so much, and her daughter, who had even cut ties with the family over a man named Yi. Under what circumstances did they divorce? It must have been because Yi did something unforgivable to her daughter, making her unable to tolerate it, so she chose to leave. Thinking of this, Sierume's heart ached terribly. Her daughter, her beloved girl, she had spoiled since childhood. She herself wouldn't even lift a finger to hurt her, not knowing how much hardship her daughter had endured outside all these years. The more she thought, the worse she felt, the more anxious she became. Even though her daughter's letter said she was safe, Sierume decided she had to go to City A. No matter what her husband said, she wouldn't be stopped this time. If she kept listening to Lin Sanshun, she might never see her daughter again in her life. That night, Sierume told her family about this matter. Unlike before, Lin Sanshun didn't seem as firm in his opposition. Seeing his attitude soften a bit, Sierume pressed on. Old Xie, I want to tell you, I only have this one daughter. If you don't care about your daughter, I do. Now that my daughter is divorced and living alone in City A, I must go there. I want to find out what really happened between my daughter and that young man with the surname Yi. I also want to see if her life is really as peaceful as the letter said. Old Xie, I must go this time no matter what. If you keep opposing, our marriage might be over. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Sanshun felt uneasy. Over the years, his wife had taken care of everything at home. Although he knew his own faults, he also understood that it wasn't that his wife couldn't live without them, but that they couldn't live without her. Seeing that his wife was determined, Lin Sanshun could only reluctantly agree. Anyway, his daughter had already divorced that young man. How could he not feel some pain for his daughter? He just didn't like that Yi guy. Since they were no longer together, he could accept his daughter returning to her parents' home. It must be said, this old man was really stubborn now. He might be the head of the family at home, but outside, he was just being used by others. The burden of the family was all on his shoulders. He was a skilled worker with a decent salary, enough to support the family, marry off his two sons, and build a house. Although the new house was right next to the old family home, they still ate together daily. But after meals, his two sons and daughters-in-law each went back to their own homes and rooms. He was a bit hot-tempered and stubborn, but he truly had no ill will toward his family. Meanwhile, Sierume was preparing to go to City A to see her daughter. Over at the water reservoir, Lin Qingyu and Lao Li and others arrived. The spot they had used in the morning was already taken by others. Maybe someone knew that many fish had been caught there in the morning, so they came early and took the spot. But Lin Qingyu didn't mind. They found a new spot, which was wider and could fit everyone. Master, I'll help you with a fishing rod. Lin Qingyu took the rod and helped Old Li put bait on the hook. You don't need to do this. You young people can go and have fun yourselves. We just need a few of us old guys to fish here. Besides Old Li, there were two other senior scientists. The three of them chatted and fished happily together. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu and Sun Jingqi found another place nearby, close enough to keep an eye on Old Li and the others. Time slowly passed, and everyone had caught something. Sun Jizhou had other work at the research institute, so he finished eating and left. Sun Jihai, who had no other plans, came along to join the fun. He chose a quiet spot alone to fish, because fishing requires calmness. Too many people and noise might scare the fish away. So he decided to fish alone. Lin Qingyu picked up the fishing hook again, but this time, the feeling was completely different from before. System, did I catch something special? Lin Qingyu sensed something unusual and quickly asked. If it was just a fish, it wouldn't resist at all, and would be easy to pull up. This was very strange. Oh my host, your luck is simply amazing, the system suddenly exclaimed, startling Lin Qingyu and almost dropping the fishing rod. What are you doing? I already guessed that what you caught isn't a fish. It might be stuck in a rock crevice or fallen into some large discarded material. Why are you so surprised? Even if she caught an abandoned pickup truck, Lin Xingyu wouldn't be surprised. She thought the system was overreacting. That's not it, host. If you knew what you actually caught, you'd be just as shocked. The system sounded a bit upset after being scolded by the host. What is it exactly? Hearing this, Lin Xingyu became curious. Host, this will definitely be a big surprise. But your fishing rod can't handle such a big catch. You wait for the system to give you a boost. Once the object is pulled up, you'll see what it is. Lin Xingyu was curious, so she asked the system. Now the system was teasing her, which made her feel speechless inside, but she couldn't say anything out loud. She held the fishing rod tightly to prevent whatever was underwater from slipping off. Xiaoyu, how big do you think this fish is? Why is it so hard to catch? Old Li noticed something unusual and walked over, having not caught many fish himself.
He enjoyed the process of fishing.
Seeing that the student might have a big catch, he came over to watch. Teacher, I don't know what I caught, she replied. Anyway, I can't get distracted now, she said. Sun Jingqi saw this and quickly came over to help. The two held the fishing rod tightly and slowly pulled it up. Finally, a dark shape appeared, covered in rust and algae. But it was clear that this was definitely not a fish. Old Li, I think something's wrong with this thing, she said. A few other senior researchers from the institute also came over. One of them adjusted his glasses and squinted. There's definitely something strange. Could it be that someone's car got into the water and my student caught it? The older researchers thought of a car, probably a small pickup truck. The reservoir had been built for decades, mainly maintained by dam repairs, with no major changes. So catching unusual objects wasn't surprising. No, this isn't right. An older academician adjusted his glasses, looking more and more concerned. This thing looks just like a tank. As he spoke, the other two academicians also leaned forward in shock. But if they went any closer, they might fall into the water. In the end, someone stopped them. No matter what it is, it looks like a big one. Please don't worry, gentlemen. I'll go find someone to help. Sun Jihai ran over, looked at the water, and was about to leave. Before leaving, he warned them carefully. Jingqi, don't pull too hard. If you can't pull it up, that's okay. Just keep it as it is. Sun Jihai has many connections in this area, and within a few minutes, he gathered a large group of people. Most of them are workers from nearby factories. Because they are close and many are young, he went straight to the factory to find help. He is friends with the factory manager, who often eats at his private restaurant. Because they know each other well, it was easy to ask for help. Soon, this group of young men arrived with various tools. Some used hooks, others went into the water to help pull. Someone tied ropes to the tank to prevent it from sinking back into the water. The scene was very impressive. Although the process was tense, they finally managed to pull the big tank out despite many difficulties. This caused some damage to the nearby dam. Fortunately, the damage was not extensive, just about the length of a car. Sun Jihai promised to find someone to repair it, and the research institute would not ignore the problem. They would share the responsibility for the damage. But catching a tank was a big achievement. It's likely that they won't have to pay for it. The authorities will handle that. But all this is in the future. Right now, everyone was excited as they gathered around the tank. A few senior scientists even started cleaning the debris. Others wanted to help but couldn't. The three elderly scientists were worried that the young people might accidentally damage their precious equipment, so they insisted on doing it themselves. It wasn't until Sun Jihui received news and brought people to transport the tank that the event was finally over. Lin Xingyu and Sun Jingqi didn't stay any longer. They left with the convoy. 3 senior scientists also went back together. Once back at the research institute, Old Li ordered someone to clean the tank thoroughly. Seeing the tank looking brand new, everyone was very excited. Although it was an old model, it was still in use on the market. Foreigners don't charge low prices. Each tank is worth a lot of dragon coins. If they could study this type of tank thoroughly and incorporate some of their ideas, they might develop something even better. As long as their technology kept up, their country wouldn't be held back by other major powers. No one likes to survive in a difficult position. Whenever there is a small chance, these researchers forget everything and dedicate themselves to their passionate work. Through this event, Lin Qingyu also learned about her country's desire for military strength. She has always wanted to do something, but never had the chance before. This time, Lin Qingyu plans to fulfill one of her wishes. The fighter jets in the sky have already been developed, and someone is working on land tanks. Only the ships in the sea are left. Of course, what Lin Qingyu wants to do is not that. She intends to work on underwater resources, taking advantage of the fact that other countries haven't acted yet. She plans to let Dragon Country be the first. Even though some people are already watching this area, Lin Qingyu believes her equipment is definitely better than theirs. After the fighter jets, Lin Qingyu once again threw herself into experiments. The remaining work was handed over to others. It was just simple data-checking tasks which anyone could do, so there was no need to take all the credit herself. She feels she is better suited to making bold moves rather than wasting time on finishing touches. Thus, Lin Qingyu applied for another laboratory. Sun Jizhou looked at her application materials, trembling with excitement, but finally pretended to be calm and signed the approval. This news quickly spread throughout the research institute. Many people gathered around Old Li. They asked what incredible thing his female student was going to research this time. Although Old Li was annoyed, he was secretly happy. In the end, he told everyone not to disturb the student and dismissed them. Unaware of this, Lin Qingyu was unaware that so many people were looking forward to her results. She devoted herself fully to her research, often applying for rare materials. Sometimes, Sun Jizhou felt helpless because he didn't have the authority to allocate resources. But the ancestors of the Research Institute were very supportive and offered help whenever they could. They all supported her wholeheartedly. Qingxia Reservoir finally caught the attention of the higher-ups. Someone was specifically assigned to watch and wait for the dry season to come, so they could drain the water and see if anything was inside. It is known that every year, there are 1 or 2 months with little rain and water. During this time, draining the water won't affect people's lives. There is also no worry that upstream water sources will flow into the farmland. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu spent a whole half-month organizing detailed information. She also made a small model, just a simple model this time. The model is only about a few dozen centimeters long and can be tested inside a glass tank. Old Li and others also came to see it. At first, they thought Lin Qingyu was making a toy until they saw the tiny model moving freely in the water. Even under high water pressure, it can easily move around. Its internal structure is complex, with hooks on both sides that can extend to extract underwater minerals. Tests showed that this little device can withstand water pressure at depths of up to 7,000 meters. Although it struggles a bit at that depth, it's mainly because of limited materials. If better materials were used, it could probably go beyond 10,000 meters. Thinking about this possibility, the older scientists were moved to tears. Foreigners often say that China's technology is behind and that they look down on Chinese weapons. If the fighter jets previously developed made China proud, then this submarine is definitely a secret weapon. It could help China quickly gather resources and solve resource shortages. But before she could fully understand it, she received news from the security guard that her mother, Xie Rumei, had arrived. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu immediately put down her work, tidied up, and went out to meet her. "Mom, Dad, you finally arrived." She didn't expect Lin Sanshun to come, which completely surprised her. "Junior sister, I heard your parents are here." Before the father and daughter could speak, Sun Jingqi received the news and hurried over. The Research Institute doesn't allow outsiders to enter, not even family members. He was worried that Lin Qingyu, being unfamiliar with the place, wouldn't have a place to settle her parents, so he came to help. Although Lin Qingyu had been at the Research Institute for some time, she rarely went out. Since the trip to Qingxia Mountain last time, I haven't gone out at all. The Research Institute treats us very well. They provide everything we need: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, so there's no need to go shopping. Naturally, I don't need to leave the place. Girl, who is this? Looking at the tall, handsome man beside Lin Qingyu, Sieruame asked with curiosity. However, Lin Sanshun observed the man carefully, and the more he looked, the more he liked him. This guy is much better than the boy named Yi last time. My girl has finally grown some sense. She didn't make a mistake this time. Others only saw Lin Sanshun stay silent. No one knew that this man was quietly observing everything. This is my senior brother Sunday. Like me, he is a student of Old Li, Lin Qingyu explained, thinking about how to arrange her parents. Unexpectedly, Sun Jingqi had already made a decision and was planning for her. Uncle, Andy, the research institute doesn't allow family members to stay, so I will take you to the guest house. We have a special place for family members with good environment and safer than outside. Sun Jingqi led the way and soon took them to the guest house. It turned out that the guest house was not far from the research institute. It was behind the institute in an alley just across the street. Walking there would only take 3 or 5 minutes. Professor Sun, are these your family members? People at the guest house recognized Sun Jingqi and greeted him warmly. No, these are Professor Lin's parents. Professor Lin is a proud student of Old Li and also my junior sister. You all must treat his family well. If the teacher gets angry, I can't guarantee your safety. Sun Jingqi spoke seriously, making the others immediately tone down. They had already heard that a female researcher had joined the institute. Very impressive. They didn't expect it to be true. But she was a bit too young. Could someone so young really develop impressive things? Hearing their conversation, Lin Sanshun and Sieruame exchanged glances, surprised at how capable their daughter was. But then again, it made sense. When their daughter was studying, she was the envy of everyone, a top student. If she hadn't fallen in love with a poor young man, she probably wouldn't have gone astray. It's all because of Yi Linghan, who caused trouble for their daughter and delayed her for many years. My parents, please help take care of them and kindly arrange a good room. Soon they were taken to a room. Contrary to what Lin Sanshun and his wife imagined, the place was not only clean and tidy but also not crowded or small like the guest house outside. Instead, it was spacious, neat, larger than their own home, and more comfortable. Mom and Dad, you've had a tiring journey. I see there's a shower here. Why don't you wash up and change clothes first? Later, I'll take you to eat. Seeing their tired faces, she suggested. That sounds good. We'll freshen up first, and we'll meet again later. The couple saw their daughter was eager to leave and hadn't even changed out of her work clothes, so they happily agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu and Sun Jingqi went back to the research institute, changed clothes, bought some supplements, and returned to the guest house. Especially Lin Qingyu, who saw Sun Jingqi carrying a big bag of supplies. Even if she was slow to react, she sensed something. Could brother Sun like her? She was divorced twice and had been abandoned by a bad man, so she didn't have much confidence in winning such a high-status person. Lin Qingyu knew she couldn't stay single forever. She was a normal woman with human needs. But she never thought about making a move on brother Sunday. He was a research fanatic working on a project about the 4th-generation tank. He hadn't shown any romantic interest, so Lin Qingyu pretended not to notice. They soon arrived at the guest house. Wow, Professor Sun, why did you bring so many things? Seeing what Sun Jingqi was carrying, both of them looked a bit embarrassed. It was too much. People who didn't know might think he was here to propose. Uncle and Andy, these are benefits from the company. I don't eat much, so I saved these. Since you're here to see my little sister, I'll give you everything. Storing them without eating would be a waste. Just take them to help you replenish. These are special supplies, not available outside. And this milk powder is said to be very good for the brain. Drinking it makes you smarter and can prevent many brain diseases. Lin Qingyu looked at the other person talking nonsense. If there really were such benefits, why hadn't she seen them? What Lin Qingyu didn't know was that, although her professor title was already confirmed, it hadn't been officially approved yet. So, all the benefits were still given at the level of an ordinary researcher. Naturally, she didn't get as good benefits as Sun Jingqi. Daughter, seeing you happy makes us feel at ease. Your dad and I plan to go back. From now on, you need to take care of yourself. Lin Sanshun and his wife visited for 3 days. During this time, Lin Qingyu spent all her days wandering around City A with them. Although her daughter kept saying it was okay, they knew she was very busy now. That morning, Sierra May took Lin Qingyu's hand and said, "Mom knows you can't bear to part with us, but there are your older brother and sister-in-law and second brother and sister-in-law at home. Those two are a bit lazy in life, and your sisters-in-law aren't very good at cooking. I really can't rest easy." No matter what she said, it was just an excuse. She was mainly worried that staying here might hold her daughter back. "Mom, I can't bear to leave you." Lin Qingyu hugged Sierra May's neck. "Why are they leaving so soon?" The research institute was indeed busy, but there was still time to spend with her parents. Moreover, this time when they met again, Lien Sanshun seemed different from what she remembered. He wasn't as sharp as before, and he didn't immediately criticize her. All his sharp edges seemed to have been dulled. Instead, he looked at her cautiously. It was as if he was afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting her. At that moment, Lin Qingyu truly felt that her parents had grown old. Her mother's wrinkles at the temples, her father's cautious movements, and their helplessness in wanting not to burden her. People, no matter how strong they are in youth, will grow old someday. Refusing to accept aging is not an option. "Mom, since you insist on going back, I won't stop you. There's only 2 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Can you stay and celebrate with me before going home?" Lin Qingyu counted the days and realized that the Mid-Autumn Festival had come so quickly. Yi Linghan didn't have close ties with the clan, and her parents had already passed away. She also had a falling out with her brothers. So, the original protagonist's judgment really was flawed. This person, who is usually indifferent to family, is surprisingly love-struck and insists on being with him. Although there aren't many good relatives in the Yi family, as long as they don't go too far, family members usually get along fine. The original owner didn't meet the Yi family members often. The only times were when they came to visit during the wedding. But when the elderly came, Yi Linghan drove them away. At that time, Yi Linghan said that his parents had wronged him before, which hurt him deeply. He also claimed that their visit wasn't sincere, but for money. The original owner didn't know the full truth and believed Yi Linghan's words. Those two elders looked timid. They couldn't be the kind of difficult people Yi Linghan described. If they were truly troublesome, how could a few words scare them off? People who aren't persistent wouldn't give up easily after just a few setbacks. But all of that doesn't matter to her now. Her only goal is to be kind to her family and live her own good life. "Is it almost Mid-Autumn Festival? Old man, should we wait until after the festival to go back?" If there were many days until the festival, they could refuse. But with only 2 days left, it's hard to say such things. "Then let's stay for 2 more days. If we go back on the 16th, we'll be home by the 17th. Lin Sanshun calculated in his mind and said so. "I don't think we can leave on the 16th. During the festival, you probably want to have a few drinks, right? If you're in a hurry to go home, you won't enjoy it fully." Lin Qingyu disagreed with his plan. If they leave on the 16th, the old man definitely wouldn't drink. "Old man, my daughter is right. At home, you always complain that I don't let you drink. This time, I'll let you drink freely during the festival, and we'll leave on the 17th, just in time to arrive on the 18th. The timing is good, and the son and daughter-in-law will be happy." Hearing his wife and daughter say this, Lin Sanshun nodded and agreed. There was no other choice. At home, they often argued over their daughter. Although it was mostly just words, too many fights could hurt feelings. Thinking back, when their daughter was still young and happy at home, life was tough, but they rarely argued. Now that their daughter has recovered and has a good man pursuing her, everything has changed. Regardless of whether the daughter agrees or not, he is very confident about this marriage. Sun Jingqi is 100 times better than Yi Linghan, and he is also more tactful. If the daughter married Professor Sun, he would fully support it. It's not that he looks down on poor people, but Yi Linghan gives him a feeling of being dishonest. Unlike Professor Sun Jingqi, who may not be charming with words, but is honest and straightforward.
He prefers people like that.
Dealing with him is simple and sincere. If his daughter married him, this young man would probably give his heart to her. Sometimes, old Lin Sanshun, this stubborn old man, has very sharp eyes for people. So, he and his wife stayed a few more days, planning to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with their daughter before leaving. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu prepared many things to enjoy the festival properly. More importantly, she took 2 days to finish her ongoing research. During these 2 days, only Lin Sanshun and his wife went out for a walk. When the experiment showed promising results, she immediately contacted Old Li. "Teacher, you know about my parents coming here? All the experimental data is here. I'll leave the follow-up supervision to you. If the factory pays attention, we should see the finished product next month. Then, we'll do the experiment at Qingxia Mountain Reservoir." Lin Qingyu shared her plans openly with Old Li. Afterward, she handed over the remaining work to others. With this new holiday, free from work worries, she could spend quality time with her parents. After Lin Qingyu left, Old Li was surrounded by others. "Old Li, where did you find such capable students? Why not introduce a couple to us? You don't know, Sun Jingqi already makes us envious, and now Lin Qingyu is here. You really don't leave any room for us old folks." All the veteran academicians, treasures of the country and favorites of the top leaders, were envious of Old Li for having 2 excellent students. "I can't help you with that. I only have these 2 precious students. Don't try to poach them." Old Li chuckled, holding the experiment report, and went to another laboratory. He needs to quickly implement this matter. While students are on vacation, this old man has to work overtime, thinking about other students, then thinking about his own 2 little ones. Sigh. Old Li is truly experiencing both pain and happiness at the same time. If some unaware people knew, they would definitely criticize him harshly. But he dares not. His 2 students have long surpassed him in ability. He is reluctant to say harsh words and worries that overworking the students might tire them out, which would surely affect their mood. If their mood is bad, how can they focus on research? Like Old Li, who already has a house assigned to him and family nearby, so they can see each other anytime. People don't care much about such treatment. After returning home, Lin Qingyu also found someone to ask, and only then learned about these things. "That's good. Mom, let's sleep together tonight. We haven't whispered secrets in a long time." Lin Qingyu held Sierra May's hand and playfully said, "I also have something to tell you." After speaking, mother and daughter happily went to the next room. Only Lin Sanshun was left, staring wide-eyed, some disbelief on his face. His wife was just taken away like that? That naughty girl. Still as naughty as before. Although he thought this, Lin Sanshun dared not speak out. Maybe because he's getting older, he hopes the family can live peacefully. He's no longer as selfish as when he was young, insisting that his family must listen to him. Actually, Lin Sanshun has changed a lot. But at home, he still speaks more forcefully because he sees himself as the head of the family. But he listens to his children's advice. Even if they argued at the time, he would think carefully afterward. He's not someone who ignores others' words. It's just that he's been strong all his life, and now he doesn't know how to humble himself. "Daughter, I've never had a chance to ask, what's going on with Sun Jingqi? Are you and him serious? They say a mother-in-law tends to like her son-in-law more over time. Especially this man. Her husband doesn't oppose him either. They've discussed privately and think Sun Jingqi is reliable. They're happy about it. But they haven't asked their daughter's opinion and don't know what she thinks. Brother Sun, well, there's no sign of anything serious yet. In such matters, girls should be a bit reserved, to avoid being looked down upon. Everyone can see that he's showing interest, so don't keep him hanging around or teasing him. Daughter, if you like each other, you should get together sooner. Brother Sun is a good kid, and your dad and I both like him. Besides, he's a single man with many women eyeing him behind the scenes. If you keep hesitating, maybe someone else will be lured away by another charming person." Sierra May speaks earnestly, truly worried about her daughter. "Moreover, this is your second marriage. Second marriages can find true love, especially with a great professor. That's really rare. Daughter, you shouldn't take your happiness for granted." Sierra May speaks sincerely, afraid her daughter might make a mistake. Her husband also advises her to persuade her daughter not to let such a good match slip away. "I understand. There's no rush to get married. The person I love won't run away, and I won't force it. Besides, we're both busy lately. We'll talk about it when we have more time." Seeing her daughter's fearless attitude, Sierume feels a bit helpless. Her daughter always thinks highly of herself. Maybe after experiencing the issues with that young man from the Yi family, she hasn't softened her attitude. Sierume isn't sure if her daughter is doing the right thing. Children and grandchildren have their own happiness. Let them handle their own worries. Mom, let's not talk about my matters now. Recently, I've been doing research and received a bonus. All this money is for you. She takes out a stack of cash from her bag, estimated to be about 20 or 30,000 yuan. Why so much? Is it really possible to earn so much as a scientist? Sierume is shocked by the amount. She's never seen so much money. In this era, where even a modest household has thousands, this over 30,000 yuan is like a fortune. Daughter, I can't accept this money. Keep the money you earned yourself. You have a long way to go, and there are many places to spend money. After being surprised, Sierume still tries to return the money. Honestly, she was tempted just now. But she truly can't take it. Besides her daughter Lin Qingyu, she has 2 sons. Her sons also have grandchildren. If the money ended up in her hands, she might show favoritism or use it for her sons and grandchildren. Better not to take it from the start. Mom, listen to me first. This money isn't for you. I want you to do something for me. Lin Qingyu told the other person about her plans. She didn't have time to run around, but Sierume, who was staying at home with nothing to do, could go and handle this matter. Hearing that her daughter had arrangements, Sierume no longer hesitated. But she still wanted to know what her daughter really wanted to do. This was 30,000 yuan, not a small amount. She was afraid to hold the money, and walking on the street made her uneasy. Mom, you should go deposit this money in the bank. If you lose the passbook, you can get a new one. That way, you won't feel so much pressure. You see, I'm really busy and don't have time to go out. This matter, I need you to help me with it. I'm afraid to give so much money to others. Lin Qingyu's plan was simple. She wanted to buy more houses in big cities in her future life and keep them as investments. For example, in Beijing and Haisher, big cities where land is expensive and houses are valuable. Finding a good location, even if she could only buy 1 or 2 houses, would be very beneficial for her. The next morning, the family of 3 woke up early and started to get busy. After washing up, they agreed to go to the big market. Because it was a special day, a street was opened up just for stalls. Whether from the countryside or the city, everyone brought their best goods to trade with others. Lin Qingyu and her family had nothing special to trade, so they brought enough money and tickets. The family happily went out together. But as soon as they left the guest house, they saw son Jingqi walking inside. Senior brother son, why aren't you at home during such a big festival? Lin Qingyu asked curiously. Usually he just came here, but why was he here during the festival? I brought you 2 fish, he said. And this is a gift for you. Since you don't eat at the cafeteria, I specially brought it for you, son Jingqi added. He handed over a bunch of things. The most eye-catching were the 2 big fish he was carrying in his right hand. These were sent to him early in the morning by Sun Jihai. He didn't want to eat them himself, so he brought them to Lin Qingyu. In the past, whenever he had good things, Sun Jingqi would give them all to Sun Jizhou. Now that Lin Qingyu is here, others naturally step aside. There are so many, we can't finish them all. Lin Qingyu looked at the 2 big fish and felt a bit worried. Yes, Xiao Sunday, this is too much. You can take 1 home. We only need 1. Besides these 2 large fish, there is also some pork. And there are plenty of mooncakes and fruits. Although the portions are small, they are enough for a family to enjoy a good meal. Lin Sanshun and Sierume exchanged a look, thinking that a government household still has good benefits. Their factory doesn't have such good treatment. All right then, I'll give the remaining 1 to second uncle later. Sun Jingqi finished speaking but didn't plan to go back immediately. He took the items back to where Lin Sanshun and the others lived. He was just waiting to return, grab a stove from the kitchen, and start cooking. These things are provided at the guest house. But since the couple hadn't cooked for themselves before, they didn't pick up any kitchenware. Today is a festival, so they definitely want to prepare everything themselves. Naturally, they need to get a set of cooking tools. Sun Jingqi asked someone to help, and one of the fish was sent back to the research institute. Second uncle would handle it himself when the time comes. In previous years, during festivals, second uncle was very busy, taking care of the researchers at the institute, watching over the kitchen preparations, cleaning and decorating the institute. In short, while others relax during holidays, he is busy as a spinning top. Son Jingqi knew this, but he didn't plan to go back and help. His wife hasn't even been found yet, so how could he worry about second uncle? After finishing, the group went out again. This time, no one interrupted them. The four of them smoothly arrived at the big market. Seeing the lively scene there, with stalls stretching from street to street, vendors shouting loudly to sell their goods. This kind of scene is rarely seen, only before strict regulations were enforced. But everyone was very happy on this day, whether they were selling things or buying, whether they were officials or workers. Everyone was happy and harmonious. People dressed in various work uniforms walk along the street, selling cloth, shoes, vegetables. Everyone's face is full of smiles. Mom, let's buy some small green vegetables. Today, there are many hearty dishes. Let's buy some greens to go with them, so we don't get bored of eating the same thing. Lin Qingyu saw some fresh greens at a stall and pulled Xie over. Okay, let's buy a bunch. I see there are also green onions and garlic. I'll go buy some. Xie has her own plans. Cooking without seasonings doesn't taste good, especially these fragrant side dishes. They are the soul of the meal. The group split up and soon bought a lot. Although Lin Sanshun and Xie restrained themselves, since they weren't at home, they worried about waste if they bought too much. But they couldn't resist and bought a bit more than needed. Fortunately, besides food, they also bought clothes and useful items. They could take these home for their son and daughter-in-law. Today's market was surprisingly cheap. Many items were leftover stock from factories. These are rare to see normally. Although these were leftovers from workers, they were still good items for others. Some items were collected by workers themselves. For example, gloves from the glove factory, defective fabric from the weaving factory, shoes from the shoe factory. These were benefits given out by the factories during workdays. Since they couldn't use all of them, they kept some. They waited for today to exchange these items and buy what they needed. The market was lively and rare, a scene of bustling activity. They moved from one end of the street to the other and back again. Satisfied, they decided to head home. Our harvest today is really good. They chatted happily, showing no signs of hardship. Little sister, this is my mid-autumn festival gift for you. Here you go. Son Jingqi deliberately lagged behind a bit, walking side by side with Lin Qingyu. Seeing that the adults ahead didn't pay attention to them, he took something out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu was surprised by his gesture. She didn't expect this straightforward guy to be romantic. I've heard many stories about Son Jingqi's matchmaking. It's not that I find girls annoying, but I think they are not caring enough. He acts like a stubborn nail, poking anyone he meets, and he never shows a kind face to his blind date. I never thought there would be a day like this. I wonder if senior brother's son ever thought he would be so eager to please girls someday. Thank you, senior brother's son. This hairpin is so delicate. It must be expensive, right? She secretly opened her cloth bag and took a look. It was a uniquely shaped hairpin. It was made of pure gold, shining brightly, with a sapphire embedded at the top. Such an item was only worn by noble people in ancient times, and it was an old piece. When Lin Qingyu saw it, she knew it was not simple. It must be very valuable. Don't worry about the price. As long as you like it, Son Jingqi smiled as if it was nothing special. Men, when they like a woman, often can't help but show it. They can't hide their feelings. Yes, I like it very much. Since Son Jingqi gave her a gift, Lin Qingyu couldn't be stingy either. She was thinking about what gift to give in return to show her sincerity. Why are you two so slow? Hurry up and walk faster. The two people in front stopped and turned around to look at them. Xie couldn't help but urge. They are young, but they're still not as quick as these two elders. Back at the guest house, Son Jingqi didn't plan to leave. The Lin couple also didn't intend to let him go. This young man was their chosen son-in-law, so he couldn't be treated as an outsider. Moreover, his parents were not around. They should take good care of him. Plus, This kid was very sensible, almost able to do all kinds of chores, and his cooking skills were quite good. This was something Sierra noticed after getting to know him. When the meal was ready, it was already noon. They had a lively meal but didn't drink much alcohol. Sun Jingqi usually doesn't drink, and today he only had a small cup with Lin Sanshun. The best dishes would be served tonight, so the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner was the main event. Although the lunch was good, the evening would be even more lively. Lin Qingyu and Sun Jingqi visited the research institute to see old Li. They noticed he was a bit drunk and resting in his room. Lin Qingyu went to the small kitchen and cooked a hangover soup. I'll give the teacher some hangover soup, and you can take the rest to the others. The hangover soup Lin Qingyu made worked very well, ensuring that the elderly would not have any aftereffects after sobering up. As everyone knows, a headache after a hangover is the worst. Lin Qingyu didn't want these lovely elders to suffer. After finishing, she handed over the care of them to others. The two of them returned to the guest house. What they didn't know was that shortly after they left, old Li woke up. He mumbled, feeling that after drinking, his mouth didn't taste bitter but instead had a sweet freshness. After asking Xiao Lu, who was taking care of him, he learned that his two students had visited. He felt warm inside and went to the small kitchen to drink the hangover soup the students left. He felt refreshed. He believed he was fine again and immediately went to his workshop. He needed to focus on building the submarine and hoped to launch it soon. Meanwhile, over at Lin Qingyu's home, the family chatted happily, and soon it was evening. They moved the table outside to the yard, along with a few other tables. These belonged to the family members living there. Many people recognized them, exchanged greetings, and then went about their own business. There were snacks, drinks, mooncakes, cold dishes, and hot dishes, all laid out on a big table. Everyone ate and drank while enjoying the moon. The night sky in this era was very clear. You could see countless stars, like bowls upside down in the sky. That kind of awe was a memory of the whole era. Come, let's wish our little you to leave her hardships, find a decent job, and have a bright future. After a few drinks and some tasty dishes, a slightly tipsy Lin Sanshun raised his glass and said to Lin Qingyu. She didn't expect her father to do this, but she still took the glass, poured herself a small sip, and drank with him. Thanks, Dad. Also, I wish you good health, all the best, a happy family, and joy for everyone. Originally, she was supposed to show respect to the elders first, but unexpectedly, the elders took the lead. That evening, she and Sun Jingqi did not drink alcohol, they only drank soft drinks. Sierra did have a little wine with Lin Sanshun, but it was only half a glass. Sierra is not good at drinking alcohol, so she only took a few sips before joining her daughter in drinking soft drinks. Additionally, Lin Sanshun felt a bit awkward, so although their relationship seemed to be easing, they hadn't fully reconciled. The conflict between the original owner and her father wasn't something that could be easily forgotten just by talking about it. However, Lin Sanshun's recent actions completely dissolved the gap between father and daughter. He also gave them a chance to get closer and improve their relationship. Uncle and Andy, I want to toast you. Thank you for raising my junior sister so well so she can contribute to the country. She is the pride of our research institute, and also my and my master's pride. Thanks to both of you. Sun Jingqi raised his glass, drank the soft drink, then poured himself a glass of wine. He stood up and said to Lin Sanshun and Sierra. After saying that, he drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing this, both of them immediately raised their glasses. After a round of toasts, Lin Sanshun spoke again. Actually, I feel sorry for Suyu. If I had stopped them earlier, my daughter wouldn't have been hurt by such a scoundrel. If I hadn't been so strict, gone to see her sooner, she wouldn't have suffered so much. Lin Sanshun was clearly drunk. He usually didn't behave like this when drunk. Most of the time, he would stay silent or go to sleep peacefully. Today, he was acting strangely. It was hard to tell if he was happy or regretful. Old man stopped talking. This isn't all your fault. I, as her mother, wasn't attentive enough. If I had made up my mind earlier and brought my daughter back sooner, that little brat you would never have bullied her. For some reason, whenever the couple mentioned Yi Linghan, they looked at him as if he were an enemy. In fact, in the previous life, They only blamed their daughter for being disobedient and Yi Linghan for being shameless. Before the incident, their hatred for Yi Linghan wasn't so intense. But somehow, every time they mentioned Yi Linghan, a wave of anger would rise in their hearts. Although it was something from the past, deep down, Yi Linghan's actions that caused their family to fall apart still left a mark. This hatred has not been completely erased by time. If they had a second chance, their prejudice would only grow stronger. They just didn't see Yi Linghan clearly, otherwise they would have gone up and fought him. Uncle and Auntie, don't worry. From now on, with me here, little sister will never be bullied. Our research institute is very united. No one can hurt our colleagues. Moreover, I like Xiuyu and I won't let anyone bully him. Maybe because of the alcohol, Sun Jingqi spoke his true feelings. He might not even realize it himself, still talking non-stop and promising the two elders. Ha ha ha, little son, with your words I feel at ease. I'm entrusting my little Yu to you. You must treat her well. My daughter has had a tough life, met the wrong people, but I believe you, Xiao Sun, are a good person. The first time I saw you, I thought you were very honest, sincere, careful, and responsible. If my little Yu is with you, you definitely won't let her suffer. Lin Qingyu looked at these three people in shock. Was she being sold by her parents now? She could tell they were a bit drunk. Since she couldn't argue with drunk people, she could only helplessly go along. They only helped her back to her room when they were tired. Sun Jingqi didn't go back home. He stayed in the room next to Lin Qingyu. Someone from the research institute came to confirm that Sun Jingqi was also staying there tonight, and only then did they feel at ease. Meanwhile, news of Sun Jingqi and Lin Qingyu dating spread throughout the entire research institute. The next day, everyone felt a bit embarrassed about the drunkenness from the night before. Especially Lin Sanshun, who returned to his usual quiet and reserved self. It was as if the incident of calling Sun Jingqi brother had never happened. Mom and Dad, aren't you leaving tomorrow? Why are you packing up now? When Lin Qingyu entered, she saw Lin Sanshun and Xie packing their things. There were already 2 bags by their feet, and they were still organizing their belongings. It seems like they want to pack everything into those 2 small bags. Finish packing early so we can leave tomorrow morning. Daughter, are you feeling rested? If you're not fully rested, go back to sleep for a while. Xie looked at her daughter, with concern in her eyes. I'm well rested. Mom and Dad, wait a moment. I'll find 2 more bags for you. These bags are too small, they can't hold much, Lin Qingyu said as she went out again. When she returned, she was holding 2 blue suitcases. Each one was very large, more than enough to hold their belongings. She bought a lot of clothes and shoes this time, and also brought gifts for her brother, sister-in-law, and nieces and nephews. There were quite a few things, and it was a bit difficult for the 2 of them. Where did you find these suitcases? They look really sturdy. Xie took the bags and tugged at them, but they wouldn't budge. They were made of good fabric and should last many years. In fact, these 2 suitcases lasted over 10 years. The quality was truly excellent. The 3 of them quickly packed everything, and the 2 suitcases still had plenty of extra space. Lin Qingyu planned to buy a few more things for them to take back. Just then, someone from the research institute came over. Professor Lin, academician Li asked me to tell you and Professor Sun to come over. The person was panting, clearly running over quickly. Although the research institute wasn't far from here, it was very large. Running from one area to another took a lot of time and effort. Lin Qingyu didn't know what her teachers wanted, but she didn't delay and hurried over immediately. Sun Jingqi had been gone since early morning, probably at the research institute, so she wasn't worried. When she returned to the institute and found old Li, she saw many people gathered there. They were all leading figures of the institute, and Sun Jingqi had already arrived. Everyone seemed to be waiting specifically for her. When she arrived, they immediately called her to the front. Xiao Lin, you're just in time. Come see the achievements of our research institute. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we might never have seen such a great work in our lifetime. Lin Qingyu was very confused. What exactly called her here? Now, hearing their words, I have my guesses. It couldn't be the submarine because she just handed over the task. The factory is too slow to produce it so quickly. It must be the fighter jet from before. She has been studying fighter jets for a while, so it's not surprising she could make one. When she came closer, I saw that this was the same fighter jet she had researched before. Its appearance and shape are identical. The only difference is that this fighter jet is much better than the model toy she showed earlier. Now, it was ready for real operation. Everyone agreed that she should try it first. Letting the creator test it out for the first time is such a meaningful thing. That's why the leaders sent someone to call her. Good apprentice, go ahead. Show us your work, Old Lee said, pushing Lin Qingyu forward. They all knew her flying skills, so they didn't doubt her ability. Lin Qingyu was not nervous. She sat in the pilot seat and waved to Sun Jingqi. Senior brother Sun, do you want to come up and try it? So the two of them boarded smoothly. Besides them, there was also a safety officer. This person was responsible for safety work afterward, like helping them put on parachutes if the fighter jet had any problems. Because the fighter jet was very fast, time was precious, and an experienced safety officer was needed to accompany them. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. They took the fighter jet to the countryside for a proper practice. Old Lee and the others sat in a pickup truck, watching everything closely. Everyone held a pair of binoculars, afraid to miss any detail. Only after the practice was over did Lin Qingyu and Sun Jingqi come down from the jet. The fighter jet was then taken over by a pilot waiting nearby. That was amazing. Even the usually calm Sun Jingqi couldn't help but shout loudly. We, our country, no longer have to rely on others. This time, we must show those foreigners a big face. A few elders gathered around, asking about their feelings. Everyone is very supportive of Lin Qingyu, hoping she will have new and better research achievements. I brought you here just to test drive. Now that the test is over, the rest is up to us old folks. Old Mr. Lee drove the two away, but they still had many tasks to do. The fighter jet that finished test flying still needed inspection before full production. There is also a submarine in the Research Institute, doing its final review. Honestly, Lin Qingyu's appearance has increased the workload for these older people. But they are happy to do it. They hope the workload will double again. Lin Qingyu doesn't know what these elders are thinking. She is a simple person, not very noble, and besides her hobbies, she only cares about work. Soon, the two returned to the guest house. They spent half a day with Lin's parents. Sun Jingqi had to go back to catch up on work, and Lin Qingyu needed to go shopping. The next day, they sent her parents off on the train home. Xiaorume sat by the window, tears in her eyes, watching her daughter leave. Who knows when we'll see each other again? She took out a tissue and wiped her eyes. Feeling sad, she said, "Didn't my daughter say she would come back for the new year? Your daughter has shown you. Can't you stop crying? Isn't it because you're happy she's doing well?" Lin Sanshun was overwhelmed by his wife and instinctively played the macho role. But this time, Xiaorume didn't buy it. She pursed her lips and said, "Men, sometimes, aren't as caring as daughters. What's the point of being with this old man? He keeps lecturing us, making it seem like he's so cultured." Xiaorume's sarcastic tone was very obvious. But surprisingly, Lin Sanshun seemed to go silent, not arguing back. Lin Qingyu asked curiously, "Professor Lin, here's what happened. Last night, someone died at the Research Institute. The person was Old Shin's wife from the logistics department. I heard she was found dead in her own room, and the scene was quite frightening. Everyone says the institute is haunted, but how is that possible? We are the successors of socialism, fighting against all evil spirits. Our leader even said there are no ghosts in this world. How can people still believe in superstitions? Director Sun is very angry and plans to investigate this thoroughly." The speaker was the dormitory manager, Andy. Next to her were two friends. Lin Qingyu knew the person she was talking about, Old Shin, a very honest and simple researcher. He hadn't made many big contributions, but he was diligent and always completed his tasks well. Old Shin was good at boring work. He lacked creativity, so it suited him to be an executor. But his wife, wasn't she working in the cafeteria? Curious, Lin Qingyu decided to go see for herself. The research institute was small and staff were busy, so there was a shortage of people. Because of that, everyone got along well, unlike other places with fierce competition. What's going on with old Shin's wife? When they arrived at old Shin's dormitory, Lin Qingyu asked Sun Jizhou. Sun Jizhou explained the situation to her again. She was going to be his future sister-in-law, so he had to treat her well. Otherwise, if Sun Jingqi found out he wasn't nice to his wife, he would complain. It turned out that old Shen's wife was murdered. But the members of the institute usually got along peacefully, so no one could figure out who had a motive to kill her. Even those who argued with her sometimes only had minor disagreements, not real hatred. A few words said in anger or a little teasing was normal social behavior. There was no reason to kill over such things. So, the case of old Shen's wife was left unresolved. The institute didn't allow outsiders in, so Sun Jizhou planned to investigate himself. That really is strange. She was always kind and friendly, getting along with everyone. There's no reason for this to happen. Lin Qingyu recalled her few meetings with the auntie. It seemed she was a very cheerful person, and people around her enjoyed chatting with her. The motive for murder was probably very small. That left only accidents. Or perhaps, what kind of person would kill such a woman, and for what reason? The first thing Lin Qingyu thought of was enemy agents. You should know, Dragon Country is full of spies planted by foreign countries, especially from a certain small country that is doing quite well. They have the most spies planted there. And because their skin tones are similar, they disguise themselves very well. Her first suspicion was them. After all, she had just developed the latest fighter jets and submarines, which were in the final stages of production. The fighter jets had just been test flown, and they were incredibly fast. They also had strong attack power, definitely surpassing foreign top-tier weapons. If the enemy learned about this, it's very possible they infiltrated the research institute to gather intelligence. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyu pulled Sun Jizhou aside and shared her thoughts with him. Qingyu, you make a lot of sense. I'll have someone look into it and see if there are any new people recently added. Sun Jizhou quickly started investigating once he got the lead. He was very anxious inside. If this wasn't handled quickly, it could cause big trouble. In the end, they would have to hand it over to the Security Bureau. Their research institute would be unsettled for a long time. The institute forbade outsiders from entering, and even security officers coming in and out frequently could risk leaking information. Asking higher-ups to send people to investigate might seem like he was admitting he was incapable. After all, he was in charge of all matters at the institute. Sun Jizhou was very worried. Even if there was a small hope, he would investigate thoroughly. System, do you know who the murderer is? Although Lin Qingyu provided clues to Director Sun, she wasn't sure if her guess was correct. Host, wait while I investigate. The system, which had been slacking off, was called out by the host and immediately became anxious. It quickly tried to make amends. In a short while, it uncovered the truth behind the incident. The host doesn't seem to be a spy from the enemy country, but they are connected to the enemy's spy network. The system quickly gave its conclusion. It turns out that old Shin's wife was killed because she uncovered someone's secret. And that secret involved national security. At the Research Institute, there are people called guards. They are responsible for security, but usually only watch the main gate and are not allowed to wander inside freely. All guards are assigned to specific areas and only operate within fixed zones. For example, those at the gate stay nearby. Guards in charge of the experimental zone are not allowed to go elsewhere. The guard who committed the murder was responsible for the experimental zone. He saw Lin Qingyu test a model aircraft and reported the news. Last night, he received a reply from the other side, asking him to use a tiny camera to take pictures of the model and bring them out. So, this guard risked himself by sneaking the tiny camera inside. When he was about to take photos, he was caught by old Shin's wife. She was there to find her husband and didn't get too close, so she didn't notice him at first. When she wanted to ask him to call someone for help, she saw him holding a small camera and snapping pictures. This made her suspicious. She immediately shouted to stop him, but that shout ended up costing her her life. The guard quickly hid the camera and tried to flatter her, convincing her to leave. However, he secretly followed her, worried she might report him. Later, when she returned home, He decided to eliminate her and erased all traces of himself to avoid suspicion. After learning the truth, Lin Qingyu specifically found the staff who were testing in the experimental zone that day. Casually, he asked them about what happened last night. Talking to them, he finally found some clues. Last night, someone really saw the guard and Old Shun's wife arguing. However, this person didn't think about Old Shun's wife's death. They thought she wanted to enter the experimental area, and the guard was stopping her. Professor Lin, now that you mention it, I remember. Last night, Old Shun's wife and that guard did seem a bit strange. Wait a moment, I need to report this first. He said that, and went to find Sun Jizhou. Lin Qingyu believed that with Sun Jizhou's judgment, he could quickly find out the truth. She just needed to guide him at the right moment. That traitor definitely couldn't escape. She originally thought everything was certain and no surprises would happen. But it hit her hard. If she had foreseen what would happen later, she wouldn't have let the other side go free. Instead, she would have acted immediately to catch the person. She didn't want too many people to notice her or reveal her system's secrets. But in the end, Li Lao suffered an unexpected disaster. When Lin Qingyu received the news, Li Lao had already been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. Zhao Jingde, I didn't expect him to resist stubbornly at the last moment. He even took Li Lao hostage and severely injured him. I should have just shot that kid from the start. Sun Jizhou was very regretful. No one expected such an accident. While they were trying to catch Zhao Jingde, Li Lao happened to pass by and was caught off guard. How is he now? Lin Qingyu and Sun Jingqi rushed over and asked as they saw Sun Jizhou losing his temper. He's still being treated, but the doctor said his injuries are very serious and hope is slim. Sun Jizhou looked at the two of them and felt helpless. As the logistics manager, he was responsible for this incident in the research institute. Even if there were 10 of him, he couldn't compare to Li Lao. He would rather die himself than see this happen. But there's no regret pill in the world, and Sun Jizhou's regret was useless. Did they catch Zhao Jingde? Sun Jingqi asked again. Yes, he has been caught. He will be executed in 3 days. Zhao Jingde, he turned out to be a spy for the enemy, betraying a lot of information from the research institute. This time, our country has suffered a big loss. Someone will come soon to investigate. But don't worry, you too. This has nothing to do with you. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Sun Jizhou sighed deeply and sent his subordinates to continue the investigation. He didn't want any other spies in the research institute. He hoped to catch them all in this matter. Second uncle, don't be too yourself. The teacher's accident was unexpected. No one will blame you. No one blamed him, but because of that, he felt even more guilty. Just because no one blamed him didn't mean he wouldn't be punished. He guessed that the investigators coming this time were probably to replace him. Because of Zhao Jingde, his career and life were ruined.
How could he not hate that?
Please make way. The patient cannot be disturbed. Please give us some space to pass. A large group of doctors and nurses rushed out. On a stretcher lay Old Li, looking pale. Seeing the doctors' expressions, everyone felt uneasy. How is the teacher doing? Sun Jingqi asked one of the doctors. Although he was rescued, he is still in danger. He needs to stay in the hospital for observation. After saying this, the doctor hurried away. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly went over. Old Li must not have any more problems. I already called the higher-ups. The national doctor will arrive soon. With a master healer on the case, Old Li should be fine. Sun Jizhou was most worried about not being able to save him in time. As long as the leader is alive, there is always a way to treat him. In the vast country, there are always people who can save Old Li. Old Li's hospital room. 2 days had passed since the incident. Although Old Li had woken up, his health was very poor. He was already old, with a weak body, and often stayed up late working on research, which had damaged his stomach. Now injured, his stomach condition worsened, and he couldn't eat anything. He could only survive on nutrient IVs. So, she looked very tired and lacked energy. When she saw her 2 proud students visit, she forced herself to be alert and talked with them for a while. Dr. Sun, is there really no way to save him? Lin Qingyu secretly checked her teacher's pulse, but she wasn't a professional, so she didn't have a good solution. I have done my best, said Dr. Sunday. We can only keep Mr. Lee alive for now with medicine, but this isn't a long-term solution. But don't worry too much. I will first treat Mr. Lee's stomach illness and then focus on proper nutrition. With time and care, he might get better. When Dr. Sun said this, he had already decided that Mr. Lee couldn't return to the research institute. His body wasn't strong enough to support research work anymore. However, Mr. Lee had spent his life teaching at university and later dedicated himself entirely to scientific research. Even during his university years, he never stopped studying. He had no family or relatives. He devoted his body and mind to the country. Such an elder is truly admirable and a real scientist. If he were forced to stop researching, it would be more painful than anything else. System, do you have any solutions? Lin Qingyu asked the system. Her medical skills also came from the system, but they weren't better than Dr. Sun's. Now, she could only turn to the system for help. Would you like to spend points to get a special medicine? The system didn't explain much, but offered her a choice. What does this medicine do? She asked further. It can help Mr. Lee recover quickly, curing 80% of his chronic illnesses, and give him a healthy body for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu was tempted.
But she asked about the price.
5,000 points, no credit. This price was really hard for her. How many points does she earn in her world? Most are just over 100, and better ones are around 1,000. How long would it take her to save enough for this special medicine? Then what about the prescription? She continued to ask. 100 points. The system answered straightforwardly. It didn't think she could afford the finished medicine. It was just trying to persuade her to buy the prescription. Since it is her own host, she only needs to buy it once and can use it forever. To save her parents in the end-of-world scenario, the host is very frugal and doesn't want to waste resources on herself. After I buy this prescription, can I give it to others to use? If she can't share the prescription, Lin Qingyu can still save her teacher, but there are many restrictions. For example, the origin of this medicine. She can't just say she bought it from a roadside Taoist priest, right? That would seem fake. Even if she is desperate and seeks help, she wouldn't believe in a fake Taoist on the street. Asking for it at a temple would be even more unrealistic. Because such temples don't really exist, and genuine Taoists are hard to find. Even most Taoists in temples work regular jobs and have busy schedules. In this era, there are hardly any temples left. So, showing the prescription is the most straightforward and worry-free method. Host, once you buy it, it's yours. You can use it yourself or give it to others. Even in each world, you can use it once. Hearing the system's explanation, she finally felt at ease. She immediately chose to buy it. The prescription quickly appeared in her hands. It's an ancient prescription, and just the material of the paper shows its value. It is said to be a treasure from a certain dynasty's imperial medical collection, which adds a human touch. I'll copy it first. Most of the ingredients listed on the prescription, she recognizes 99.9%. There's only one herb she doesn't understand. System, what is Wuji grass? Host, this is a rare herb in nature. It can be found in this world, usually hidden deep in mountains and lakes, and finding it takes some time. The system kindly displayed the appearance of the herb. Lin Qingyu immediately took out a pen to sketch it, not sure if Dr. Sun would recognize it. In any case, this is her first time seeing it. This herb is very special. Once you see it, you'll remember it for life. During the day, it looks somewhat like orchid grass, but at night, it becomes transparent with a gold and silver hue. But they share one thing in common. Whether day or night, the limitless grass always shines with a gentle glow. So, it is easy to recognize. Lin Qingyu has seen pictures of it and will never forget. But she is not sure if others can imagine what she drew. She doesn't care about that now. She must quickly take the medicine recipe to Dr. Sunday. She hopes Dr. Sun will know where to find the limitless grass. So, Lin Qingyu returns to the hospital room. After informing the guard at the door, she is soon let inside. I heard you found an ancient medicine recipe that can fully heal Mr. Lee's injuries. Old Sun was very excited when he heard about the new recipe to study. A true doctor, he is almost obsessed with medicine. When he heard about the recipe, he immediately called someone in. "Grandpa Sun, this is the recipe I found. This is a gift from an elder of mine. I can show you the original, but I can't give it to you. I also have a copy I copied myself for your research. I just hope it can heal my teacher and help him recover soon." Lin Qingyu showed two versions of the recipe. The original so Dr. Sun could see it and feel assured, and the copied one for him to study. "Wow, this really is an ancient medicine recipe. Shaolin, don't worry. I'll just look at it for a little while and then return it to you." Dr. Sun carefully examined the ancient recipe, first looking at the paper, then reading the content, and finally tasting it carefully. However, he didn't recognize the limitless grass and asked Lin Qingyu about it. She quickly described its characteristics and appearance, even showing him her drawing. "This limitless grass, I think I've heard of it somewhere. Shaolin, wait a moment, I'll make a call." Dr. Sun returned the ancient recipe to her and took the copied version of the recipe, then left the room. After a while, he hurried back. "I found out. This limitless grass appeared in a large canyon in the south. Our soldiers once passed through there and saw this magical plant. At that time, everyone thought the grass was poisonous, so no one dared to touch it. After all, this grass is very mysterious. In the tropical rainforest, the more beautiful something is, the more likely it is to be highly toxic. It's understandable that they were cautious. It turned out that a patient of Dr. Sun had once mentioned this Wajigo, infinite spirit grass, to him. That was a rare sight the patient saw when he was young. Since then, he kept thinking about it, and when he met Dr. Sun, he asked about it. But Dr. Sun didn't recognize the Wajigo grass either. Because he hadn't seen the real thing, he couldn't be sure if it was poisonous. From an ancient medicinal recipe brought by Lin Qingyu, he saw the Wajigo herb. That's when he realized that this magical grass was not only non-toxic, but also very useful. When combined with other herbs, it could be used to make a special medicine that helps the body recover quickly. Dr. Sun was very excited. He immediately decided to go to the Grand Canyon himself to find this herb. Lin Qingyu also wanted to go along because she hoped to find a couple more plants to transplant into her space garden. As long as she had some in her space, she wouldn't run out of Wajigu when needed. Sun Jingqi quickly received the news, and someone said, "Let me go with you." He really couldn't understand why so many things had been happening lately. Everything seemed to be getting better. Their research results this year were even more than all the previous years combined. But why were so many incidents still happening? Originally, they only needed to stay in the lab to do research and other matters didn't concern them. But this time their teacher was injured. No matter what, Sun Jingqi couldn't just stand by and do nothing. It was like his junior sister. As students of their teacher, when the teacher had trouble, they should help. "You need to stay here. If something happens to us, you'll need to come and help. After all, it's the Grand Canyon, a legendary tropical rainforest. It's home to many rare plants, exotic animals, and various poisonous herbs. Not to mention the countless venomous snakes. A bite could be deadly if not treated in time. So, only Dr. Sun should go on this trip to avoid holding everyone back. There can be no more delays." Although Sun Jingqi usually pays attention to exercise and is in good shape, this situation is different. Being healthy doesn't mean he can handle the tropical environment. Moreover, she has an even more important task for him. "Come with me." She took Sun Jingqi to the side and took out a black device from her pocket, handing it to him. "This is the most advanced positioning device in the world right now. There are two, one for you and one for me. As long as you hold it, no matter how far apart we are, we can find each other. This time when I go out with Dr. Sun, if anything happens, you can bring help. So, stay quietly in the back and wait for good news." Right now, she doesn't trust many people. Besides her teacher, only Sun Jingqi. As for her parents, if something really happened to her, they wouldn't be able to help. This matter is entirely up to Sun Jingqi. "But you must promise me, don't get hurt." Sun Jingqi stared closely at Lin Qingyu. This woman is really too strong-willed, both in her research and in life. She truly managed everything herself, not relying on him at all. This was exactly the life he always wanted, but sometimes he couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. Yet mostly he felt proud. "Don't worry, I will be fine." After comforting her again, Lin Qingyu needed to go back and pack her things. He didn't have much time to stay. Their teacher couldn't wait. Delaying even a day would mean more suffering for him. If there was no other way, he would accept it. But now that there was a solution, they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Just 24 hours later, Lin Qingyu arrived in Hengjia City. This was the closest place to Hengjia Grand Canyon and their logistics base. After arriving here, a half-day drive would take them to the entrance. Beyond that, they would have to walk. "Dr. Sun, are you ready?" Lin Qingyu had just checked her equipment when she heard someone ask the elderly Sun nearby. No one doubted that Lin Qingyu was the strongest member of the team. Everyone thought she and Dr. Sun were both the ones holding back the team. Of course, both of them were also protected by the group. If it weren't for the magical herb, only these two would know that the team might not have brought them along at all. "Don't worry, even though I'm an old man now, I definitely won't hold the team back." When he was young, Dr. Sun traveled through many famous mountains and rivers. It was only after he got older that he settled down. He even went abroad to learn foreign medical skills. But in the end, Dr. Sun decided to return and study traditional Chinese medicine. "Professor Lin, keep these medicines close. They could save your life in an emergency." Another team member came over and handed her a small bag. Inside were some pills, kept just in case. Everyone had a few. Lin Qingyu took the bag, thanked the person, and put it in her pocket. After resting in Hengjia City for just half an hour, they got back into the car, heading to Hengjia Grand Canyon. The ride was bumpy until there was no more road ahead, and they had to get out. They thought sitting in the car was tiring, but once they entered Hengjia Grand Canyon, they realized what real exhaustion was. "Dr. Sun, Professor Lin, we can only see you off here. We'll stay in a nearby village. If you need help, light this smoke bomb. Different colors mean different signals. Remember, don't get it wrong." They had been told this many times along the way. The smoke bombs even had notes on them, so there was no chance of confusion. "All right, why am I more talkative than an old man like me? Go on back. We're leaving now." Even now, Dr. Sun looked excited. He hadn't done anything this crazy in many years. If they hadn't found the magical herb, which was so important for helping the country and people, his family wouldn't have let him go. His apprentices were getting more clingy as they got older. They also loved to boss him around. It was really annoying. He was afraid that if he didn't go into the mountains now, his apprentices would hear about it and come rushing over. He had finally managed to escape, and he couldn't let them catch him again. Under the urging of Dr. Sun, the team set out again. This time, there was no vehicle, only their legs to walk. They quickly disappeared from everyone's sight and gradually blended into the dense jungle. "Everyone be careful, keep up with the person in front, and don't fall behind." The leader of this expedition was a retired Special Forces soldier. He was very skilled and had once entered the Hengjia Grand Canyon. That's why they specifically invited him to lead the team. "Don't worry, Captain Zhang. We're all professionals and won't cause you any trouble." The last members of the team were an elderly person and a young person. They had also been to many places, faced many dangers, and knew how to survive in the wild. Overall, the team was very professional, so the pressure wasn't too heavy. Only the elderly and young person in the middle made everyone uneasy. But luckily, no one complained about the walk so far. Although they looked a bit weak, they were friendly and willing to listen. Everyone got along well. "Host, there is a snake ahead." On the way, they hardly encountered any danger. They did see a few spicy snacks, but the small snakes had been driven away or eliminated by the people leading the way. They had never come close to the team. This time, the system's warning meant the snake was probably dangerous. Lin Qingyu quickened her pace and moved to the front of the team. "Professor Lin, is something wrong?" Captain Zhang looked at her with curiosity. "I have a bad feeling. Be careful from now on." She couldn't tell them directly that there was a snake ahead. She had never been here before and the team members' experience was limited. She definitely couldn't match Captain Zhang's experience. But she had to warn them, or the team might face danger, which wouldn't be good for anyone. "We'll be careful. Professor Lin, you should stay in the middle of the team. The front is too dangerous." After Lin Qingyu left, the teammate nearby quietly asked, "If it were normal times, I wouldn't believe it, but when you're in the mountains, often you have to trust your instincts." "So, at such a special moment, I do believe it. Captain Zhang gave his answer. His answer surprised everyone, but it also made sense. As expected of the captain, you're right. That teammate gave a thumbs up, showing respect for the captain. Alright, everyone stay alert. Professor Lin is not simple. I heard he has contributed a lot to our country, but it's kept secret, so it hasn't been announced publicly. Be careful, everyone. Don't let your guard down. Captain Zhang said this, and moved to the front. Their main task was to clear a path for others to follow safely. Captain Zhang, there's a snake blocking the way ahead. During the third handover, the front team member suddenly shouted in panic. Don't make noise, I'll go check. If they encountered a giant snake, they would be attacked. But since the snake didn't attack immediately, there must be a problem. Captain Zhang decided to investigate first before making a decision. Captain, look. The team member held a machete and pointed to a spot nearby. There, a snake was coiled up. It was hard to tell what kind of snake it was. It was still, as if sleeping or perhaps already dead. Captain, what should we do? This was the best option. There was only one big snake here. As long as they didn't disturb it, they would be safe. But Captain Zhang's plan didn't go as expected. When the team changed their route and walked a little further, another teammate shouted, Captain, there are snakes here too. Although these snakes weren't as large as the previous one, there were more of them, and they were colorful, venomous snakes. Captain Zhang is really about to lose his mind. They just started their journey, and already they faced such a situation. Their luck is really bad. What should we do? Should we take a detour? But if we detour, will we avoid the snakes? The team members are anxious and unsure of what to do. What's going on? At this moment, Dr. Sun and Lin Qingyu come over. They saw the team stop for the second time, so they came to check. We just saw a huge snake thicker than a barrel, and now there are a bunch of poisonous snakes. Dr. Sun, do you have any good ideas? Actually, they had sprinkled some insect repellent powder on themselves. But the powder doesn't seem to work very well. I have special snake-repelling powder. You can apply some to the young comrades. It might help reduce encounters with snakes. Dr. Sun took out a small cloth bag and handed it over. He also knew that this snake-repelling powder probably wouldn't work very well. If there are only a few snakes, they might stay away from the smell from a distance. But if a large group comes, this powder won't be enough. Right now, they can only try their luck. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sunday. Captain Zhang took the powder and sprinkled some on a few team members. The rest carefully packed the remaining powder, planning to use it later. Lin Qingyu didn't make a move for now because Dr. Sun had already acted. She trusted his medical skills. The team set off again. Although they changed direction, they didn't encounter a snake group this time. But in places they can't see clearly, they can still hear some rustling sounds. It's like something is crawling nearby. The sound is creepy. Since they can't see anything, just hearing it makes everyone more nervous. Fortunately, because of the snake threat, everyone's speed increased. They managed to cross the Snake Valley faster than they originally planned. Meeting snakes here didn't surprise Captain Zhang at all. He was just worried the team might panic, so he kept quiet. There's a water source ahead. Hang in there, everyone. We'll rest once we reach it. Hearing Captain Zhang's voice, everyone finally relaxed. Their loud and steady voices gave everyone a strong sense of safety. Dr. Sun, I will help you. Someone saw Dr. Sun looking tired and immediately went to support him. Because Lin Qingyu's face looked normal, the team members were surprised and looked at her differently. All right, we've checked this area. Everyone can rest now. With Captain Zhang's command, everyone quickly found a place to sit and rest. Some people started a campfire to boil water. Since it was very hot on the way, they had already used up a lot of their water. Now that they had free time, they needed to refill it right away. Lin Qingyu took out her military water bottle and took a sip. This water was from a magical spring in her space, and just one sip made her feel very energized. So, she looked more relaxed than everyone else. Captain, there are fish in this river. Although it was a small stream, the water varied in depth. In the deeper parts, under the grass, there were signs of fish swimming. Some team members who were good at catching fish went over. In a short time, they caught a fish a little bigger than their palm. Little Deng, can you catch a few more? Captain Zhang walked over and asked little Deng, who was catching fish. No problem. Everyone is hungry now. I'll catch some fish for us to eat, little Deng said, then unfastened his belt and stepped into the stream. Everyone realized that the water here was already up to little Deng's waist. Be careful, little Deng, Captain Zhang warned, still a bit worried. He had checked the water quality before letting him go in. If it was a deep mountain stream, he wouldn't be so brave. But this stream was clear, and there were fish inside, so it should be safe. Everyone found a place to rest, but some kept watching little Deng, worried he might get into trouble. Lin Qingyu went to the stream, soaked her handkerchief, and washed her face, feeling much cooler. Why is it still so hot at this time of year? Thinking about it, it had been several days since the Mid-Autumn Festival, so why was the weather still so hot? But then she remembered they were in a tropical rainforest in the south, and everything made sense. Everyone is busy with their tasks, making fire, cooking, or watching Xiao Deng catch fish. It seems everyone has something to do. Only Lin Qingyu is free and wants to go hunting nearby, but she knows that if she moves, the team members will worry. So she has to hold back and focus on important matters. Finally, feeling bored, she finds a spot to pretend to sleep. The sounds of insects, birds, flowing creek water, and people's breathing and talking fill the air. The creek water splashes against the green stones on the bank. Animals curl up and approach.
Wait, what was that sound just now?
Feeling the presence here, Lin Qingyu immediately opens her eyes. She looks toward the direction where the animals are active. That's where she heard the footsteps. The bird is quiet, sneaky. Step by step, something is coming toward them. What kind of animal is that? After waiting a long time and seeing that it hasn't rushed over, she becomes a little impatient and quietly sneaks closer. Peeking out, she sees behind an ancient tree a creature she can't name, curiously observing them. This size could feed our whole team for 2 days. Although she doesn't recognize this animal, it doesn't matter. She thinks it looks tasty. Professor Lin, what are you doing? Just as Lin Qingyu decisively broke the neck of the unknown beast, a gentle voice suddenly sounds from behind, almost startling her. Has the bonfire already started? To ease the awkwardness, Lin Qingyu doesn't answer, but changes the subject. The bonfire is up and the hot water will be ready soon. Isn't this the famous roaring beast of Henjia Gorge? I've heard that the meat of the roaring beast is very delicious, but few people manage to hunt it, so not many have actually tasted it. Wow, Professor Lin, you're so impressive. Just one strike and you took down a roaring beast. The person looks quite happy with no strange reactions. Later, someone in the team told her about this beast. It's called the roaring beast because it often roars inexplicably at night. No one knows why it roars, and it does so all night long. Some local ethnic minorities say that they are singing in that way. Others say it is a way to worship the moon and pray to the heavens. Some believe it is for practicing to improve their skills. And surprisingly, there are many stories about the howling beast loving to shout. But none of these stories are officially recognized. The team quickly carried the howling beast back and cleaned the meat with stream water. Each member has their own special way of handling the prey, so Lin Qingyu doesn't need to worry about it. All she needs to do is wait quietly and enjoy the meal. Dinner is ready. Professor Sun, Professor Lin, come and eat. Surprisingly, the meal is quite hearty. There is fish, meat, and dried food they brought along. On the first day in the mountains, everyone felt more excited than tired. After all, outside, they don't always get to eat meat every day. And the mountain delicacies are usually hard to find. The meat of the howling beast is said to be delicious. The fish caught in the stream is thick and fresh, with no fishy smell, and has a natural grassy aroma. No one knows what these mountain foods are fed on, but they taste especially sweet. Everyone, after eating and drinking enough, we need to keep moving. Let's try to find the Wajiguo, infinite grass, as soon as possible and go back early. While walking, don't forget to observe the surroundings. Even if it's not the Wajiguo, we should gather other valuable herbs too. Captain Zhang kept giving instructions, and everyone had packed their bags, ready to set off at any moment. After Captain Zhang finished speaking, the team was about to move again. This time, Lin Qingyu didn't stay in the middle with Professor Sun but ran to the front to lead the way with everyone. Professor Lin, you really don't have to do this. We can handle the path ourselves. It's too tiring for you. Someone couldn't help but advise. Even grown men find it hard, and Professor Lin looks like a delicate young woman. Everyone takes turns, it's not too tiring. Besides, before she could finish, Lin Qingyu's gaze caught a flash of red. Unable to continue answering the previous team member's question, I loudly called out Dr. Sun's name. Grandpa Sun, come over here. After becoming familiar, their way of addressing each other became more casual. No longer calling him simply Dr. Sunday. What happened? Xiaoyu, Dr. Sun quickly arrived, looking at the barren path ahead with a puzzled expression. There was mostly weeds, bushes, tall trees, and steep cliffs. For a moment, he didn't see what Lin Qingyu had noticed. Grandpa Sun, look at those red fruits. They should be ginseng, right? Only after Lin Qingyu pulled the plant out of the weeds did Dr. Sun clearly see the medicinal herb. Indeed, judging by the age, it must be quite old. Stand back and don't move. Let me do it. Worried that everyone might damage the ginseng roots, Dr. Sun carefully removed the surrounding weeds and slowly dug out the ginseng. Captain Zhang, could you bring the small shovel? Seeing that digging like this would take too long, he asked Captain Zhang to help find a small trowel. The small trowel is right here. Before Captain Zhang could go look for it, someone proactively handed it over. The small trowel quickly appeared in Dr. Sun's hand. With the tool, his efficiency improved a bit. Who would have thought we'd find ginseng on the first day? We're really lucky on this trip. Because of this good start, everyone felt happier. Sometimes, things go smoothly at the beginning, and everything continues to go well afterward. Other times, difficulties arise early and obstacles keep coming. Most people prefer the first situation. Hey, Professor Lin, look. Is this the ginseng you mentioned? While most people watched Dr. Sun dig up the ginseng, someone nearby was wandering and found a similar small red fruit. This one too. When someone found a second plant, more people wanted to try their luck. The crowd quickly spread out, no longer just watching those two groups. Soon, voices of excitement and calling could be heard, showing that many had found something. Haha, at least this is 100-year-old ginseng. We've made a big profit this time. Dr. Sun's loud laughter echoed, and others became excited too. Everyone worked for about an hour before they finished trampling this patch of ginseng. This was just the larger ones, they didn't harvest the smaller ones. It is said they will mark this place on the map and come back in a few years to harvest again. This expedition team is here not only to help Dr. Sun and Lin Qingyu find the Wajiguo herb, but also to mark the map. Especially the locations where important herbs grow, along with some other key resources. Henjia Grand Canyon has never been developed. Since they are here, they naturally need to do some research. Alright, comrades, the ginseng is almost all collected. Let's keep moving. Captain Zhang gave the order and the team set off again. Lin Qingyu still led the way, pointing out various herbs along the route. Meanwhile, far away in City A, Sun Jingqi often took out his locator to check the locations on it. Although the markers on the locator were far from him, he knew that 2 points on the screen represented where his loved one was. Whenever there was any news from that side, he would immediately take a plane to go there. Fortunately, the other person had just entered Henjia Grand Canyon, and there was no news yet. Hope my little sister is safe and sound. Looking at the night sky, Sun Jingqi made a wish upon a shooting star. Just tell us what you need, and we will prepare it for you. Seeing Lin Qingyu walk outside, someone kindly asked. Oh, no need. I'll find a place to clean up. I won't go far, so don't worry. Lin Qingyu waved the towel and soapbox in her hand. She had been feeling sticky and uncomfortable after a day. So, she planned to wash herself. I see. Professor Lin, wait a moment. I'll call Xiaoli for you. That person was still worried and called the only other female member of the team. She was a young girl in her early 20s, soon to marry her boyfriend, but she came along because of this task. This girl loved adventure. There was an older man in the team, said to be her mentor. They had traveled to many places and claimed to be experienced. Lin Qingyu hadn't interacted much with this girl before. They hadn't spent enough time together, and she didn't even know everyone's names. Not everyone liked to talk. For example, Xiao Deng, whom she met when she first joined the team. Most people spoke little, unless you asked them first. Professor Lin, I'm here. Shaoli was an outgoing girl and loved to talk once she was familiar. At first, she was a bit shy, but it was okay after chatting a bit. Oh, and bring your towel too, so we can look out for each other. Lin Qingyu saw that the girl had nothing in her hands and kindly reminded her. Shaoli was obedient and immediately went to get her towel, then followed Lin Qingyu. They found a quiet spot, lit by the moonlight, perfect for washing. Shaoli, wait a moment. I'll check the water first. Actually, when they arrived, Lin Qingyu had already checked the water. She just removed some sharp stones at the bottom and moved 2 flat stones underneath. This way, standing in the water wouldn't hurt their feet. Shaoli, come over. These 2 stones are just right for each of us. There's a big protruding rock here, perfect for placing clothes and soap. She found a good place to take a bath. Later, she planned to ask Sun Shin and the others to come and clean up as well. Otherwise, it would be a tough night. Professor Lin, it's quite strange. The 2 of them took off their clothes and stood in the water. The water only covered their calves, but because the surrounding trees were tall and there was thick grass, they weren't worried about being seen. What's so strange about that? Lin Qingyu asked curiously. She didn't feel anything unusual. Before, I would get bitten by mosquitoes now and then, but since I was with you, I haven't seen a single mosquito, Shaoli said, sharing her suspicion. This made Lin Qingyu relax a bit.
Oh, I see, she said.
I sprayed special floral perfume on myself, so insects won't come near me. Later, I'll spray some on you too, and you won't be bothered by mosquitoes tonight. Hearing Lin Qingyu's explanation, Shaoli felt relieved. That's good to know. Thank you, Professor Lin. Shaoli happily agreed, and as they bathed and talked, they grew closer. When they returned, Shaoli started calling Lin Qingyu Xiaoyu Jia. They also agreed to sleep together that night. Professor Lin, you're back? Shaoli asked. Dr. Sun said that although it's hot and humid now, it can get very cold at night, so everyone should remember to cover themselves with blankets. Shaoli dutifully reminded everyone, and since Shaoli was there, she included herself too. This way, he wouldn't have to repeat himself. She also told Dr. Sun about the bathing spot before heading back to rest with Shaoli. Since Lin Qingyu finished her bath and returned, the sound of mosquitoes buzzing in the cave had stopped, and now it was very quiet. It was as if all the mosquitoes had flown away, no longer bothering anyone. Suddenly, a melodic roar sounded, waking everyone from their sleep. They finally saw how powerful the roar beast was. It was really very disruptive. And it roared in a strange, winding way. It was noisier than a dog trapped in a pigeon cage. A team member stood up and walked to the cave entrance to look outside. Captain, that roar beast is not far from us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gathered at the cave entrance. They saw a large protruding rock near the entrance, where a roar beast was howling at the moon. It was making loud noises and twisting its body as it howled. It barked twice and then twirled twice. It almost looked like it was singing. This is really a strange creature, but it's just too noisy. If its sound was pleasant, no one would be so annoyed. But the roar was unpleasant, making everyone more irritated the longer they listened. Watch this. At some point, Lin Qingyu arrived at the cave entrance. She pushed past the team members and, facing the roar beast, mimicked a wolf's howl. That single sound seemed to startle the roar beast. It stopped howling, looked around curiously, as if wondering who was making the noise. Howl. Some team members found it funny and started copying her. Hearing so many wolf howls, the roar beast seemed frightened. It wagged its tail and jumped down from the protruding rock. It ran away quickly. Finally, everything was quiet again. Everyone went back to sleep. Professor Lin has a clever mind. No wonder she's into scientific research, someone whispered admiringly.
Exactly.
Professor Lin is really capable. She's quite talented. The conversation soon quieted down, and the cave was filled again with the sound of snoring. Lin Qingyu lay back on her bed, covered Shaoli's belly, and then fell asleep again. As the number of scorpions increased, they quickly ran out of places to hide. Everyone was afraid to delay and had to run forward. Xiao Tian, do you know what's going on? Although Lin Qingyu wasn't afraid of these creatures, She didn't want to be bitten by a poisonous scorpion. That would feel very uncomfortable. It seems that the smell of your roasted poisonous scorpions attracted more of their friends. Xiao Tian gave his answer. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Qingyu almost laughed out of anger. It turns out these fancy little things can't be trusted. But thinking about that smell, it wasn't exactly pleasant, just a strange feeling. She didn't expect that the bodies of these creatures could also attract others. It's really a case of not letting good water flow to outsiders, played out perfectly. Is there any way to stop them from making that smell? Even the tried-and-true floral water didn't work. These creatures are not easy to deal with. Actually, it's simple. There are some small purple grasses by the roadside. You can pull one out and light it, and the smell it releases can drive away these poisonous scorpions. Hearing Xiao Wu's advice, Lin Qingyu immediately followed the instructions. The team leader saw her stop and hurriedly urged her. Professor Lin, let's go quickly. The scorpions are about to catch up. He kept urging her while looking back, worried they might really be caught. I just thought of a method to see if it works. She already took out a lighter, and the flame instantly ignited the purple grass. A strong, unpleasant smell spread out, but she didn't care and used the smoke to cover the path they had taken. Captain Zhang saw her doing this and didn't rush her. She was a talented female scientist, and her abilities were just as good as theirs. Whatever skills she had, no one was surprised. Professor Lin, let me do it. Seeing that the smoke was effective against the poisonous scorpions, Captain Zhang immediately took over her task. He carefully started burning the purple grass. It took several bunches of grass to drive the scorpions away completely. Only then could everyone rest. This smell, ugh, it's really uncomfortable. Little Deng came over and stomped out the flame. He couldn't stand the smell for a moment longer. Although it doesn't smell good, it works. From now on, when we go camping, we must use this kind of grass to smoke. We were lucky to encounter them during the day. If it had been at night, the consequences would have been terrible. Captain Zhang made a good point, and everyone nodded in agreement. Even though they disliked the smell, they couldn't ignore its usefulness. Compared to that, they'd rather be smoked a little. I just ran so hard. I haven't been this exhausted in a long time. I guess I'm getting old. I can't fight it. Dr. Sun took a moment to catch his breath before coming over. He carefully examined the small grass that Lin Qingyu mentioned, then recorded its appearance and effects. This was a plant he hadn't seen before. He wasn't sure if other books mentioned it, but he was certain he had never seen it. For such a new herb, he needed to record it in detail. He planned to study it more later and see if dried grass had any effect. If it did, he would dry more and keep it for use along the way. Let's keep moving. This isn't a place to rest. Lin Qingyu looked around and saw everyone sitting haphazardly, so she reminded them. Professor Lin is right. We should find a flat place to rest. We ran so fast just now, we haven't even eaten yet. Once we finish eating, we can continue without missing a meal. Captain Zhang gave the order and the team moved on. This time, she stayed at the back to watch for any chasing scorpions. Wuji grass, I wonder when I'll find you. By the way, system, you can locate things, right? Help me find Wuji grass. After a busy journey, she finally remembered the system. The system's scanning was much faster than theirs. Following the route provided by the system, they would find it quickly. Deducted 10 points for the host activating the scan function. 3 locations of Wuji grass found. Please check. This time, the system provided very detailed locations, marking both position and distance. The closest Wuji grass was straight ahead, in the direction they were heading. The distance is still a bit far. It will probably take more than a day to reach. Knowing the right direction makes things easier, so she can remind everyone if they start to go off course. Since the route is clear, Lin Qingyu follows the group's pace. She moves forward little by little, avoiding poisonous snakes in the woods and passing through a forest full of insects, until she sees a shocking sight. Especially as the sun sets in the west and night falls. The flickering light is the rare grass they have been searching for. And here, there isn't just 1 or 2, but a whole patch of it. At least a dozen plants. Dr. Sun Shin, is this the rare grass we're looking for? Captain Zhang is so excited that he stops breathing for a moment. He never expected this trip to go so smoothly. He didn't think they would find the rare grass just on the 3rd day. Yes, this is the rare grass. Everyone, be careful when harvesting. Try to dig up the roots together. Dr. Sun Shun keeps reminding everyone, and he helps dig as well. While others aren't paying attention, Lin Qingyu secretly drops 2 seedlings into her space. As long as she has 1 sprout, she can grow a large field of it. So, the space is very important. Outside, if not stored properly, the medicine's effectiveness could be ruined. Luckily, Dr. Sun Shen is very skilled in medicine and should have a way to handle it. They dig up 2 more plants and finally put them all into Dr. Sun Shen's container. After he sorts them again, the rare grass is placed in a box. We can go back now. Dr. Sun Shen is excited. With these rare grasses, he can go home and make medicine. Not only Old Li, but many others who benefit the country can live longer. They are treasures of the nation. Every extra day they live means they can contribute more value. This was his main reason for personally coming along.
Let's go back.
Back. The most lively child in the group, Little Deng, called out twice, but his words got stuck in his throat. His eyes were fixed on one direction, as if he saw something extremely frightening, and his eyes nearly popped out. What happened? Captain Zhang immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked in the direction of Xiao Deng's gaze and realized everyone was tense. Everyone, be careful. Don't act rashly. Captain Zhang quickly warned, then hurriedly stopped the others. They were all confused by the situation but knew something was wrong. Many turned their heads and saw a huge snake coiled in a tall tree, over 10 meters long. This snake was much larger than the one they saw when they first arrived. Most importantly, it was staring at them. It might attack at any moment. Listen to me, everyone, step back slowly. Do not make any loud noises or sudden movements. As the team leader, he chose to stay behind and protect everyone. If the big snake really charges, he would risk his life to keep everyone safe. Professor Lin, you should leave too. Seeing Lin Qingyu hesitate, Captain Zhang whispered, I'll help you. She already had a weapon in her hand. It was a sharp dagger, a bit short, but it was the only weapon available at the moment. You don't need to stay here. Go with everyone first. Captain Zhang urged urgently. I can't leave. Stop talking. I can run faster than them.
Right now, we need to buy some time.
The big snake was slowly moving forward. Lin Qingyu took out a small purple plant, lit it, and threw it. This area had been cleared before, so they weren't worried about starting a fire. The strong smell spread out. The snake seemed to be affected, shrinking its head and moving back. Captain Zhang felt a bit hopeful, but the fire quickly went out. The smell gradually disappeared. Others had already moved away, but this distance wasn't enough. The snake was very fast and could catch up easily. I'll distract it. You go and grab some more purple plants. Captain Zhang waved around and moved. The big snake was indeed attracted by him. Its huge head swung left and right as Captain Zhang moved. Fortunately, this small purple grass is everywhere, and before it is lit, it has no smell. Only when it burns does it produce a strong, unpleasant odor and thick smoke. They have already learned that once this grass is dried, it loses all medicinal effects. It can only achieve the desired effect when it is fresh and lit. As the snake tongue flicked, the giant python started to become restless. Even the strong smell couldn't completely stop it. Oh, this grass can't stop it anymore. Both of them knew that the best thing to do now was to run quickly. But if they blindly rush forward, they will soon become the snake's dinner. Plus, when it gets dark, they can only see their surroundings by the light of a full moon. In the dark, the snake's vision is much better than theirs. At that time, it's obvious who will be the next meal. Professor Lin, you should go first. If one of us has to sacrifice, it definitely shouldn't be you. Professor Lin Qingyu is second only to Dr. Sun in importance. If anything happens to Lin Qingyu, he would be responsible no matter what. So Captain Zhang is determined to try to stop the snake. Do you think we can still run? Just as she hesitated, wondering whether to run or not, another giant python appeared nearby. This snake is a bit smaller than the first one, but to them, it's still a huge creature. What do you mean? I'll attract its attention. You run quickly. There's still time. go find Dr. Sun and the others and leave here early. Someone will naturally come to help you outside," Captain Zhang urged anxiously. He didn't see the second snake behind him. Right now, his eyes were fixed on the giant snake in the tree, imagining how it would attack, and how he could delay it a little longer. While Captain Zhang was focused on watching the snake and being alert, unexpectedly, the nearby snake launched its attack first. Lin Qingyu pushed Captain Zhang aside, causing him to fall into the grass. He didn't get up for a while, thinking he was hurt. Lin Qingyu immediately rushed over to check on him. "I just realized there is actually a hole underneath. It looks like it was dug out by hunters before, but the hole is very deep and bottomless. I don't know what Captain Zhang is doing." Seeing the two giant snakes attacking, Lin Qingyu clenched her teeth and jumped into the hole. Unexpectedly, the inside of the hole is very slippery. As soon as she jumped down, she felt a sharp pain in her. Then it was like sliding down a fun slide all the way down. "Oh my gosh, little five. Are we going to slide all the way to the Earth's core?" She felt a bit nervous and could only communicate with the system. "Don't worry, host. I won't bury you alive. If you want to get out, it will take some effort. The key is, those two snakes are catching up. Think of a way to drive them back." Hearing the system, Lin Qingyu felt a shiver down her spine. She couldn't do anything inside this narrow hole. It would be better outside, where she could move freely. If it really comes to it, she can only hide in her space. She'll deal with it after getting out of this tunnel. The sound of the giant snakes crawling came closer. Lin Qingyu knew they were very near. There was no choice but to take things out of her space and block the entrance. She grabbed anything she could, a pole, a long bench, anything that could block the way. Surprisingly, her method worked well. The giant snake was trapped behind the obstacle. Even if it tried to break through, it would take some time. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her body. She knew she had fallen into the underground river. She choked on a couple of sips of water, but quickly regained her composure. She swam for a while and found Captain Zhang unconscious. She carried him and swam forward for a bit until they reached land, then pulled him out of the water. She took some dry wood from her space, lit a small fire, and took off his wet coat to dry it. The underground river was very cold, and wearing wet clothes would make him sick. Lin Qingyu first found a place to change into clean clothes, then took a set of sportswear from her bag, wrapped it in oiled paper to make it waterproof, and put it on him. She then woke Captain Zhang and told him to put on the clothes. Although the women's sportswear was a bit small for him, at least it kept him warm. By this time, no one would care about small details. The two sat by the fire. Captain Zhang kept rubbing his forehead, looking worried. "Professor Lin, I see you're not afraid at all." Captain Zhang scratched his head and suddenly noticed that Lin Qingyu on the opposite side didn't seem worried. "Don't worry, we will definitely get out. The only thing to do is to stay safe until help arrives," Lin Qingyu spoke confidently. With a tracker on her body, Sun Jingqi would find her. "But Professor Lin, when we fell, no one saw us. Even if they wanted to rescue us, they wouldn't find us." Captain Zhang rubbed his forehead again, his forehead turning red from pulling, but he couldn't help but worry. "Captain Zhang, have you forgotten who I am? Do you think someone like me, with my background, would go out alone without a backup plan?" Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Captain Zhang perked up. "Do you really have a way?" This was their last hope. The underground river was wide, but full of rocks and strong currents. Walking through the river, whether they could get out was uncertain, and they would likely get badly hurt. If there was another way, he wouldn't want to be so hopeless. "Before I left, I gave Sun Jingqi something. As long as he has that, he can find me. At most 3 days. I promise help will arrive." Lin Qingyu spoke confidently, making Captain Zhang believe her. Fortunately, the two giant snakes might have retreated or got stuck in the tunnel. In any case, they didn't follow. This was good news for them. Next, Captain Zhang went to catch fish in the river to prevent starvation. Luckily, Lin Qingyu's gear was still with them: military-style water bottle, big tea jar, and 2 sets of clean clothes. All the essentials like soap and insect repellent were there too. Although their tools were simple, they still had a container to boil water. In this unfamiliar environment, they didn't dare drink untreated water. The underground river looked clear, and the water was transparent without any impurities. But could they drink it? You couldn't tell just by looking. Suddenly, they seemed to hear someone calling their names. The two of them immediately stood up and listened carefully. Then they moved toward the direction of the sound. The sound was not coming from the same place they arrived, but from downstream. When they finally reached the spot, stumbling along the way, they found several more people there. They were dressed in special soldier uniforms, with badges on their shoulders indicating they were soldiers from Long Country. "Excuse me, are you Professor Lin and Captain Zhang?" the leading officer asked politely, saluting. "I am Lin Qingyu," I replied. "And I am Zhang Yuyu," he said. Both of them quickly introduced themselves, and the people on the other side were very happy to hear their names. "Hello, we are here on orders from above to rescue you. The passage has been checked and cleared. Please follow us." Everything went smoothly when they left. Unexpectedly, there was a large collapsed hole in another area, leading directly to an underground river. That's how they descended. "Little sister," one said. "Third brother," the other replied. The reunion between the senior and junior siblings was full of longing. They ignored the curious looks around them and embraced tightly. It was pure joy from the heart after being apart for so long. God knows, when Sun Jingqi heard about Lin Qingyu's accident, he almost lost his mind. At that moment, he realized how deep his feelings for her had become. He couldn't imagine life without Lin Qingyu. If his little sister was gone, he wouldn't be able to live. That's what he thought. If Lin Qingyu died, he would never live alone. Although everyone was busy with their own work daily, deep inside, they were all thinking of each other. After finishing his work, Sun Jingqi only wanted to stay close to Lin Qingyu. His feelings for her had become impossible to control. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu was safe, and the team quickly returned to City A. After returning, Sun Jingqi didn't rush to continue his research. Instead, he brought gifts to Lin's family. The two families met quickly, and their marriage was finalized. With blessings from both families, they married smoothly. The wedding was grand and caused a sensation in City A. Their wedding news even made it onto television. On TV, Yiling Han saw the woman he once thought was only for him, now standing beside another man, smiling brightly. The other person is doing very well, even better than he imagined. They are much stronger than when they were together. Thinking about himself now, abandoned by Lu Xiaoxiao, he fears losing the one who truly loved him. He lost his deputy director job and became an unnoticed worker. Every day, he has to please his boss. He no longer has his former confidence and energy. He is poor and ignored. It turns out that Lin Qingyu gave him his confidence. Now that the silly woman is gone, his good days are over. He falls back into a life of low self-esteem and can no longer lift his head. "Lin Qingyu, I'm sorry." Yiling Han touches the TV screen. He has long regretted everything but cannot find the woman who loved him most. Now she is married, and he feels hopeless. He has no courage to find her, because he doesn't deserve her forgiveness. That night, Yiling Han didn't sleep. The next morning, he finds his black hair has turned silver. In one night, he has gone gray and looks 20 years older. Without hope, he worked only a few years in the factory and then died of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu had a grand wedding and went on a honeymoon. 2 years later, they had a pair of twins. Sierra May came to help take care of the children and also became interested in real estate investing. At least in her life, her property holdings were enough to make her a wealthy lady. She borrowed money from her daughter at first, buying a house for her and a few more for herself. Later, she made money from real estate and paid back her daughter's debt. To thank her daughter, she personally came to help with the children. As for Lin Qingyu's brothers, they supported her without complaints. Because of their sister, their mother earned money. Their lives also became richer. They no longer lived in hardship. In this life, Lin Qingyu became a great scientist. Her husband invented many high-tech devices. They are a model couple in the research world. Old Li took medicine and, within a few days, was lively and got out of bed. He returned to his scientific work and lived to 88, still working. He passed away very peacefully, without any pain. After celebrating his 88th birthday, he took a nap and never woke up. Many other elderly comrades also enjoyed good health and made many contributions. Son Jingqi said, "Wife, meeting you in this life is my greatest luck. If there is a next life, I want to be your husband again." Before he died, Sun Jingqi held her hand tightly, reluctant to let go. "God, why are you so unfair to us? Mother, you must stay safe, or else your sons won't be able to live." A loud, sorrowful cry was heard, startling passing villagers who almost fell. "What's going on with the Lin family again?" a villager asked, confused. "How could it be? It must be Auntie Lin causing trouble again. She's healthy and happy but insists on working in the fields. There is a woman named Auntie Lin in the village, only 40 years old, but her sons refuse to let her work anymore. Most women at 40 would be tired after cooking dinner late, and their families would complain. But this elderly woman was quite unusual. Since her sons grew up, she protected them fiercely, like her own eyes. Her role was different from others, always putting Auntie Lin first. Even her daughter-in-law and grandchildren had to stand back. It was strange, but there was a reason behind it. It turned out Auntie Lin's several sons were not her biological children. When the Japanese soldiers invaded the village, many men and women died. Many orphans were left behind. The Lin family adopted these children. To raise them, Auntie Lin never married and dedicated everything to caring for these kids. These children were very talented. Although Auntie Lin was not their real mother, they loved her more than their own mother. Even her daughter-in-law and grandchildren learned to respect and honor her. Auntie Lin was the boss at home, and she was very diligent. Every time her sons saw her working, they would shout loudly. If she caught a cold or a flu, they wanted to keep the doctor at home to treat her. But despite their fussing, no one dared to offend her. The reason was simple. Old Master Lin's two sons, Old Lin and Second Lin, are brothers. They are very strong, like big brown bears, and their presence alone can scare the children in the village. Old Third Lin is not as exaggerated as the first two, but he has a very bold personality. When something happens, he is always willing to step in. Old Fourth Lin is in the army and is rarely home throughout the year, but he always sends money and letters to the family. Old Fifth Lin is a clever little boy. He works as a clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. Because he is quick-witted, he is very popular and is liked by many young girls. These 5 children were all adopted by the original owner. The older ones remember being adopted, so they are very grateful to her. The younger two, influenced by their older brothers, have become very filial children in the village. Everyone in the village admires the original owner. Although she never married or had children of her own, her children are so obedient and caring that people envy her. Maybe even heaven itself is a little jealous of her. When the original owner was 40 years old, she was diagnosed with a condition called chronic fatigue syndrome. It is characterized by long-lasting fatigue that cannot be relieved by rest, often accompanied by muscle pain, joint pain, and memory loss. The cause is unknown, and there is no specific cure. Locally, it is called work fatigue, and in her later years, she could hardly do heavy work. But her children were very caring. They never let her do any hard work, fearing she might tire herself out. However, the original owner was restless and secretly went out to pull some grass. One day, while pulling grass, she accidentally fell into a ditch and died. Qingyu Lin then found herself in her body. After understanding what happened, she quietly whispered to the system cricket in her mind, "System, tell me, am I just enjoying the shade after planting trees for my ancestors?" The original owner had suffered all her life. She finally raised her children well, and just when they could rest, she accidentally lost her life. What kind of thing is this? Host, in this life, the original owner is here to atone for her sins. In her previous life, she committed wrongdoings and became a wicked wife, persecuting these children, causing them to die in her before they could be born. But these children are good souls reborn from many lifetimes, meant to have a good life, but everything was destroyed by her. The king angered, decided that she should come back in this life to take care of these children as they grow up. Basically, she just came to atone for her sins. Only able to work hard and suffer, no rest or happiness, Lin Qingyu was speechless. The original owner in her previous life was really unlucky to meet such lucky stars. If only a few different people had been involved, she wouldn't be in such a terrible situation. These 5 children came from 5 different women. One of them was the original owner's husband, who was quite a talent, at least a young master from a wealthy family, with 5 or 6 concubines. He was a lady from a rich family, but not favored. He had money and power, so it's no wonder he was a bit crazy. As for the original owner's actions in her past life, Lin Qingyu didn't judge. If the king of was truly fair, he wouldn't have sent these children to one family. Unless that family was royal and they were fighting among themselves, then it wouldn't be peaceful either. The system just mentioned this briefly, but Lin Qingyu didn't want to think about it anymore. No matter what happened between them, why was she brought here? What is my task? She couldn't just be the old lady and enjoy the benefits the original owner never did. Your task is simply to stay alive until you die, but in the next second, the system's words slapped her in the face. It turned out she was really here to be the old lady, no work needed, just stay alive. Haha, that sounds pretty comfortable. Alright, host, you should first deal with the immediate problem. The original owner fell into a ditch and died. Lin Qingyu was just standing there in a daze, which scared Lin Lao quite a bit. He was crying loudly, his voice so loud the whole village could hear. Lin Qingyu turned to look at her eldest son. Stop crying. I'm not dead yet. Hearing her words, Lin Lao sniffled, a strong man like a mountain, looking like a sad child. Mom, can't you just stay at home quietly and not do anything? The doctor said you shouldn't work anymore. Why don't you listen? There's no other old lady like you in the village. It really worries your sons. Lin Lao muttered complaints, sounding like he was scolding a naughty child. Lin Qingyu's forehead darkened. She wasn't new to being a mother, but this was the first time she was acting as a daughter for her son. Finally, she understood the original owner's helplessness. Her ears itched, she really wanted to scratch them. I felt very restless inside, holding back my breath, not knowing how to express myself. Are you done yet? When I leave the house, everyone in the village hears you shouting. People think I've died because of your fuss, not that you care about me. Just shut up and go home. The words, go home, made old Lin smile. He wasn't afraid of being scolded by his mother. He was worried she wouldn't listen and would keep working outside. Mom, are you thirsty? Mom, are you hungry? Mom, are you tired? Back home, old Lin stared at his mother without blinking. He was just worried she would go out working again, leaving his helpers idle. I'm fine now, you should go do your work. Lin Qingyu felt a bit annoyed. Although being called an old lady was a kind of comfort, it felt like she was under constant watch. Not everyone can think of such good fortune. No wonder the original owner often wanted to go out. If it were her, she'd also want some peace and quiet. Mom, I don't have any chores. My only job is to watch over you. As long as you're okay, I'm fine. But how could she be fine? There was still a lot of work in the fields waiting for him. He just didn't want to worry his mother. She was the closest person to him. His parents had died early, and it was his mother who saved him and gave him a home. He wanted to repay her well and be filial all his life.
I'm tired.
I want to lie down in the room. Can you boil some water for me? Just leave it on the stove to warm, so I can drink it when I wake up. To distract his silly son, Lin Qingyu planned to pretend she was sleepy even if she wasn't. She didn't want to be watched all the time. It made her feel itchy all over. Okay, Mom, I'll take you back to your room. Old Lin wouldn't leave until he saw his mother fall asleep. Lin Qingyu let him go. She lay on the bed and closed her eyes. Only after old Lin quietly left to boil water in the kitchen did she take a proper look. Why is my body so stiff? I really want to go to the mountains, run around, breathe some fresh air, and maybe shout a few times. Lin Qingyu kept muttering to herself, and after arriving here, she felt like she was talking even more than before. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special ability. A word becomes reality. A word becomes reality. Whatever the host says might come true, with the chance depending on how easy or difficult the words are to say. She had an odd feeling about this new ability. Could it be that if she keeps talking, her big brothers won't force her to retire early? Maybe it's possible. It seems the system can't stand their foolish filial behavior anymore. She wants to change things for the better and make her life easier. Perhaps because she was so focused on talking, she suddenly fell asleep without realizing it. When she woke up again, the yard was very quiet. She got up from the bed and moved her body a little. She felt her back was stiff and hard. No, she couldn't lie down again. With a roll, Lin Qingyu got out of bed. She went to the kitchen and saw the water was warm on the stove, just as she had arranged. She took out a large, plain ceramic bowl and poured herself some water. One warm sip made her feel cozy all over. She let out a comfortable sigh, put down the bowl, and went outside. At the door, she looked around but didn't see her sons. Just as she stepped out, she heard a clattering sound behind her. "Grandma, where are you going?" Lindabao appeared in front of her. He was Lin Laodao's son, named Lindabao, a very sensible boy. "I'm going to the vegetable garden to see what we'll eat this morning." Unexpectedly, another big one, and then a little one came. Lin Qingyu felt a bit helpless. Why were they always watching her? "Then I'll go with Grandma. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll pick it," Lindabao said, then ran back to the kitchen to get a basket. Seeing that her eldest grandson wasn't keeping her at home, Lin Qingyu obediently followed him out. The grandmother and grandson quickly arrived at the old Lin family's vegetable garden. The garden was large, divided into sections and scattered around, covering more than an acre. "Grandson, pick a pumpkin. Just that medium-sized, yellow-orange one over there. Pick a few more cucumbers, and for lunch, let's make a refreshing cucumber salad to go with our ice." "Grandma, I still want to eat wild vegetables."
There are several by the vegetable patch.
"Can you pick some for me?" Lin Qingyu directed the small child, who worked very hard. He didn't complain or cry. He just did whatever was asked. He even carefully dug up the wild vegetables and brought them back intact. "Grandma, do you want anything else?" Linda Bayo looked at what was in the basket. It was enough for their lunch. "Anything is fine, but lately I haven't had much appetite. It would be great if I could have some meat." Lin Qingyu pretended to be casual, but she was actually teasing the child. "Grandma, can we wait a few days to eat the meat? Our family doesn't have much money right now. When Uncle Wu gets a salary, I'll ask him to buy some for you." The little child spoke seriously, without any frustration about the joke, but with sincere comfort. "But I only want to eat it today. What should I do? You keep watching me all day and say I shouldn't work, and I can do whatever I want as long as I don't work." Lin Qingyu thought somewhat spitefully. But as soon as she stepped into the house, she saw that big brother Lin had already returned. He was carrying a dull gray rabbit, and when he saw his mother and son, he immediately held it up like a treasure. "Mom, look. I went to the mountain to chop firewood and caught a rabbit. I'll stew it for you in red braised style for lunch." He spoke happily, and behind him, Linda Bayo's eyes lit up. "Father, we really are in sync. Grandma just said she wanted to eat meat and you brought back a rabbit." Sure enough, Dad is the most filial person in this family. Grandma will finally get to eat meat at noon. Hearing his son's praise, Lin Big Brother smiled even more. His mouth almost stretched to his ears, and his joyful feeling couldn't be contained. "Mom, wait a moment. I'll go cook the rabbit for you." Knowing that his mother wanted to eat meat, Lin Big Brother moved even faster. The members of the Lin family gradually returned home. Except for Lin Fourth and Lin Fifth, the whole family soon gathered together. Only Lin Big Brother and Lin Second Brother are married. The younger brothers are still single. The brothers are a bit different in age. "Mom, today I went to the cornfield too and found some fresh wild vegetables. Look at how bright and fresh these greens are. Later, I'll make a cold salad with them." Old Lin's wife, Zhang Xiaoyan, came in carrying a basket, talking to Lin Qingyu as she walked. "This wild vegetable is so tender. Save a couple to dip in sauce." Since the family didn't want him to work, Lin Qingyu sat obediently in a chair under the jujube tree to rest. "Okay, got it." Seeing that the mother liked the idea, Zhang Xiaoyan relaxed. "Big brother, remember to add more chili." Thinking for a moment, Lin Qingyu gave a quick instruction. "Mom, you can't eat spicy food. Let's be obedient and just have braised dishes today." Old Lin immediately refused when he heard his mother. "What do you know? I'm just a bit weak, missing some yang energy. Eating more chili can boost yang energy. When yang is strong, strength is enough. Living is just for a breath of life. If that breath is gone, you can't enjoy any delicacies. Lin Qingyu started to persuade, just craving spicy food. That sounds somewhat reasonable. Old Lin scratched his head, caught in a dilemma. Mom, whatever you want to eat, just make it. If it's not to your taste, you still won't eat it anyway. Only after Zhang Xiaoyan spoke did Old Lin make up his mind. He grabbed some chili, thought for a moment, then put half back. 3 chilies are enough. Their dried chili has a good flavor, and a little can make the dish fragrant. The meal was quickly prepared. Old Lin's second and third brothers just came back. They carried hoes on their shoulders, probably from working in the fields. Big brother, it's been so dry lately. If it doesn't rain soon, we'll have to water the fields by hand. Old Lin's second brother wiped sweat from his forehead as he entered. His face showed worry, clearly concerned about the work in the fields. Big brother, I just picked wild vegetables from Beihigu and noticed the water level in the creek has dropped again. If we want to water the fields quickly, we need to do it soon, or the river water will run out. Sister-in-law Lin returned with several children, each carrying a basket filled with wild vegetables. They planned to dry the vegetables to eat during winter. As soon as she arrived, she overheard her husband's words and joined the conversation. Let's start this afternoon. The more we water now, the more crops we can save. Brother Lin thought for a moment and made up his mind. The river water was almost gone, and if they didn't act soon, there would be no harvest this year. I think it will rain tonight or by tomorrow morning. No need to waste effort watering the fields. If you have free time this afternoon, go clean out the drainage ditches. Hearing their talk, Qingyu looked at the sky and said, Mother, when did you become so good at reading the weather? Third brother Lin asked curiously. He had never heard his mother say she could do that before. What do you know? Although I can't read the weather like that, my body is like a weather forecast. As soon as my muscles start to ache, it will rain. The worse the pain, the heavier the rain. Qingyu rolled up her sleeves, revealing her thin arms with visible muscles trembling slightly. Mother, you work hard. It's all for us. That's why you get so tired and sick. Don't worry, from now on, your brothers will do the farm work. You won't have to work so hard anymore. Third brother Lin felt a bit sad and came over to massage her shoulders. I know you all are filial, but you must remember what I say. Go open the drainage ditches this afternoon. Don't let the rain be too heavy and wash away the crops. Their family owned several plots of land on the hillside, which were quite sloped. Heavy rain could easily wash away the crops. So every time it rained, someone had to go and open the ditches. If they could predict the rain early and fix the drainage channels, they wouldn't have to rush up the mountain during storms. After all, the mountain isn't safe. There are wild animals hiding there, and the slippery roads are a worry. In case someone accidentally falls, no one would know. Getting hurt is usually minor. Fainting or worse could happen, and they might never wake up again. I understand. My son has noted it down. I'll go after lunch. Old Lin Third solemnly promises. He must listen to his mother. But thinking about the rain, they wouldn't need to fetch water to irrigate the fields. This makes him feel much more relaxed. Digging a drainage ditch is no big deal. It doesn't take much effort. Meal is ready. With Old Lin first giving the order, everyone starts working quickly, moving tables, chairs, and utensils. Lin Qingyu is helped to the table and sits at the top seat. Mother, today's rabbit meat is very tasty. You must eat more. Old Lin first serves a bowl of rice to Lin Qingyu, while others eat cornmeal. I've told you many times, you don't need to prepare special food for me. It's such trouble to cook separate rice in a different pot and cook twice. Seeing the rice in her bowl, even the children at home don't get this treatment, and she feels a little uncomfortable. Mother, it's not that much trouble. Since Fifth brought back the lunchbox, I just use it to steam some rice separately when I cook cornmeal. The cornmeal is ready, and your rice is done too. No need to bother so much. Hearing the daughter-in-law's words, Lin Qingyu can't think of a good reply at the moment. The original owner was truly unlucky. Just when life was getting better, she was gone. There are so many evil people in the world, and karma comes quickly and harshly. Lin Qingyu has only seen this once. Eat more meat, seeing her mother eating pickled vegetables. Old Lin first can't help but serve her a few pieces of rabbit meat. Eat as well, everyone. While it's hot, Lin Qingyu puts a piece of rabbit meat in her mouth, and the delicious aroma instantly fills her mouth. The only downside is that she used too little chili. It smells spicy, but isn't spicy enough. But considering her health, she decides not to eat more spicy food. Once she's healthy again, she can eat whatever she wants. After finishing the meal, Lin Qingyu is told to rest at home. The others go out to work in the fields. Someone asked them why they were digging ditches on such a dry day. The Lin family was not stingy and shared the news that their mother, who was unwell, had a premonition of rain. Some people heard this and forgot about it as a joke. Others thought about it carefully and went home to pick up their hoes and work in the fields. Some were unsure and decided to tidy up the land in the mountains first. If heavy rain came, those closer to home could handle it easily. The land near the house was flat, so even if it rained heavily, there was no worry about landslides or danger. The mountain land was uncertain. The villagers were busy. Besides their own land, every family had cleared some mountain land. Mountain land was not counted as part of the farmland. Whoever cleared it could farm it. If no one used it for a year or two, it would turn back into wild land. It was scattered, and even in heavy rain, there was no time to run up the mountain. "Grandma, are you going out again?" After a nap, Lin Qingyu was about to go for a walk when her little grandson stopped her. "Grandma has been lying down a lot these days and her body hurts. Plus, it's going to rain. My joints don't feel good, so I plan to go to town and see Dr. Liu for some medicine. If I take it, I can sleep better tonight." Grandma Tao was going out for this reason, so Lin Bao didn't stop her. But he still took a basket into the house, planning to go with Grandma. Dad said his job was to watch over Grandma. He couldn't let any danger happen to the men, and Grandma shouldn't do any work. As long as Grandma behaved and didn't work, he could explain to his parents. "The road to town isn't close. I don't have the strength to carry you." Lin Qingyu looked at this little rascal and felt a bit headache. "Grandma, Bao doesn't need you to carry him. Besides, with Grandma's walking speed, I can rest if I get tired, and I can still catch up with you later." Seeing Bao's proud look, Lin Qingyu felt embarrassed. Was this old lady being disliked? No, she was only 40 years old. How could she be called an old lady? At 40 years old, she was in her prime and should be working hard. Why retire so early? She suddenly felt that sometimes enjoying a peaceful life isn't always truly enjoying life. "Alright, if you want to come along, then fine. But I have to say this first, if you're tired, you can rest. Don't expect me to carry you." Although this was her grandson, he had been held by her since he was a baby. But ever since she learned that her grandmother was not in good health, and under her parents' advice, Lin Bao never asked her to carry him again. This little boy was very sensible. If this were in another world, he would definitely be considered a well-behaved child.
Don't worry, Grandma.
I won't hold you back. So, an old and a young person closed the door and left the house. They didn't rush. They walked slowly. As Lin Bao said, even though he was small, he had strong legs. He not only kept up but also picked wild fruits from the roadside to satisfy her cravings. Seeing such a sensible child, Lin Qingyu felt more affection. No wonder the original owner cherished her grandson so much. This child was truly loved. "Bao, can you tell your parents to stop watching me all the time? I'm lying here all day, and it's really not good. Look at my back. The flesh is almost being worn out from lying so much." Lin Qingyu saw no one nearby, so she lifted her clothes to reveal a small part of her back. Just a little, but enough for Lin Bao to see the situation. "Oh my, Grandma, why are there so many big bumps on your back? Could it really be from lying too much?" Lin Bao reached out to touch it. The skin was hard and stiff. He felt a bit scared and worried. "If the flesh on Grandma's back is really damaged from lying, I will tell my parents to stop her from lying all the time. Grandma, you should sit and rest when you can. If it's really difficult, walking around in the yard is okay too." Usually the family was worried she would get tired, so they kept an eye on her even when she walked. They would urge her to go back inside if she stood for too long. Thinking about what the original owner experienced before leaving, Lin Qingyu didn't know what to say. Sometimes, this child's filial piety was just too much to handle. Dabao, you must not forget to tell your parents about this when you go back. The grandfather and grandson continued walking forward. As they moved, they saw two hurried figures. Grandma, isn't that Nyo? Why is he being carried by two strangers? Hearing his grandson's words, Lin Qingyu looked carefully. Surprisingly, she did remember this child. He often came to her house to play with Dabao. He was from the Nyo family in the village. It's funny, his father is called Lin Nyo, and he is called Nyo. Back then, many people in the village made jokes about their family. So, the original owner's memory of this is quite clear. Could it be that he's been kidnapped? She whispered softly, but now she dared not let Dabao go back to the village alone to call for help. Who knew if the kidnappers had a gang or not? If there were others nearby, letting her grandson go alone might lead to an ambush. But rushing over with her grandson made her nervous. She had just come here recently and hadn't fully recovered her strength. The original owner was weak and soft, and she wasn't sure if she could handle the kidnappers. What should I do? She couldn't run fast nor fight well. It was really a tough situation. Grandma, maybe I should go back to the village to call for help. Seeing the two figures walking faster, Dabao felt worried. But he didn't dare to chase after them. He knew he was small and weak and wouldn't be a match for them. He was also afraid they might kidnap him like Nyo. He loved his family very much, his parents, grandma, and uncles. Everyone at home was kind to him, and he didn't want to leave his brothers and sisters behind. If something happened to him, his family would be very sad. So Dabao didn't dare to act rashly. His only idea was to go back and call for help. Grandma, I don't want you to go back alone. How about this, we stay a little farther behind them. If we see someone we know, we can ask for help to stop them. Lin Qingyu thought of a compromise. If nothing else worked, she might have to use some advanced technology from her space. The grandfather and grandson discussed briefly, and in the end, they decided to do just that. The two of them followed the other two from a distance, trying to avoid being seen. This led them all the way into the town. Grandma, there are more people here. Should we go up and catch them? Dabao immediately perked up. Usually, there were people on the road, but today, strangely, he hadn't seen anyone. Luckily, the town was busy, and they could easily call out to gather a crowd. Okay, but we need to catch up to them first. Otherwise, if we shout now, they might run away. Dabao nodded, agreeing with his grandma. So, the grandmother and grandson quickened their steps. When they passed the security team's entrance, Lin Qingyu told Dabao something. This was the town and there were many people. Plus, it was right outside the security team's office, so she wasn't worried about her grandson getting into trouble. Lin Qingyu sped up, took a detour through an alley, and ran ahead of the two people. Hey, are you two blind? How could you bump into an old lady and not help her? God, this is so unfair. Someone help. Help. These two are trying to hit me, an elderly woman in broad daylight. As soon as Lin Qingyu shouted, a crowd quickly gathered around the three. No matter the era, there's always no shortage of people wanting to watch the show. Ma'am, we didn't do it on purpose. Ma'am, I'll help you up. We really didn't mean to, please forgive us. Seeing that they had bumped into someone, the two became nervous. They were most afraid of attracting attention. They still held a fainted person in their arms. If someone suspicious saw something and reported it, they might be in serious trouble. Oh, it hurts so much, Grandma. My waist. I think I've broken my waist. Lin Qingyu ignored them completely, crying and wailing. Her weak, pale face made it look like she was truly hurt. The onlookers saw this scene and immediately pointed and whispered about the two. No matter what, this lady was knocked down by you. You should take her to the hospital soon. Apologize where needed and compensate if necessary. I think this lady didn't ask you for money. She probably didn't mean to cheat you. Maybe if you took her to the hospital, her child would thank you, and she wouldn't ask for much compensation. If you delay any longer, this lady might get seriously hurt, and it won't just be about paying some money. Everywhere, people like to stand up for what's right. Here's an old man who stepped forward. He looked at the situation and started to advise the two people. Sir, it's not that we don't want to take the lady to the hospital, but look at her condition. We can't move her easily. It's not that they couldn't move her, but they were afraid to force her. They only bumped her slightly, which wasn't too serious. If they tried to pull her forcibly, something might go wrong, and they wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. Young lady, please bear with us. How about we take you to the hospital first? Seeing this, the old man quickly stepped in to persuade. Okay, older brother, I really didn't mean to cheat anyone. I truly hurt my back. It hurts so much. For some reason, when the old man saw Lin Qingyu crying out in pain, his heart softened. Although they were both quite old and not up to any tricky schemes, they had never seen someone like Lin Qingyu, an older woman with a unique charm. The old man quickly pushed aside his thoughts and said to the others nearby, "Here's the plan. I'll hold the child, and you two support this young lady. Let's go to the hospital together." When the old man said this, the two people immediately stepped back. "I'll hold the child. He's been sick lately and finally fell asleep. Please, old sir, help support this lady, and let's take her to the hospital." After discussing for a while, they finally made a decision. But as soon as they tried to help her, Lin Qingyu cried out in pain. Her voice was full of sorrow, making everyone feel heavy-hearted. No one thought she was pretending. But hearing her painful moans, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "This won't do. You should borrow a vehicle and help her onto it so you can carry her," someone suggested an idea. "She can't even stand up like this, let alone lie on a cart. Maybe we should call the doctor. This lady is really hurt. If she moves around carelessly, something bad might happen." Everyone was talking, but they couldn't agree on a good plan. Finally, Linda Bayo arrived with the security team. "Uncle, it's them. These two strangers kidnapped our village's heir Nyo. They want to take him somewhere else. My grandma says they're human traffickers." The woman on the ground is my grandma. She's not feeling well, and I'm sure these two hit her. "Uncle, you must not let them go." Linda Bayo's voice was quiet but clear enough for the two nearby to hear. Seeing the man and woman standing, the two suspects immediately frowned. "Little friend, you hide behind the crowd first. We will control those two. We won't hurt your grandma." They exchanged looks and quickly slipped into the crowd. One went to grab the man, while the other took the opportunity to the child from the woman's arms. "What are you doing? Why are you stealing my child?" The woman saw her child was gone and shouted in anger. She wanted to accuse first, but when she looked up, she saw two uniformed men. "Security team," she was startled and tried to run. But one of the security officers, holding the child, pulled her back and pressed her to the ground with one hand. "These two are human traffickers. Everyone come help." Hearing this, the crowd became agitated. Some rushed over to hold the suspects down. Aunties checked the child's condition. "Oh my, this child isn't sleeping. He's been drugged. These heartless scoundrels. I kept hearing about children being abandoned in town. I didn't believe it at first, but now it's true. There are traffickers here. These cruel, heartless people." The crowd was noisy. Many took the opportunity to attack the suspects. They punched, kicked, and grabbed them. As long as it didn't cause a big scene, the security team didn't stop them. "Ma'am, are you okay?" After subduing the person, one of the security officers came over to check on Lin Qingyu. "I'm fine, I just fell a little while ago and can't stand up properly." At first hearing "I'm fine," the officer relaxed, but when he heard the rest, he was shocked. "Ma'am, you are seriously injured. Here's what we'll do. I'll take you back to the police station and later, I'll drive you and the child to the hospital." Of course, Lin Qingyu didn't refuse this kind offer. By the way, today the police station was empty because there was a case of a missing child in town. Her colleagues had gone out to investigate clues, leaving only the two of them to watch the station. Unexpectedly, sitting at home, they received a big breakthrough. A child's report led to important clues. They even caught two human traffickers. This was a great achievement, and maybe they could get promoted. The crowd helped the traffickers back to the police station, and other team members, hearing the news, returned quickly. After handing the traffickers over to their colleagues, they drove with Nyo Air and Lin Qingyu's family to the hospital. "Ma'am, what is your relationship with this child?" Although Linda Bayo had explained clearly before, the young officer still asked. "He is from our village. Today, I took my eldest grandson to town for a checkup, and we happened to meet them on the way. I'm an old woman with a young child, so I didn't dare make a fuss or cause trouble. I just followed them to town. Over time, I feel weak and tired. Even the two human traffickers can't control me, and I have to waste my energy arguing with them." Lin Qingyu sighed. She had never felt so helpless before. "Ma'am, you have such a kind personality. Your illness is only temporary. Trust that your children are so caring. Your health will improve quickly." The young officer comforted her a few words and checked on the little boy in her arms. "Why isn't this child awake yet? How much sleeping medicine did those traffickers give him?" The young officer looked worried. "I hope it didn't harm his brain. I've seen many children who, after taking too much sleeping medicine, became slow and dull." The young officer's brow furrowed tighter. "Little Er Nyo will be fine. Good things happen to good people. I finally saved him, and he will be okay." Lin Qingyu hugged her own big treasure. Luckily, it wasn't her child who was in trouble. Otherwise, even if she was weak, she would make sure those traffickers pay for what they did. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Lin Debao protected his grandmother, but his eyes showed concern as he looked at his friends. "Don't worry, Er Nyo will be fine." Lin Qingyu patted her grandson's hand. "This child is kind-hearted and smart, and he deserves good care." They quickly went to the registration area. Because the security officer was with them, Lin Qingyu received treatment quickly. "Ma'am, your condition has improved a lot. Keep it up and your life should be fine." The doctor checked her pulse and advised her. "Doctor, does my grandma still need to stay at home and rest? She can't go out to work, but my grandma says that lying down all day makes her back stiff and uncomfortable. She always wants to go out and move around, and sometimes she sneaks to do chores. Is that okay?" After the doctor finished, little Debao, being clever, asked about his grandma's health while also making a small complaint. "Try not to cook, as the kitchen fumes are strong and may upset your stomach. If your stomach is upset, you won't want to eat, and your health could worsen." Debao Lin carefully remembered what the doctor said and planned to tell his parents. He also remembered that grandma shouldn't do chores but can walk. Grandma also shouldn't cook. If she cooks, she might lose her appetite, and if she doesn't eat well, her health will decline, which could be dangerous. Debao Lin understood the doctor's advice very well, as if he was a little adult. "You're a good grandson, very caring. Little one, have you remembered everything I told you?" The old doctor looked at Debao Lin with affection and couldn't help but pat his head. Finally, he took a big white rabbit candy from his pocket and handed it to Debao Lin. "That's enough. Your grandma's illness isn't serious. Just rest well. Grandpa needs to see the next patient now. You can take your grandma home. Later, go to the pharmacy to get some painkillers. Medicine can be harmful if overused, so other medicines can be stopped for now. If she gets better, she won't need to take medicine anymore. If she feels unwell again later, come back for a checkup." The old doctor saw the grandchild and grandmother off and then moved on to his next patient. The clinic was very busy. He was diagnosing, handling emergencies, and providing first aid all at once. In this era, doctors took on many roles, working from morning till night without a break. The grandchild and grandmother left the clinic and went to the next room. Er Nyo was already awake, nervously watching the security officers. When he saw Lin Qingyu and Debao Lin come in, his eyes lit up immediately. "Grandma Lin Debao, I heard you saved me. Thank you so much." Er Nyo was a grateful boy. When he saw them, he greeted them happily. He was no longer shy or afraid to speak. He had become braver. "Er Nyo, are you feeling better?" Debao Lin ran over quickly and stayed by his friend's bed, asking with concern. "Besides feeling a bit dizzy and nauseous, I don't have any other problems." The security officer said that once my parents come, I can go home. Er Nyo blinked his bright eyes excitedly, sharing his news with his friends. "That's great. Let's go back together then." If it weren't for the need for Er Nyo's parents to sign, they could have gone home with Lin Qingyu and her grandparents. But the security office has strict rules they must follow. "Er Nyo, this piece of candy was just given to me by Grandpa the doctor. I want to give it to you. Hope you eat it and your head stops hurting, your eyes stop blurring, and you get better soon." Lin Debao has never been willing to eat this candy. He also offered some to Lin Qingyu earlier, but she refused, saying she had a toothache. She didn't want to compete with children for food. especially not for a piece of candy, which she didn't lack in her space. If she had extra, she wouldn't refuse. Otherwise, she might develop a habit of not eating good things, which could mislead the children into thinking she doesn't like these treats. While chatting, Ernyo's parents finally arrived. Daenyo had already heard from the security officers about what happened, so he knew that Lin Qingyu and her grandparents had saved his son. He was grateful and kept this kindness in his heart. Although they had 2 daughters at home, Ernyo was their only son. They naturally loved and cared for him deeply. If he had been taken by human traffickers, their world would have collapsed. The mother's voice was filled with worry. She had been anxious all along, afraid her son would become mentally slow. She heard that children who are knocked out might become slow learners. They worried all the way. Now that they saw their son safe and sound, they were overwhelmed with joy. When Ernyo saw his family, tears immediately streamed down his face. He cried and threw himself into his mother's arms, and everyone was touched by this scene. "Get up quickly. My body isn't feeling well. I can't lift you. Hurry up and get up yourself." Debeo quickly helped Uncle Daenyo to stand up. The scene became chaotic. After Daenyo knelt down, Daenyo's mother also came over holding the child. The couple, with their child, knelt neatly in front of Lin Qingyu. Without saying a word, they bowed their heads repeatedly. "Oh, please don't do that. It's not just my effort. The police officers also helped a lot, so those 2 human traffickers didn't succeed." The scene was once again chaotic. Fortunately, the police officers came to help and pulled the 2 of them up. Then they all started thanking everyone, thanking this one and that one, and the chaos continued. Finally, the police officers took them to the police station. After a simple record was made, and they signed their names, they were allowed to leave. "Grandma Lin, do you need to buy anything?" "We came by ox cart, so we can buy some things and bring them back together." Finally visiting the town, Daenyo planned to take his wife and children to the supply and marketing cooperative. On one hand, the family needed to buy some supplies. On the other hand, they wanted to buy a few things to thank Lin Qingyu and her family later. "Then let's go take a look together." Seeing the couple's plan, Lin Qingyu didn't refuse. At the supply and marketing cooperative, they split up. Lin Qingyu looked at Daenyo and bought some rice snacks and sugar candies. She also bought some hard candies and white rabbit milk candies. Although the original owner didn't have much money, Lin Qingyu had some. "No need to live a hard life, haha." "Grandma, put everything in my basket. These can be eaten slowly when you have time, Grandma." "Let's go out now. I wonder if Uncle Daenyo and the others have finished shopping." Although Dabu, the little boy, was very greedy, he didn't plan to eat anything now. Grandma wasn't feeling well, so the good things at home had to be saved for her. He still had plenty of time to eat, so he wouldn't Grandma's food. "You're such a kid. Kids should act like kids. Who doesn't love to eat snacks? This popcorn candy, you and second bowl can share it later." Lin Qingyu handed out 2 pieces of popcorn candy, then put the rest into the basket. The ox cart was waiting just outside the door. After leaving, everyone planned to go back to Lin's village. On the way, Lin Daenyo and his wife kept expressing their gratitude. Finally, they arrived home. Their grandparents personally saw them to the door. The Daenyo family members went back home. Although they didn't walk, the ride was quite long, and their bodies felt stiff. So she paced around the yard, while Lin Debeo kept stuffing things into her room. "This hot weather makes me wish I could drink a bowl of mushroom soup." She looked at the big sun in the sky, licked her lips, and felt a bit thirsty, so she said, "Grandma, if you're feeling really bored, how about I take you to see your parents?" The doctor grandpa said Grandma didn't need to lie down all the time. She could go out for a walk. Since Grandma couldn't stay inside, it was better to take her out for a stroll. "Really? What are we waiting for? Let's go now." Right now, as long as she wasn't at home, she felt it was fine to go anywhere. But Lin Debeo still went to get a basket, thinking that if he saw wild vegetables on the way, he would pick some. Even if there was braised rabbit for lunch, Grandma preferred eating wild vegetables with sauce. Since Grandma had something she wanted to eat, Lin Debeo thought they should prepare more. "I'll lead the way." Lin Debeo carried the basket and walked ahead, asking her now and then if she was hungry or thirsty. Soon, They reached the scattered land on the mountain. How long has it been since it rained? The ground is so dry. No wonder Air's family was worried. Seeing the land cracked all over, Lin Qingyu finally understood her family's concerns. Debeo, where did your second aunt dig the wild vegetables? Everywhere looks bare. There's nothing. Lin Qingyu felt a bit disappointed. She thought that this time, she would find more wild vegetables in the mountain than her second sister-in-law. But who knew, not only were there no wild vegetables, even the wild grass had turned yellow. Second aunt dug them near the riverbank. The wild vegetables here are scarce. Grandma, don't worry. Let's go see the fields. As they were talking, they heard someone calling out to them from ahead. Debao, did you bring your grandma here? Hearing that strong voice, they knew it was Big Brother Lin. Big Brother Lin was a bit curious. How did his son bring his mother along? The old lady probably couldn't sit still again. No matter how many times she was told, she wouldn't listen and just loved to run outside. Other old ladies, if they didn't have to work, would be very happy. But in their family, this lady was never idle. Dad, I brought Grandma out for a walk. We went to town this afternoon to see the doctor. Grandpa doctor said Grandma doesn't have to stay in bed all the time and can go outside for a bit. But she still can't do any work or cook. We also met 2 human traffickers. They caught Er Nyo from our village. Grandma and I used our quick thinking to rescue Er Nyo. Blah blah. Big Brother Lin's mouth was like a machine gun, talking non-stop about everything that happened that afternoon. Oh my, you 2 went out and encountered quite a few things. Debao, today you also deserve praise. While taking care of Grandma, you also rescued a little friend from the village. That kind of bravery is worth praising. Big Brother Lin proudly hugged his son and lifted him high. They went back and forth a few times, making Big Brother Lin laugh happily. All right, put your son down quickly. Mom, are you okay? Zhang Xiaoyan came over to check on Lin Qingyu. Seeing that she was not hurt, she felt relieved. The whole afternoon's trip was quite exciting for everyone, especially for those involved. Well, riding in the ox cart made my sore, so I came out for a walk. How's the drainage ditch coming along? How much more needs to be finished? Lin Qingyu looked at the land. It was clear she had farmed it on the mountain, irregular shapes at the edges and corners. Old Lin saw Lin Debeo carrying a basket and said to Zhang Xiaoyan, head of the family, finish your work quickly and come over. The mountain is remote, and it's not safe to stay alone. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaoyan carefully reminded him, don't worry, I understand what's going on. The couple has been married for many years, and their children are grown, yet they still act very affectionately. Their relationship has always been good. They discuss everything and have never argued. It's rare to see such a loving couple. Mother, I will take you to visit my second brother's family. Zhang Xiaoyan took the basket and helped Lin Qingyu walk forward. Lin Debeo was walking ahead, occasionally pulling flowers or grass. It seemed as if there might be some exciting surprise hidden in the bushes. Boys are naturally lively and mischievous. Even if they are obedient and sensible, their age shows. Being active and playful is normal. Debeo, walk carefully and watch where you're going. Don't fall. Seeing her son like this, Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't help but remind him. I know, mother. Don't worry about me. Lin Debeo quickly straightened up after his mother's words. He stopped rubbing against the roadside and walked properly. Yenzi, our Debeo is a good boy. Are you planning to send him to school when he's old enough? When do you think you'll send him? Hearing Lin Qingyu's question, Zhang Xiaoyan's brow furrowed. It's not that they don't want to send their children to school, but they simply can't afford it. All the savings they had were used for the original owner's medical treatment. Later, the original owner kept causing trouble and was always busy. All the money was spent on medical expenses. Maybe after a while, after the harvest in autumn, if we have enough money, we'll send Debeo and the second child to school. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu understood what was going on. Is it because of money shortage? I have a few pieces of jewelry at home. I can sell them at the black market, and that should be enough for both children to go to school. Lin Qingyu thought for a moment. The original owner only had those few valuable pieces of jewelry. It was still the keepsake left to her by her biological parents, and the only thing she truly missed about her family. No matter how hard life got, she never thought of selling it. Lin Qingyu didn't really want to sell her original belongings. She just wanted an excuse to take money from her space to spend. Normally, old Lin sent money home every month, so the family shouldn't be so poor. But her older brother's weddings used up most of the money, and over the years, the family kept having children and raising them. They needed to buy nourishing food for the daughters-in-law. Money just kept running out little by little. They had no other income. The crops from the land were only enough for their own use. Plus, the Lin family was used to eating well. Besides the original owner, everyone was healthy and strong. They really didn't save any money. And with the original owner seriously ill this time, the family was completely drained financially. The money from her fourth brother hadn't arrived back yet, so the family truly had no money. Honestly, her fourth brother was also a bit unlucky. The money he sent was meant to improve their life, but with such a big family relying on his wages, it was a heavy burden to bear. Maybe the Lin family didn't see it that way, but Lin Qingyu felt it was unfair. She thought she should find time to make it up to her fourth brother. She couldn't let the children feel neglected. By the way, Mom, did you see fifth brother in town today? Fifth brother came back last night and told us he was assigned to the warehouse in the city. Until he finishes organizing things there, he probably won't be able to come back to sell goods. If you didn't see him, don't worry too much. Thinking of fifth brother, Zhang Xiaoyan quickly explained to her mother to prevent her from worrying. It's okay, I already know about this. Actually, Lin Qingyu hadn't even remembered that she had another son working at the supply and marketing cooperative. When they went shopping, Lin Debao didn't mention it, so she didn't think much about it. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaoyan bringing it up now, she wouldn't have remembered this detail. Is that the land in front of us? Sometimes, when I haven't been up the mountain for a while, I feel a bit unfamiliar. Lin Qingyu stopped and took a break, wanting to catch her breath before moving on. She wanted to rest a bit before continuing forward. Yes, that's our land. It looks like younger brother and his wife are almost finished with their work. Big girl and second girl, what are you doing over there? Zhang Xiaoyan saw her daughters and couldn't help but ask loudly. Auntie. The two little girls immediately looked up and turned toward them. Annie, we're catching big turtles. Lin Erbao suddenly appeared from a corner, covered in mud, looking a bit funny. Speaking of which, old Lin and second Lin are quite lucky. Both brothers have children of both genders, and after having sons, they also had daughters. So neither family is in a hurry to have more children. They're thinking of waiting a bit because the household is busy lately. Grandma, why are you here too? Be careful walking, Grandma. The hill is steep, don't fall. Seeing Lin Qingyu, the little monkey immediately put down the shovel and ran toward them. I'm already grown up. How could I fall? You little monkey, look at yourself, covered in mud. Lin Qingyu was worried. She might jump on her. She didn't want to get muddy herself. Grandma, we caught 2 big turtles. Dad said he'll make soup for you when we go back. I heard these are good for health. My sisters and I are worried there might be more, so we plan to clean the whole little creek. This creek isn't a real river, just a small pond. It usually has a lot of water, but recently it's been dry, so the bottom is visible. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found those turtles. That's great. When Grandma's feeling better, I'll take you to town to play. Lin Qingyu, supported by Zhang Xiaoyan, finally reached the edge of the pond. Looking at the messy water and Lin Erbao, also muddy, she thought, children often take after their parents. These father and son are just alike. Mom, look at the big turtle Erbao caught. I think it weighs about 7 or 8 jin. Such a big turtle is rare. I heard city folks really like them. Erbao's wife, Zhou Mingwan, brought over a bucket, revealing 2 lively big turtles inside. It's such a big one, it's a pity to eat it at home. Second brother's family, maybe we should sell these 2 turtles in town. These old turtles are so old, they should sell for quite a bit. Money from selling them can be used to buy other health supplements. Thinking about the family situation, Lin Qingyu saw a way to make money. Seeing that his son and daughter-in-law looked a bit unhappy, he quickly added, moreover, Daba and Erbao are about to start school, and we haven't figured out how to pay their tuition yet. You can't just worry about food and delay the children's education. Hearing this, both of them fell silent. They weren't really greedy. They mainly wanted to improve their mother's health so she could rest and work comfortably. but it was also about the children. They hesitated. All right, listen to me. Sell the older turtles that are very old. If we catch younger ones, we can keep them for ourselves. The children were listening to their grandmother, especially Daba and Erbao. When they heard there might be books to read, their eyes lit up. But then they thought about their grandmother's health and looked down. They could wait a couple of years to go to school, but if their grandmother's health didn't improve, their parents wouldn't be at ease, and neither would they. Grandmother, we're not in a hurry to go to school. We've learned a lot of characters from Dagwa and Ergo in the village. Waiting 2 more years won't matter. Daba and Erbao were very smart. Even without formal schooling, they had learned dozens of characters from other children in the village and could recite texts. They knew how to read and write basic words like big, small, up, down, left, and right. They could also write their own names properly. But they lacked the opportunity for formal education. However, they were still young. Nowadays, children don't necessarily start school at a certain age. Classes include both younger and older children. The age difference isn't that big. Moreover, nowadays, people don't place much importance on formal education. If children can keep reading, they read for a couple more years. If not, they go back to farm work. In poor families, 5 or 6 siblings live together, and there are more than 10 children. There is always conflict between wanting to read and not wanting to read, so neither gets done. Illiterate people live their lives just like others. In a time when just surviving is enough, everyone is happy despite lacking education. Because you too are talented, you should start school earlier. As you grow older, your thinking and reaction times will slow down. Remembering things and memorizing will become harder. Being poor isn't an excuse to neglect education. Suffering shouldn't stop children from learning. I'm not working anymore, so I can just take my time to support the family, but the children can't wait. Education can't wait, knowledge can't wait, and a bright future can't wait. This long list of can't wait made the second family feel urgent. They looked at each other and finally decided. Mom, we'll listen to you. Just sell these 2 big turtles in town. Later, I'll buy more eggs and cook one for you at every meal so you can get better soon. Old Second Lin decided, but his mother's health also needed care. Although the big turtle was no longer edible, it was valuable. They planned to find someone to sell it. Old Fifth knew many people and could sell it for a good price, better than the local farmers. Old Fifth was clever in front of outsiders, but never cheated his brothers, which made Lin Old Second feel safe. That's good. Maybe you two should go fishing again. The pond's already dirty. Maybe there's still more. Lin Qingyu looked at the muddy pond and signaled to her husband and son. Mom, find a clean place to rest. I'll go with Second Bao to fish. Lin Old Second said this and took Second Bao to the pond. Big Bao also curiously followed and watched from the shore. Zhang Xiaoyan went to join Zhou Mingwan to finish the remaining work. Lin Qingyu sat on a clean big stone, looking around to see if there were any wild vegetables nearby. Host, if you want to catch more turtles, I know a place where they are overrun. 005 had come out somewhere and was also curious, watching Lin Old Second poke around the pond. Where is it? Is it far from here? If there are more turtles, the children's school fees will be secure. She doesn't need to spend her money from the space, as she is quite frugal. The supplies stored in the space are meant for her parents in the end of the world. Her parents are still suffering in the apocalypse, so it's fine for her to enjoy herself outside, but she can't always use the supplies stored for her parents. Although money and paper notes are useless in the end of the world, money should be spent wisely and not wastefully. It's just behind the mountain. I need to take you there. That place is quite remote. Not many people know about it. Recently, because of the drought, all the water has dried up. So, the fish, shrimp, and old turtles in the river are all exposed. Originally, after tonight, these fish, shrimp, and will get water again and survive. But since her host is short of money, she has to make do. Her host spoils her, and 005 never hesitates to help where he can. Great, little 5. If we catch a lot this time, I'll cook a special dish with the old turtle meat for you. If they can also catch a wild chicken to go with the turtle, the effect would be even better. But eating too much of that can cause heat, so it's not suitable for single men. Of course, it's also not suitable for someone like him who has no partner. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu doesn't care about men now. With her weak body, even if she had a top-quality ingredient, she couldn't eat it. Once her body recovers, she can do whatever she wants. Of course, at her age, she doesn't necessarily need to find a partner. Living alone is quite carefree. No one to bother her, and her son and daughter-in-law are very filial, so she feels very free. Second brother, don't touch what you shouldn't. I know there's an old turtle somewhere. Get ready, grab a bucket, and come with me to catch it. While it's not raining, we should catch as many as we can. Hearing Lin Qingyu, second brother carried his bucket and went ashore. Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Mingwan finished their last cleaning work. They were carrying hose and walking over. Mom, do you know where there are more old turtles? If we catch a few more, we can sell the big ones and keep the small ones for you to recover your strength slowly. Zhou Mingwan wiped the sweat from her forehead. The weather was quite hot and stuffy, and it looked like it was going to rain. It's just behind that patch of mountain. Since everyone is here, let's go together. To save time, second brother, you carry me. Of course, Lin Qingyu didn't forget to tell the second brother to wash himself at a nearby water source. Since it's hot, he decided to go shirtless. Mom, I think I came here when I was little. Halfway there, old Lin also joined them and they headed towards the back mountain together. Just as they were about to reach their destination, old Lin realized this place was becoming more familiar. It seemed that when he was young, he had been here once with the second brother. Later, for some unknown reason, the village chief caught them and scolded them harshly. Since then, they never dared to come back to the back mountain. Didn't we come here before? You two went to the pond in the back mountain to bathe, and the third brother sneaked along without you noticing, almost drowning. Later, the village chief happened to pass by and saved the third brother, then scolded you both very badly. But that time, the third brother was really sick. Maybe he had a fever and got confused. He doesn't remember it now. Perhaps because too much time has passed, you two forgot the details, but I still remember. Listening to her explanation, old Lin felt a bit guilty. So, the third brother was there too? I and second brother were scolded by the village chief and didn't understand why. Later, the third brother did have a fever. I thought he had secretly gone into the river. This story was actually a misunderstanding. The village chief scolded them because he thought they knew something. They were confused and didn't understand why they were being scolded. Maybe as kids, they forgot quickly and pushed the incident out of their minds. The third brother, who was rescued and brought home, was drowsy for a few days and also forgot about it.
So, no one ever mentioned it again.
Third brother, I'm sorry, big brother. Old Lin looked at the third brother. It's nothing. Maybe I was just mischievous and hiding from you too. I probably didn't have good intentions. I just wanted to scare you a little or maybe surprise you. Since you said that, I suddenly feel less guilty. What should I do? Old second Lin glanced at old third. Although he said that, he still felt guilty inside. The brothers have always been close. If old third really got into trouble, he would never forgive himself. Alright, it's been many years. Let's not talk about it anymore. If you two really feel guilty, then share more of the fish tonight. Old third Lin smiled happily, acting like everything was fine. He was already imagining the feast tonight, eager to finish fishing and go home to eat. If the fish in the back pond are plentiful, I'll make sure you eat your fill tonight. The three brothers joked and laughed, quickly letting go of their past disagreements. We've arrived. Old second, put me down. Look, we're just ahead. Now, the water in the pond is low. Hurry and go fishing to see if you can catch some fish. The pond's edge was already dry, with fish and shrimp gathering in the middle. The water was shallow. When someone approached, they could hear fish and shrimp splashing and running away. Big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, hurry, give me the basket. There are so many fish. We probably can't finish them all. Later, old five can take some to sell in town. Our two little nephews are old enough for school. We need to take good care of our health. We spend money everywhere. These fresh fish are just right. Old third Lin thought about his two nephews and his mother's health, feeling very worried. Seeing so many fish and shrimp now gave him hope. He didn't think about himself at all. He's still single. If he were in another family, he would think first about finding a wife. After all, in this era, getting married doesn't cost much. Many families exchange 2 bags of rice for a bride. Some families that can't afford to raise children marry off their daughters early. There are many such people in their village. It's not that the Lin family really can't afford to marry old third, but he's quite picky. After choosing for a while, there's only a few options left. Plus, he's still young, so he's not in a rush. But in the past 2 years, as he's gotten older, he started to worry more, especially since many things happened at home. Be careful, don't cut your feet on the broken stones. Lin Qingyu sat on a large rock. With so many people working, she didn't need to do much, just watch. Don't worry, mother, we know, responded old Lin, then focused on fishing. Even the little kids went into the water one by one. Luckily, the water was shallow and the muddy bottom wasn't deep, making it easier for them. Soon, they filled 2 baskets with fish, including a big turtle, making 2 full baskets. Don't bother with the small fish and shrimps left. We need to leave some in the pond. Maybe later, when there's no food, we can come back and catch some. Hearing Lin Qingyu, everyone came out of the house. The family happily headed home. On the way back, old Lin carried her on his back. Lin Qingyu wasn't in a rush. She wanted to walk herself, but her sons wouldn't let her. As a result, they quickly arrived home. Put the fish in the tank first. Old 3, go call old 5 to come back for dinner tonight. As soon as they reached home, Lin Qingyu started preparing. Fortunately, her family was willing to listen to her, and everyone helped. Before dinner was ready, Dinyo's family came over. Big Sister Lin, thank you for saving my grandson, Nyo. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what would have happened. Nyo's grandparents, walking at the front, immediately started expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Lin, for saving my son. We brought a small gift. It's not much, but it's our way of showing thanks. Aunt Lin, please accept it. Nyo, come here and bow to Grandma Lin. The Nyo family busily did their part, while Lin's family tried to persuade them to stay. Finally, they convinced them, and Lin Qingyu wanted to invite the Nyo family to stay for dinner, but they left after giving their gift. People these days don't easily eat at others' homes. Unless they are very close friends, even relatives often bring their own food. Every household is struggling, and they can't spare extra grain to host guests. But Zhang Xiaoyan still sent over 2 fish. He quickly strengthened the bond between the 2 families, making their relationship closer. However, when she returned, she found a bag of chili peppers in her apron. These peppers were grown by Granny Nyo herself. They grew very well and were the best chili peppers in the village. No one else could get such good peppers even if they asked. Because of Nyo's situation, Granny Nyo was unusually generous. Mom, look at how many peppers Granny Nyo gave us. Later, I'll chop them into chili sauce to enjoy slowly, Zhang Xiaoyan said happily. Add more garlic inside, then put 2 jars in the can to send to 4th brother. 4th brother has sent money home many times over the years. We should show some gratitude, so he doesn't feel neglected. Seeing how well the peppers were grown, Lin Qingyu thought of his older brother far away in another town. 4th brother was in the army and rarely came home. The person he cared about most was him. Hey, I got it. Zhang Xiaoyan took the peppers to the kitchen. There's no rush. She can do it tomorrow. Meanwhile, 3rd old Lin had already gone to the town to find 5th old Lin and told him about catching fish and shrimp. 5th old Lin immediately took 3rd old Lin and went door to door, asking if anyone needed help. They looked for familiar customers who could afford to buy. They found buyers quickly and arranged for the fish, shrimp, and big soft-shell turtles to be sold. They also collected a deposit. After finishing these tasks, they hurried home. When they arrived, dinner was just served. Luckily, I brought back some food. 5th old Lin said as he took his backpack off and spoke to the people inside. My 5th old Lin is lucky. Are you tired? Come quickly and eat. 2nd old Lin, go find your dad and see where he's gone. He's never around at mealtime, not sure what he's busy with. The house was lively, and soon the whole family gathered. There were 10 people in the family. If their table weren't big enough, they wouldn't all fit. Be careful when eating fish, everyone, to avoid getting fish bones stuck. This old turtle soup is cooked very well and tastes fresh. You should try some. At the dining table, I gesture to you, and you gesture back to me. Chopsticks fly across the table, and the children are also taken care of. Lin Qingyu looks at the tall pile of food in her bowl. Although she feels a bit helpless because she can't finish it all, she is also happy because her children are truly filial. Fifth brother, help mom eat a little. There's so much, I can't finish it all. You won't even be able to scoop up the rice. The family is happy and harmonious, sharing dishes with each other, with no one guarding their food. No one complains about each other's saliva, and everyone enjoys this meal happily. Mom, I need second brother and third brother to go with me. After we sell the goods, I'll ask them to bring you back together. I won't be back tonight. I've been busy at work lately and can't get leave. You must listen to big brother and second brother. Don't rush to go back to work. First, take care of your health. Lin Old 5 keeps talking, all about reminding Lin Qingyu. And about the things sent by Big Nyo, you should eat them if you want. After you finish, I'll buy more for you. Don't always hesitate to share with the children. I've prepared their share, so you don't need to hold back. His words show he's worried about his mother. Lin Qingyu feels warm inside. She has no time to say anything, only keeps nodding in agreement. In the end, Lin Old 5 and his two brothers leave. They also take the fish and shrimp they caught from the mountain. After they leave, the others start tidying up the kitchen. Big brother Lin looks at the sky outside. It's dark and seems like it will rain. With his mother's reminder, he knows the rain will definitely come. He decides to go out for a while and dig the drainage ditch in the field before the rain starts. It's just a simple drainage task, not too deep. Because the land is dry and has strong water retention, he's not worried that a rain will flood the crops. After finishing their chores, Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Mingwan wash the clothes of the men and children, then hang them under the eaves to dry. Seeing the weather outside, they start to worry about those who are out. Young lady, please watch over Debeo and Dania for me. I want to check if the head of the household has finished his work. In the end, Zhang Xiaoyan still felt uneasy. She grabbed A over her shoulder and planned to go out. Big sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Seeing this, Zhou Mingwan immediately picked up A and followed. After the two daughters-in-law left, Lin Qingyu played with the children at home. She was a bit tired from their constant questions, so she decided to tell them a story. Grandma, what story will you tell us? Is it about the yellow fox or the legend of the family protector? Listening to the children, Lin Qingyu felt a little speechless. These were stories the original owner had told many times, and she didn't want to repeat them. Although the children always listened happily, Lin Qingyu wanted to tell something different this time. Today, we won't talk about the yellow fox or the family protector. Grandma will tell you the story of the six-finger girl. It is said that in Wangjia village, there was a girl with 6 fingers. Because she had 6 toes, she was often disliked by the villagers. But the six-finger girl was a hard-working and kind person. Every day, she not only cooked for her family, but also washed all their clothes. When her family went out to work, she would clean the house thoroughly. One day, as noon approached and her family was about to return, she hadn't finished cooking. She was very anxious. Just as she was serving the last dish, her brothers happened to come back, talking loudly, which startled her. A piece of chicken wing fell onto the stove. The girl wanted to pick it up and put it back, but she was worried about being scolded. If her family found out she dropped such a big piece of meat, they would surely say she was careless. In her panic, the girl quickly put the whole chicken wing into her mouth. Perhaps because she was too anxious, the chicken wing got stuck in her throat. The girl died this way. When her brothers returned and saw that their only sister was dead, they were heartbroken. They prepared many gold and silver jewelry as dowry and gave her a grand funeral. But on the night she was buried, a poor young man, who was so hungry he couldn't even cook, secretly pried open her coffin to steal her burial treasures. But who knew that during the struggle, the thing stuck in her throat was suddenly spat out. The six-finger girl was alive again. She scared the thief so much that he ran away immediately. The six-finger girl took the item and secretly ran back home. Her family was overjoyed to see their daughter and sister alive again and hugged her while crying. Only now did they understand the truth about her fake death. From then on, the family would never scold or hit the six-finger girl again. They realized that being together as a family was the most important thing. Lin Qingyu spoke casually, but the children listened very carefully. This was the first time they heard a story besides those about yellow foxes and guardian spirits. At the same time, they understood even more how important it is for family members to stay together. Boom! A flash of lightning split the sky and lit up the dark night. Second brother, we need to leave quickly. I didn't expect Mom's prediction to be true. It really rained tonight. Second brother, you think, if Mom's predictions are so accurate, how uncomfortable must she be now? Thinking about their mother's predictions, which all came from her health issues, Lin's third brother felt sad. I know. Even when she was feeling unwell before, she never told us. She was afraid we'd worry, but we can't pretend we don't know. Third brother, from now on, let's do more chores at home to let Mom rest more and recover quickly. Lin's second brother tightened his grip on what he was holding and strode forward. It's going to rain soon. Third brother, hurry up. The two hurried and ran, finally rushing into the yard before the rain started. You're back. Quick, wipe your legs with a towel. Luckily, you two are quick, or you'd have gotten soaked. Zhou Mingwan handed over a towel. The two had just gotten a little wet from the rain while in the yard, but it wasn't much. Is Mom asleep? Lin's second brother asked his wife.
Not yet.
Now that it's going to rain, I'm worried about Mom's health. I and sister-in-law boiled some hot water to give her a good soak. Mom also soaked some medicinal herbs herself, saying it would help reduce her pain. She just finished her bath and is lying inside the house. Zhou Mingwan told her husband about the family situation. She also poured a bowl of water for the two of them. The water was warm on the stove and still hot. Then I will take the things to my mother. You wife, go back to your room first. It's raining heavily outside and cold. After saying this, old second Lin hugged what he was carrying and went into the main room. Mother, are you asleep? As soon as she pushed open the door, she quietly asked. Not yet, come in. Even though they were talking outside, Lin Qingyu heard everything clearly. She knew old second Lin would come, so she had been waiting. Mother, this is the money from selling fish today. Check if the amount is correct. Old second Lin placed the cloth bag he was holding on Lin Qingyu's bed. Then he poured out all the bills and notes, because the dry weather and the lowered water level in the river made the fish and turtle prices very good. The two baskets sold for a total of 54 yuan, 7 jiao, and 8 fun. Plus some receipts, this was a pretty high price. It was definitely because the fifth child found a way to sell at a good price. Alright, the money is here. You all go back and rest now. Lin Qingyu kept the money and notes. With this, her two older children's school fees were covered. The rest, she needed to plan carefully, think about starting some small business, so life at home could get better. She thought all night but couldn't come up with a good idea. The next morning, she woke up as soon as it was light. It wasn't that she wanted to sleep longer, but because she went to bed early the night before, she simply couldn't sleep in. In this era, there were no phones or internet. Everyone went to bed early and got up early, so there was no sleeping in. Mother, it's still early. You don't need to get up so soon. Zhang Xiaoyan saw her mother-in-law get up and quickly greeted her. I'm getting old and can't sleep well. Last night's rain was really heavy, and the crops in the field have some hope now. Although she said this, Lin Qingyu's heart was still full of worry. If she remembered correctly, the next few months might bring another drought. The crops in the second half of the year could be in trouble. Their family must prepare early, or they might even starve. In the original story, there was no heavy rain. It only rained lightly. The land wasn't soaked, let alone the river channels. Maybe because Lin Qingyu came into this world and has a lucky, koi-like fortune, the light rain turned into a heavy downpour. But as I always say, small matters can be changed, but big trends cannot be reversed. The overall direction cannot be altered. The only thing we can do is ensure our family stays safe and survives this disaster. That's right. But this morning, the villagers said that only our area had a bit more rain. Other places didn't get much rain, many fields didn't get enough water, and this year's harvest might be hopeless. Zhang Xiaoyan spoke with worry in her heart. Her family members are gone. During the last famine, her parents died of hunger, and her siblings were sold or adopted away. If her mother-in-law hadn't taken her in and had Lin Lao to marry her early, she might have died in that famine too. It took 2 years after their marriage for their house to be complete. Her mother-in-law was worried about her health and kept an eye on Lin Lauda. That's why Zhang Xiaoyan now treats her mother-in-law like her own mother. Her life-saving grace is like a second life. No matter how her mother-in-law treats her, she always greets her with a smile. Of course, the original owner's personality wasn't bad. She was punished by the king to atone for her sins. She never married and became a mother to 5 children. Knowing what really happened, Lin Qingyu brought hot water for her daughter-in-law to wash up. A few wild ducks flew over their house, heading toward the reed marsh. Their cheerful sounds could be heard from the ducks. "Mom, look, there's water in the river now, and the wild ducks have come back." Zhang Xiaoyan peeked out from the kitchen, smiling as she watched the ducks in the sky. "I think these ducks are flying back from the pond where we caught fish yesterday." Hearing Lin Qingyu, Zhang Xiaoyan went to the backyard to check the vegetable garden. It really was so. She immediately called Lin Lauda in the back to check the fields. "Head of the family, come here for a moment." The couple gathered together and whispered in the kitchen for a while. Old Lin took a basket and a small container and went into the mountains. It just rained, and everything is muddy. "Why are you going out?" Lin Qingyu asked with curiosity. "Mom, I want to find some wild vegetables. I'll be back soon." Seeing someone passing by the door, Old Lin told a lie. "Mom, the head of the family is going around the pond to see if there are any wild duck eggs. I saw those wild ducks flying back from the back mountain. Maybe they laid their eggs there. If we find wild duck eggs, we can salt them into 2 jars and keep them for winter." Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Lin Qingyu also felt a bit excited. "Old lady, I'll cook a thicker porridge in the morning. I want to go for a walk." Zhang Xiaoyan wanted to stop her, but Lin Qingyu quickly added, "That herbal bath I took yesterday really worked. I want to ask Uncle Neo for some more, then I'll soak again tonight and see how it goes." When Zhang Xiaoyan heard that her mother-in-law was going to ask Uncle Neo for herbs, she didn't stop her. She went back to the kitchen to continue preparing breakfast. After leaving the house, Lin Qingyu didn't go to Uncle Neo's place, but headed straight for the back mountain. After a night of rest, and with the help of herbal medicine, she felt much stronger today. At least she could walk steadily without feeling weak, and her breathing was more powerful. She decided to take a walk around. Maybe she could catch some wild game. Since she arrived, she had been eating rabbit meat, fish, and turtle meat. There was no shortage of oil and water. But there's no such thing as too much meat. Even if she couldn't finish it all, she could dry some into jerky and send some to her older brother far away. She planned to send it along with a chili sauce from home. Sending packages was not easy, so she wanted to send as much as she could. Lin Qingyu's legs were much faster than yesterday, but she still wasn't as quick as Old Lin. When she reached the pond in the back mountain, Old Lin was already bending over, collecting many wild duck eggs from the grass. "Oh dear, Mom. Why are you here? It just rained, and the mountain path is slippery. Why are you running up the mountain?" Seeing Lin Qingyu, Old Lin put down his basket and hurried over. "I lost something nearby yesterday, so I came here today to look for it. Don't worry, this mountain path is full of wild grass. As long as you avoid the muddy spots, you won't slip. Besides, look at my shoes." Lin Qingyu lifted the sole to show the rubber bottom. This was specially sent back by her older brother, who had it replaced for her. These non-slip soles usually prevent falls. "All right, Mom. Since you're here, find a place to rest first. What did you lose?" "I'll help you look," Old Lin said, continuing to carry the basket and bending down to search the grass for wild duck eggs.
"Don't worry about me.
"I'm already here. I can find them myself. Be careful when you walk. Don't break the eggs." There weren't many wild duck eggs in the grass because the weather was dry and food and water were scarce. The wild ducks wouldn't lay many eggs at this time. Actually, Lin Qingyu came to the mountain more for luck than to find something specific. She changed direction to avoid her older brother. She carefully searched, but didn't find any game. Only collected quite a few wild duck eggs. Her body was quite special. She seemed to find good things easily. While her older brother only gathered half a basket, she had already collected a small pile when she arrived. Finally, she asked her brother to put the eggs into the back basket, taking her basket back. Her older brother looked at the eggs she collected and then at the thin layer in the back basket. He wiped away the non-existent sweat and kept working. He was just amazed at his mother's good luck and didn't think much more. But for Lin Qingyu, her basket was soon full. After 2 trips back and forth, she finished collecting all the eggs from the grass. Yes, there were not only wild duck eggs but also wild chicken eggs. The wild chicken eggs were much smaller than domestic ones, but luckily, she didn't find any rotten eggs. With so many wild chicken eggs, shouldn't there be wild chickens too? Lin Qingyu looked around and, trusting her instincts, continued walking forward. Cluck cluck. Cluck cluck. Cluck. Cluck cluck. She heard the sound of a mother hen flapping her wings, indicating that a hen had just laid an egg. Following the sound, I looked in the direction it came from and finally found the nest of wild chickens under a big tree. There was a pile of dry grass under the tree, which seemed to be the nest built by the little wild chickens themselves. There were 3 hens and 5 roosters in total. All of them were here. Some chickens were sleeping with their eyes closed, resting in the nest. Others were flapping their wings, ready to go out and find food. Qingyu was thinking about how to act without scaring the wild chickens, so she could catch them all at once. In the end, she decided to first fix the mechanism that allowed them to go out. Then, she would slowly catch them one by one. When the 2 chickens had walked a little way away, Qingyu started her work. Because of the heavy morning dew, the wild chickens had just come out, and their feathers were quite wet. This worked in Qingyu's favor. Since they couldn't fly well, she was able to catch them all with a net. She then grabbed some grass to tie their legs and threw them aside. Her eyes turned back, toward the big tree. Old Lin heard the noise and came over. Seeing the wild chickens by his mother's feet and looking at her, he understood what was happening. The original owner was well loved by the children, so her ability to hunt didn't surprise Lin. They split up, each took one side, and quickly surrounded the tree. A few chickens were sleeping with their eyes closed, especially the roosters, with their heads tucked into their wings. This made it easier for the 2 of them. They easily caught 6 chickens. Adding the 2 caught earlier, that made 8 in total. Wow, this luck is unbelievable, Lin said, shaking the chickens in his hand, unable to hide his smile. Let's get to work. When we go back, be careful not to be seen by the villagers. Chickens are meat, and even if not all are very fat, they're still quite rare. Hearing his mother's reminder, Lin nodded seriously. Don't worry, I know what to do, he said. They searched the grass around again before heading down the mountain. Whenever they saw people, Lin would hide away. They wandered around and took twice as long as it took to come up the mountain to get back home. When they saw someone, Lin would hide. Finally, they returned home after a long detour. Swallow, take these 3 hens, clip their wings, and put them in the chicken coop. These few roosters were all killed and later smoked into jerky. Some were kept for ourselves, and 2 were sent to 4th brother. My mother has mentioned 4th brother several times, which made sensitive Zhang Xiaoyan notice something unusual. She secretly pulled old Lin aside and they whispered. How is that possible? Startled by his wife's guess, old Lin's voice raised a bit. How can it not be? My mother's intuition is usually very accurate. If 4th brother hadn't had an accident, why has she been talking about him so much lately? Have you ever heard her mention 4th brother before? Yes, but only occasionally, just a quick mention. Now look, she's talking about chili sauce and jerky again. Don't you think that's strange? Zhang Xiaoyan wasn't just worried about these things. She genuinely feared something might happen to 4th brother. They say strange things often hide trouble, and the elder's instincts shouldn't be ignored. Maybe her mother-in-law didn't realize it herself, but as younger family members, they had to care. Then I'll find time today to call 4th brother in town and ask. If something really happened to him, we should prepare early. Old Lin felt more anxious the more he listened. Their brotherly bond was very strong. Even though 4th brother was often away on duty, they always cared about each other. Moreover, 4th brother was in the military, often on missions, which increased the risk of injury. Old Lin initially thought his wife was overthinking. Although he felt uneasy, he still used the phone number 4th brother had left and called. But after the call, old Lin's face turned pale, like pig liver. He never expected that 4th brother really had an accident. Although the other person said there was no danger to his life, How could someone in good health end up hospitalized? Old Lin wandered outside the post office for a long time, unsure whether to tell his mother. He hesitated until dusk and finally had to go home. On the way, he also called Fifth brother. Fifth, you're so clever. Do you think we should tell Mom about this? If we don't tell her, and something happens to Fourth, she'll definitely blame us for not letting her see him one last time. If I tell her, with her weak body, I'm really afraid she might get into trouble. Old Lin is really unsure and can only ask his brothers for advice. Big brother, don't ask me. I don't know either. But Fourth brother has an issue. No matter what, we should send someone to check on him. If we don't know, that's fine, but since we do know, we can't just ignore it. Fifth brother is more understanding. Although they are not biological brothers, they are closer than family. Because of their mother, the brothers stay very united. What their mother hopes most is to see her sons united. If this matter isn't handled well, not only could there be disagreements among the brothers, but their mother's side might also be upset. Go back and discuss it with second and third brother. Then see what everyone thinks. Old Lin feels he can't say much either, so he just plans to talk with his brothers. When they get home, it's already very dark. The three women in the house have already pickled all the duck eggs. They used a traditional method, wrapping the eggs in special clay and storing them in jars. These salted duck eggs are slow to become salty, but once cured, they are oily and have a pure flavor. They taste much better than eggs soaked directly in salt water. Why are you so late coming back? There's food left for you inside. Go eat quickly. Lin Qingyu greets them, then pours herself a bowl of malted milk and reads her book happily. Mother, what kind of book are you reading? Big brother Lin asks curiously. Geometry and mechanical drawing. This book is pretty good. When you have time, you should read it too. Lin Qingyu shows the cover of the book. It's a simplified edition, without publisher details, but the content is very interesting. This book is something Lin Qingyu brought from another world. When she found it, she thought it was very useful, so she had a few unmarked copies printed later. The original seems to be from Northwestern Polytechnic University, but she can't remember the exact details anymore. Old Five Lin was about to go find his second brother when he overheard a conversation between their older brother and their mother. He paused to listen. That single moment completely drew him in. This was a valuable book about machinery. If he could learn even a little, it would be enough for him to get a formal job at a machinery factory. Thinking this way, Old Five decided to focus on the book. Okay, I'll read it for a couple of days and give it back to you later. Actually, he already knew most of the content in the book. But just to show effort, he planned to review it again. He wasn't sure if it would help, but since the book suited this era, it was good to look at it without any harm. Soon, Old Big and Old Five found their younger brothers, Old Third and Old Second. The four brothers gathered to discuss Lao Si's situation. Big brother, second brother, you both have wives and children to take care of. Can I go see Lao Si this time? Old Third thought, since he was the only one free to go. Old Five had a job in town, even as a temporary worker, which was hard to come by. If he asked for leave now, he worried someone else might take his temporary position. So, only he was free and without worries, able to go at once. What about telling Mom? After some thought, the brothers decided not to tell their mother about this. They planned to send one person secretly to check on Lao Si. The only problem was, what excuse should they use? Maybe tell Mom I'm going to work in town? Old Third, seeing that the plan was set, also started thinking about how to hide it from their mother. Isn't that a bad idea? Old Five hesitated. He felt their mother had changed a lot and was harder to fool than before. Unbeknownst to him, the brothers' conversation was overheard by Qingyu Lin. Unexpectedly, Lao Si has gotten into trouble. She had only scolded him a few times, so how did it turn into a bad omen? But she had never spoken badly about Lao Si. Could it be that worrying too much or speaking too often about his feelings caused Lao Si to get into trouble? Confused and unsure, Qingyu Lin decided to ask the system. This matter had to be clarified. There could be no hidden dangers. If it turned out to be true, then she wouldn't mention Lao Si anymore. Just give the things directly. I will no longer keep them in mind. Host, don't worry. This is just a coincidence and has nothing to do with your lucky charm. Also, the more you talk about it, the luckier the other person will become. Originally, fourth brother was seriously injured this time, and it was because of your constant worrying that he received help quickly. Now he is out of danger. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Qingyu finally relaxed. As long as it wasn't related to her lucky charm, she was fine. She was really worried that her words might bring bad luck. Since fourth brother is in trouble, I happen to have a chance to go out. No, to see him. Lin Qingyu really wanted to slap her own mouth. Why was her speech so careless? Having made her decision, Lin Qingyu appeared in front of her four brothers. I heard everything you said. Since fourth brother is in trouble, I will go see him with third brother. Please take care of the family. Pack up tonight, and we will leave early tomorrow morning. Third brother, go pack your things. The three of you come with me. Lin Qingyu said to the eldest, second, and fifth brothers. Mother, we didn't mean to hide things from you. Lin the eldest lowered his head, feeling embarrassed to be caught. I don't blame you. I just want to tell you about the family matters. Fifth brother, you work well in town. With your eldest and second brothers here, you don't need to worry. Eldest, second, and third brothers, since I am not at home, everything depends on you. Next time when you have time, go to the school and ask how much the tuition is for a year. If it's affordable, just register Daba and Erbao's names so they can start school after summer. Lin Qingyu carefully reminded everyone about the household matters before letting the three of them go back to rest. The children hardly slept all night, especially Lin Qingyu's two daughters-in-law, who were busy trying to prepare everything for their mother. They also smoked the 5 chickens they had killed during the day into dried meat overnight, packing it all for Lin Qingyu. It was only when she checked the supplies the next day that she discovered this. She took out 2 chickens for the other person. Old Lin wanted to put more in, but Lin Qingyu stopped him. Don't know what's happening with the fourth brother, so no need to bring so much. If needed, I will buy fresh ones to stew for him. Keep these 2 for the children to help build their strength. Sometimes giving them some meat is good for their health. When she mentioned the children, old Lin finally stopped. In the end, the brothers all went with Lin Qingyu and old third to the train station. Mother, you left so suddenly this time, you didn't prepare many things. If you need anything on the way, don't worry about saving money. Eat well and drink well. Old third, take good care of our mother. Old Lin and old second wished they could go with her. If it weren't for the situation and the train conductor urging them, they wouldn't want to leave the train. But in the end, the train still left, taking away their beloved mother. Old second's eyes turned red, almost crying. They had never been apart from their mother before. This was the first time they had to leave her so far away. Old second, you're already a grown man. Don't start crying now. Hearing old Lin's words, old second sniffed hard, holding back his tears. Meanwhile, on the train, Lin Qingyu and old third had just found their seats. Suddenly, a sneaky old man sat across from them. He was eyeing their luggage suspiciously, clearly not a good person. Old third, put your luggage over here with me. Lin Qingyu sat by the window, placing her things inside to block most of the view.
Okay.
Mother, are you comfortable sitting here? If it's uncomfortable to sit, I'll sit inside instead. Seeing that the inside was filled with many things, old third Lin asked with some concern. Just need a moment to organize it. She tidied up a few packages and then placed them under the seat. Now, both of them felt more relaxed. Old third, you sit inside first. I'll go find the stewardess to get some water. After settling the two of them, Lin Qingyu planned to walk around the front and back of the train. She wouldn't go far, just around these 2 carriages nearby. Mom, let me keep you company? Old third Lin was a bit excited about their first trip. But he was also worried about his mother, so he wanted to go along. What are you going to do following me? You still need to watch the luggage. Do you believe me? If we both leave and come back, all our luggage might be gone. Hearing his mother's words, old third Lin realized how serious the situation was. There were quite a few valuable things inside, and losing them would be a real shame. Then, Mom, please don't go far. Seeing his worried look, Lin Qingyu took her water bottle, chose a direction at random, and walked away. Soon, she found the water station. Hot water on the train also costs money, but it's not expensive, just a penny for a refill. She poured a full kettle, added some white sugar, covered it, and kept walking forward. After wandering around and buying a few things from some hidden vendors, she returned to her seat. Here, have some. Seeing the bunch of bright green dates, old third Lin was a bit surprised. Mom, where did you get these? He asked curiously. Swapped them with someone on the train. Eat quickly, our village doesn't have these things. It's rare to get a chance to eat them, so don't waste it. These dates are delicious, but they don't last long. The longer they stay, the more wilted and less tasty they become. Just picked, they're full of moisture and taste crisp and refreshing. Mom, you should try some too. With something to eat, old third Lin felt less bored. He ate the dates while looking out the window at the scenery. Lin Qingyu placed her military-style water bottle on the table, poured some into her teacup, and sipped while relaxing her mind. It is almost impossible to rest well on a train unless you can buy a sleeper ticket. However, these days sleeper tickets are hard to get. Having money doesn't guarantee you can buy one. Plus, since everyone is in a hurry and unprepared, there's no chance to ask someone for help. After eating a few dates and drinking half a jar of water, Lin Qingyu planned to rest her head on the table for a while. She noticed a sneaky old man across from her making a move. He quietly got up and walked toward the next carriage. Old 3, did you see that old man just now? I think he's a thief. Keep an eye on him so he doesn't steal our things. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Old 3 finally realized what was happening. It turns out his mother wanted him to watch the luggage, mainly to prevent that old man from stealing. He thought he was clever but hadn't noticed anything. I understand, Mom. You rest now. I'll watch the luggage. Why don't you sit inside and sleep? It's safer than outside with all the people passing by. Lin Old 3 was about to stand up, but Lin Qingyu pressed him down. You rarely get a chance to go out, so you should enjoy the view outside the window. I'll sit outside. When I get tired, we can switch. Lin Qingyu also liked sitting by the window because she enjoyed looking outside. But since she traveled by train often, she had seen many kinds of scenery. It was time for the young to broaden their horizons. She wouldn't argue with her son about it. When they returned home, others might ask, and he wouldn't know what to say. It's good to go out once in a while, listen more, see more, and learn more. Mom, you're so kind. Lin Old 3 always thought his mother was the best in the world. At this moment, he was once again moved by her kindness. But he didn't move because his mother had already leaned back and closed her eyes, clearly tired. When Lin Qingyu just woke up, Lin Old 3 hurriedly ran outside. Mom, I can't hold it anymore. Watch the luggage. I need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. This kid. Lin Qingyu chuckled softly and then turned her gaze back to the window. The train was not very fast. Compared to modern planes and high-speed trains, it moved like a snail. But slow has its own charm. People say that in this era, carriages and horses are slow, and a person's life is only enough to love one person. Every era has its unique kind of romance. While Lin Qingyu was lost in thought, old third Lin returned. He was accompanied by a well-mannered-looking man. The man seemed a bit embarrassed, as if he was facing some trouble, and kept glancing at his watch. Ma'am, this gentleman is from the sleeping car, Lin Third said. His child had a stomach ache halfway and needs to get off at the hospital. But his ticket is to Engshi, the same destination as ours. He's just trying to sell the ticket to get some money to pay for his child's treatment. I was thinking, since you're sleeping on the table and uncomfortable, maybe we could buy this ticket, so you can sit in the sleeping car later. After Lin Third finished speaking, the man also spoke. Comrade, if you're willing, I can ask the conductor to come and testify and guarantee we won't cause you any trouble. This man was very polite and looked like a good person. To make herself more comfortable, Lin Qingyu didn't want to sit on the hard seat all the time. So she agreed to the man's request. They found a conductor, explained the situation, and Lin Qingyu got a sleeping car ticket. Unfortunately, there was only one, but it was enough for her and her son to take turns sleeping. As for the remaining hard seat ticket, Lin Qingyu didn't exchange it, but kept it for old third Lin to lie on and sleep. Because she was separated from old Third Lin, she didn't have to hide everything all the time. The area with more money and supplies was in the space. Taking advantage of this time, she wandered through each carriage and traded for many local specialties. She almost explored the entire train. The last few carriages were off-limits to passengers, as they were used for cargo. The front two carriages were reserved for the most expensive passengers, and even if they were empty, ordinary people couldn't buy tickets for them. Getting familiar with the train's layout, she also made friends with several vendors who often traveled on trains. On the train, she was even more active than back home. When she woke up, she went to chat with the vendors. This helped her gather a lot of useful information. Perhaps because Lin Qingyu often goes out for walks and chats with many people, she ended up finding a black handbag on her way to the food cart. At that moment, the area near the train car was empty, and the bag was left at the door. She initially wanted to give it to the staff so they could find the owner. But when she checked inside the bag, she surprisingly found a gun. In our country, weapons have always been strictly controlled. Especially since the recent end of the war, if ordinary people have guns, it would be hard to explain. Moreover, this was not a standard weapon. Besides the gun, there was also a thick stack of documents inside the bag. Most people might not understand them, but after looking at them, Lin Qingyu frowned and stored the items in her space. She couldn't hand this over for now. She wasn't sure if the person she trusted was actually an informant for the other side. It would be best to destroy this thing, but since she had space, she doubted anyone could suspect her. She continued to the food cart, ordered a bowl of plain noodles with a marinated egg and a fried dough stick. After finishing all the food, Lin Qingyu couldn't believe it herself. She didn't know why, but her appetite had grown larger each day. Maybe because her body was too weak before, and now she urgently needed energy. Even though she ate more, she felt stronger. Eating well was not a bad thing. She also bought dinner for her younger brother. It was a box meal with 2 marinated eggs, 2 large meat buns, and a bowl of white fungus soup. The soup was served in her big teapot, and even through the lid, she could smell its sweet aroma. On her way back, she encountered a group of people. They looked hurried, as if they were sweeping something. Their cold gazes seemed to see right through her. But they only glanced at Lin Qingyu, and then passed by her. "If I don't get that thing back, I will take your lives," she heard one of them curse from afar. Even from a distance, she could hear their harsh words. It felt like her hearing was slowly returning. Even though their voices were soft, she recognized their identity. Getting that thing back.
Dream on.
In this life, that thing will never appear again. Even if such an event occurs, it would only happen at the top levels of the government. "Old 3, it's time to eat. After you finish eating, go lie down on my bed. I'll sit here for a while." Seeing how big and grown-up Old 3 was, curled up in his seat, Lin Qingyu felt a little worried. The children in the Lin family are all very filial and respectful to her as their mother. When possible, she also wants to treat her children a bit better. Oh, okay. After a day of traveling by train, Old 3 no longer felt as fresh as at the beginning. He was getting tired. But when he saw the food, he became more energetic. Opening the lunchbox, he found a big chicken leg inside. "Mom, have you eaten? This is for you." Lin Qingyu quickly waved her hand. She was already full. "I ate on the dining car. This is for you. Eat quickly, then go rest." Watching Old 3 finish his food and head toward the sleeping area, Lin Qingyu leaned against the window, looked at the scenery outside for a while, then took out her book again. She didn't know when, but 2 more passengers had come to sit across from her. They were speaking in a dialect she couldn't understand, chattering away, not knowing what they were saying. During the journey, the group she had met earlier passed by her seat several times. They might be checking everyone they encountered, or they might be panicking and acting rashly. In any case, judging by their mood, they seemed to be getting more and more agitated. "What are these people doing? I think they've looked at us several times." The woman across the aisle stretched her neck and looked at the group. She asked Lin Qingyu in awkward official language. "I don't know either, but they look a bit creepy." Lin Qingyu glanced at them, as if frightened, and shrank back into her seat. "Young lady, you're right. That look they gave us just now, I thought they wanted to rob us." When the train staff come, I must report this. We can't let these bad people cause trouble on the train. It's too scary. 17 perhaps because there were many complaints. Those people never appeared again. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu and his companion arrived safely in Engshi City. Old 4th Lin's military station was some distance from Engshi City. But now that Old 4th Lin was hospitalized in Engshi, there was no need to rush over there. After getting off the train, the two took a rickshaw to the city hospital. These days, three-wheeled rickshaws are very popular. The middle-aged driver was very strong, probably because he had been doing this job for many years, so he didn't find it tiring. He drove steadily and carefully, taking them directly to the hospital. "Hey, driver," Lin Qingyu called out, stopping the rickshaw. "Do you know a place to stay near the hospital?" He quietly asked the driver, who was about to leave. "You know, the guest house area is quite noisy. We want to find a quiet place to stay. Our requirements are just that it's close to the hospital, with a private kitchen and bathroom." Along the way, Lin Qingyu had already gotten quite familiar with the driver, so when he spoke, the driver offered suggestions. "I know a place that meets your needs. However, it doesn't have a private bathroom, but a few families share one. It's a place rented out to family members of patients who are here for care. Each room is a single room with sturdy doors and windows to prevent theft," the driver explained, and then took them to a private dormitory area. There was a long row of houses, which were said to belong to the same landlord. Having so many houses and still running a business smoothly suggested that the owner was probably well-connected. Lin Qingyu thanked the driver, gave him a piece of hard candy, and after he left, inquired about renting a room. They decided to rent for a week first. If it wasn't enough, they could extend it. If Old 4th Lin was fine, they would probably go back soon. After paying the rent and signing the contract, they temporarily stored their belongings in the room, took some prepared supplements, and headed to the hospital. When they arrived, they quickly found the ward where Old 4th Lin was staying. It was a single room meant for seriously ill patients. The ward was less crowded and much quieter compared to the one next door. Just as they were about to knock, they saw a young nurse carrying a basin walking out. When someone was at the door, the young officer asked with confusion, "We are looking for Lin Sikun." Hearing the name Lin Sikun, Lin Qingyu paused briefly, almost not recognizing it.
Oh, right.
When he signed up earlier, people said that Old 4th Lin couldn't be used as a name, so they gave him the name Lin Sikun. The other brothers also changed their names accordingly. They followed the same pattern based on their generation, just changing the last character. Honestly, Lin Qingyu couldn't understand why her sons liked such a name.
Dotshum, Artshum, Somtshun.
Wu Chun. Thanks to the old man in charge of household registration tricking them, they all agreed without much thought. "Are you family members of Comrade Lin Sikun?" Hearing their explanation, the young officer suddenly relaxed. It was as if he had been expecting their arrival all along, and he warmly led them into the hospital room. Comrade Lin Sikun was badly injured this time. He has been in the hospital for a month. The doctors say he needs about 2 more weeks of observation before they can decide if he can leave. Since you are his family, I will leave him in your care for now. I have some tasks to attend to and need to go out. Someone will bring food later, so you don't need to prepare anything. I will report your situation later, and another officer will come to hand over responsibilities. After explaining everything, the young officer hurriedly left, seeming to have urgent matters to attend to. In fact, that was true. If he hadn't been so busy, the organization wouldn't have sent him here just to keep watch. But he still had important work to do and couldn't stay. Although he was young, he was actually a company commander. If it weren't for the lack of options, he wouldn't have handed over the patient to the accompanying family members. Fortunately, he didn't just wash his hands of the matter. He immediately reported the situation. Recently, a major incident occurred here. High-level officials lost a batch of important documents, which are said to have fallen into enemy hands. Their task was to find those people and recover the documents. The documents could be destroyed, but they absolutely couldn't be taken out of the country. This involved many secrets, which made the situation very complicated. Lin Qingyu and Old Man Lin walked to the hospital bed, looking at the person who is unconscious. It is said that the person is no longer in life danger, but they still sometimes fall into a coma. Old Man Lin was about to cry. He knelt beside his brother's bed and carefully looked at his younger brother. Mother, do you think old Four will be okay? Old man Lin's worry was very deep. He will be fine. Look at me. The army must have had some trouble. Maybe the tasks were very heavy, so there are fewer people sent here. I just saw the young comrade was really anxious. Luckily, we came, which also helps lighten the organization's burden. Look after old Three. I will go back and cook some chicken soup. Later, I will give him some nourishing food. Old man Lin nodded and started tidying up the hospital room. He took the bedpan from under the bed to empty it, then washed it clean and put it back. He also took the towel and dirty clothes to wash thoroughly. He hung them outside the window so that when old Four's clothes got sweaty, he could change into fresh ones. He had already checked. Old Four's back clothes were wet again, and even the bed sheets were a bit damp. But for now, he couldn't change them, so he left it as it was. When his mother arrived, he would go back and get his own clothes to change old Four. That way, the teacher wouldn't have to lie in wet clothes, which might be more comfortable. Meanwhile, over at the rented house, Lin Qingyu returned. She lit the charcoal stove that came with the house and boiled some water. She glanced at the small wild chicken they had at home. Since not much time had passed, the meat was still tender. But it definitely wasn't as fresh as new. She looked around and saw that no one was outside the rented house. Maybe everyone was inside, so they didn't notice her. She wanted to take out the chicken from the space, but after thinking for a moment, she decided to give up. It was too obvious and hard to explain where it came from. In the end, she took a smoked wild chicken, soaked it in hot water, washed it several times, and then put it in a pot. She added some winter worm summer grass and other nourishing herbs. She simmered it slowly over low heat, covered it with a cloth, and steamed a batch of soft, fresh buns. When the chicken soup was ready, she placed it in a clay pot. I packed the steamed bread into a bag and was about to leave. Just as I was about to close the door, a neighbor who had just returned stopped me. "Ma'am, wait a moment. What do you need?" Looking at the young couple in front of me, Lin Qingyu asked her question. "Ma'am, it's like this. We smelled chicken soup in your house and wonder if it's safe. We want to exchange something. My father is in the hospital and he wants to eat some meat. We've been to many places, but couldn't find any. Is there a ticket for the state-run restaurant? We smelled the meat in your house and wanted to see if we could trade for some. Just a little, only one bowl is enough." Hearing the woman's words, Lin Qingyu thought about the remaining chicken soup in the pot. Honestly, she didn't really want to trade. This pot of chicken soup has a lot of good ingredients, meant to help her and her younger brother recover. Plus, these two can't even produce a meat ticket, so they probably don't have much valuable stuff. She definitely couldn't trade her homemade chicken soup, but she did have some smoked meat, which she could consider exchanging. "What do you want to trade?" "This pot of chicken soup has many herbs in it, which might not be suitable for your father. But I still have a little chicken meat left. If you're sincere, I might be willing to exchange a bit." Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, the couple was not disappointed, but became even more excited. They originally just wanted a bowl of chicken soup, but now that they could get some chicken meat, they were very happy. The two quickly went back inside and brought out a large burlap sack. "This is dried vegetables from my own home, all kinds of dried vegetables. Green vegetables, cucumbers, fiddlehead ferns, bamboo shoots, green beans." The sack contained almost all kinds of dried vegetables. It was clear they had prepared everything carefully, and each item was very clean. "My father's illness is quite serious, and he needs long-term hospital care. These are all specially prepared by our family. Living in the city saves us a lot of money, especially these rural vegetables, which are easy to find in the mountains behind their village. But in the city, even buying a green onion costs money." To save money, the couple worked very hard. "Do you sell dried vegetables? I can tell from your accents that you are locals. Your dried vegetables are quite good. If you sell them, you could make a good amount of money." Since there were no outsiders, Lin Qingyu spoke very plainly. She wanted all of these dried vegetables. If the other party was willing to sell, she didn't mind buying them all. As for herself, since they lived nearby, she could just make some more at home later. The couple looked at each other and then nodded firmly. Annie, it's not that we don't want to sell, but these days things are hard to sell. Hearing their words, Lin Qingyu really wanted to shake their heads and ask, what kind of logic is this? No matter what the times are like, there are always things that are easy to sell. Especially in this era, dried wild vegetables like these are very easy to sell. They sell better than in any other time. But seeing how honest and straightforward they looked, she could tell they weren't the sneaky type. Sometimes, being too honest isn't a good thing. Wait for a moment. Lin Qingyu didn't bother to argue further. If she delayed any longer, the chicken soup would get cold. Here, 2 wild chickens, just smoked a couple of days ago, so the meat isn't fully dry yet. Cooking them now will make the flavor even better. See how many dried vegetables you can exchange for. Lin Qingyu didn't make an offer herself, but let the other party decide. Unexpectedly, these two were honest and straightforward. They handed over the entire sack of dried vegetables to her. These dried vegetables looked like they had been carefully prepared by their family. Although it was just one sack, a lot of effort must have gone into drying them. If you have dried vegetables at home, bring them tomorrow noon, and I'll help you exchange them. Not wanting to take advantage for nothing, she decided to help the young couple a bit. Thank you so much, Annie. The two didn't refuse. They had plenty of dried vegetables at home. If not, they could dry some themselves, but their family didn't have much money left. Their father was hospitalized again, and if they couldn't pay the medical bills, they would be kicked out of the hospital soon. As long as they had money, they didn't care about the risks. They first placed the sack inside the house, then carried the chicken soup, and headed to the hospital. As soon as they pushed open the door, they saw old Lin helping old Four to lie on the bed. There was a basin of warm water placed beside the bed. Why is this clothes wet? The bedsheet is also damp. Third brother, go back and get a clean bedsheet and bring some clothes for your younger brother to change into. Also, finish eating at home before coming over. Remember to lock the door. He handed the key to Lin the third, telling him to go home and eat. Lin Qingyu sat down in front of the bed. Fourth brother, how are you feeling? Hearing such gentle concern, Lin the fourth's eyes nearly welled up with tears. He had been in the hospital for a month, and besides his comrades, he missed his family the most. But he didn't dare call home, worried they couldn't handle it. Unexpectedly, his family still knew. Not only that, his mother even came in person. He heard that his mother had been sick lately, but she came so far just for him, ignoring her own health. This care deeply moved him. Why are your eyes red? Are you feeling hot? Lin Qingyu was momentarily confused, touched his forehead, and saw he wasn't running a fever, so he relaxed. I'll help you sit up. Let's eat something first, then sleep. He moved to the other side of the bed, helped Lin the fourth sit up. Then, he scooped a bowl of chicken soup from the clay pot. Drink this first, it will help your appetite. I added many nourishing herbs. I asked the doctor about it, so don't worry. Drink quickly, after that I'll serve you some meat. Being cared for by family, Lin the fourth finished the soup in 2 quick sips. Then he stared at Lin Qingyu, without blinking. Can I eat bread? He brought over a small fist-sized piece of bread. As long as you avoid spicy foods, you can eat anything. Lin the fourth blinked hard, and then took a bite of the bread. He had never tasted such soft, fresh bread before, like cotton, not hard at all. And this bread was made entirely from wheat, with no mixed grains. The aroma of wheat made him want to take 2 more bites. Eat it with the chicken. I cooked it for a long time, the meat is already soft and falling apart. Just as Lin Qingyu said, when he bit into the chicken it was so tender, he didn't need to chew much. And the flavor. He was so eager that he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. Eat slowly. How long has this kid been hungry? Lin Qingyu looked at the other person with a smile. This child made her feel a bit hungry too. She pinched a steamed bun, broke it in half, and ate it slowly. Honestly, the steamed bun she made herself smelled really good. Squad leader Lin, sorry I'm late. Just as everyone was happily chatting in the hospital room, suddenly someone pushed the door open forcefully and rushed in. Hey, who is this big sister? This young comrade looked a bit impatient and didn't care about the situation in the room. He pushed the door open loudly and came in. Seeing Lin Qingyu, he paused for a moment. Although he seemed a bit impatient, the food in his hand was very steady. The lunchbox didn't even shake, clearly carefully protected. This is my mother. Zhuzi, Why are you so anxious? Did something happen in the team? Old Lin, who is called Old Fourth, recognized the visitor immediately. It was one of his soldiers. Although Old Lin's military skills weren't as outstanding as some others, he was still better than most people. He was a squad leader too. If he hadn't been injured this time and gained some achievements, he might have been promoted to platoon leader this year. But because of this injury, he wasn't sure if he would get the promotion this year. Hello, Andy. Zhuzi first greeted Lin Qingyu, then placed the food on the table. It smells so good, squad leader. Your aunt's cooking is really excellent. Zhuzi couldn't help but swallow hard, but he forced himself to look away. He couldn't look, absolutely couldn't look. They were all food lovers. Just smelling this aroma made their whole body roar with hunger. Plus, they had rushed over in a hurry and hadn't had time to eat. All he could think about was delivering the food to the squad leader first. He would find something to eat later, and that would be enough for tonight. Are you one of my son's people? Lin Qingyu asked quietly, looking at this young comrade. Annie, you're not wrong to say that. I am the top soldier under squad leader Lin. My name is Zhao Dezhu. Feel free to call on me if you need anything. Dezhu is a simple person. He is kind to those who are kind to him. Old Fourth Lin saved his life on the battlefield, so he trusts Old Fourth very much. They are like brothers, which is not an exaggeration. Since we're brothers, let's have a drink. I added many herbs to this chicken soup. It's very good for health. My son can drink it, I can drink it, and you can too. People who are sick recover faster after drinking it, and healthy people can strengthen their bodies. I'll give you just a small bowl, no more. Lin Qingyu personally served Zhao Dezhu a bowl of chicken soup with only 2 pieces of chicken inside. Although there isn't much, it is truly nourishing. Drink up. My mother's cooking is hard to find. It's not much, just to taste it. Dezhu wanted to refuse at first, but seeing that the boss agreed, he didn't decline. Lin Qingyu took a steamed bun and handed it to him. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. But after finishing one, he didn't want more. Because Old Fourth Lin was almost full, Dezhu ate the rice he brought himself. Just with that bowl of chicken soup, even the plain rice smelled better. He poured all the chicken soup into the rice box, making the whole dish look even better. Dezhu, you haven't told me what happened in the team? After finishing his meal, Old Fourth Lin put down his utensils and asked. It's that previous incident again. I don't know which scoundrel stole some high-level information. Things outside are chaotic lately. Since you're in the hospital, it's actually a good thing. Our team has been thoroughly checked, and everyone is on edge now. Dezhu didn't go into details, but Old Fourth Lin seemed to understand. Of course, Lin Qingyu also understood. It seems the information she found is very important. But such an important thing must have a backup. Lin Qingyu hesitated. Should she find a way to hand it over, or just keep it to herself? The room quickly fell silent. She was thinking whether to stay with her son or go back to rest when suddenly, someone pushed open the door. Comrade Lin Sikun, you're awake. That works perfectly. Captain Lu mentioned that your family came to visit, so we came to verify the situation. It turns out they came to confirm the identities of Lin Qingyu and Old Third Lin. After questioning Old Fourth Lin himself, they confirmed that the two are indeed his relatives. Then they spoke to Lin Qingyu. Andy, it's like this. Do you know how many days you'll be staying this time? The team has been busy lately and can't spare many people. If you could help take care of Comrade Lin Sikun, the team will provide some support. Just for a few days. After that, we can send someone to look after Comrade Lin Sichuan. Blah blah. The officer explained their team's situation to Lin Qingyu and praised Comrade Lin Sikun. After Lin Qingyu agreed, they handed her some money and vouchers. Family members of soldiers get special treatment. When you go to the cafeteria for meals, bring this little booklet. They will know what to do. Also, keep these vouchers. If they are not enough, you can talk to Comrade Zhao Dezhou, and he will help us apply for more. The process was simple, and everything was settled quickly. Comrade Lin Sikun, take good care of your health and try to return to the unit soon. The team has some matters to attend to, so I need to leave now. The officer finished speaking and left. The 3 remaining people stared at each other in silence. The scene suddenly very quiet. Brother Zhuzi, do you have something to do? If you have work, go ahead. I'll stay here to look after Old Fourth. Your 3rd brother will be with him tonight, so you can sleep well tonight. Lin Qingyu looked at Zhao Dezhou. His dark circles were very obvious. clearly indicating he hadn't slept well for several nights. He had been coming to watch over at night before, and during the day, he was busy with the unit. It's really tough on this kid. Thank you so much, Auntie. Don't worry, I'll only sleep tonight. I'll come back to take over tomorrow night. Zhao Dezhou was really exhausted. Hearing Lin Qingyu say this, he didn't complain and agreed. Then he said a few more words to old fourth Lin before taking his things and leaving. Not long after, old third Lin hurried back. He took new sheets and clothes and quickly changed them for teacher Lin. Lying on the dry bed, old fourth Lin felt very warm. Maybe because of the chicken soup, or because the sleeping environment had improved. After a while, old fourth Lin fell asleep. Although he wanted to talk more with his mother, he was too weak and couldn't stay awake. Third, go back and get some rest. Come to replace me in the middle of the night. When Lin Qingyu heard this, old third Lin refused to agree. Finally, Lin Qingyu said he would come when he woke up, and only then did the other agree reluctantly. After old third Lin left, Lin Qingyu went to ask the nurse for a care bed. She placed it beside old fourth Lin's bed. The room was small, and with 2 beds, it felt even tighter. But at least there was a place to rest. Oh heavens, how can people live like this? After sleeping for a while, she was suddenly awakened by a loud, heartbreaking cry outside the ward. Lin Qingyu sat up and looked toward the door. She couldn't see anyone through the door, but the piercing cry was loud enough for the whole building to hear clearly. You brat, why did you kill my grandson? Just wanted to hold your baby. You knew your child was sleeping nearby. Why did you turn over? A woman's curse sounded, accompanied by another woman's crying. Even without seeing anyone, Lin Qingyu guessed the cause of the trouble. She looked at her sleeping son on the bed, then carefully pushed open the door and stepped outside. Old third Lin had drunk her special chicken soup, and his body was now absorbing the nutrients. Not even loud noises or even a gong could wake him. Her curiosity led her to stand outside the door of that ward. She was a bit far from them, but within the same building, it didn't take long to get there. When she arrived, many people had already gathered outside the ward. Shameless woman, how did our family end up marrying someone like you, a jinx? My precious grandson. The woman sat on the ground, crying loudly. The woman on the bed seemed to have been beaten, with many bruises on her face and body. Her face looked numb, as if she had lost the will to live.
She was almost at the point of death.
Listen, Ma Posey, you can't blame your daughter-in-law entirely for this. It was supposed to be your job to watch the eldest grandson, but you put the child on your daughter-in-law's bed in the middle of the night, and then yourself fell asleep nearby. Your daughter-in-law didn't know someone was behind her, so she turned over and accidentally pressed the child down. I think both of you share the responsibility equally. A woman from the same hospital ward seemed to understand their situation. Since she was also there to care for her postpartum period, she was much more attentive. She not only took good care of the daughter-in-law with food and drinks, but also handled the night duty of watching the baby, so the daughter-in-law didn't have to worry about it. Even if the baby woke up hungry, she would personally feed the child into the daughter-in-law's arms, letting the older granddaughter eat and drink until full, then take the baby away. The daughter-in-law only checked her health briefly during this time. The baby hadn't finished nursing and had already fallen asleep again. That was true postpartum care. But this family was different. They were very harsh on the daughter-in-law, calling her a worthless person and a money grubber. They didn't treat her like a person at all. Even though she had given birth to a grandson, she received no kindness from the old woman. She was only allowed to eat, and even changing the baby's diaper, she wouldn't help. Lin Qingyu heard all of this clearly from the people around her. It's a pity for that child. No matter how the woman was doing, the child was innocent. Lin Qingyu's eyes fell on the child, filled with sympathy. The doctor had already checked and said the woman had no more breath, which is why she went crazy. Yes, I am to blame. If I hadn't trusted you, even if you treated me badly, I believed you would take good care of the child. If I hadn't trusted you with the baby, my son wouldn't have died. I'm really to blame. How could I believe such a wicked person? Oh, heavens, what kind of family did I marry into? The woman kept her head down until she couldn't bear the scolding anymore. Then she howled loudly. However, Upon hearing her outburst, Lin Qingyu felt relieved. It seemed this girl had no desire to die. Keeping feelings inside and not speaking out is the most dangerous. Expressing emotions like she did makes it less likely to consider giving up. She's so young, sigh. All right, what are you arguing about so late at night? Your own child isn't taking care of herself. Don't blame anyone else. Your bed will be packed up and ready to leave tomorrow. Remember to pay the hospital bill. Rest early, and don't stay here all night. The person in charge came over and dispersed everyone. Lin Qingyu didn't leave immediately. She wanted to see what happened next. You're just a useless person. I lost my grandson, and you still expect me to pay your hospital bill. Why don't you go die with my grandson? You wicked woman. The woman kept scolding for a while before finally stomping off. Only the woman on the bed remained, holding a soft, limp child in her arms. Her mind broke down again. Other patients on nearby beds advised her a few words, but then stopped interfering. At this moment, Lin Qingyu approached and looked at the child. Host, should you try to save the child? I don't know how to save him. The child is already so limp. Host, the child hasn't fully stopped breathing yet. This child wasn't crushed to death. The old woman fed him soybeans, and his throat is too narrow to swallow them, so they got stuck. You just need to find a way to remove the soybeans, and the child can still live. Hearing the system's words, Lin Qingyu was stunned. There's actually a hidden story here. Isn't that child the old woman's grandson? Why would she do this? He's not even her biological son, let alone her grandson. The old woman married her husband's stepmother, and her husband is the child of her husband's original wife. The old woman has another son, and her biological grandson is the son of her own son. Unfortunately, her husband doesn't even know that the old woman isn't his real mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed his wife and children over to such a woman. After hearing this shocking story, even Lin Qingyu, who is experienced, found it hard to believe. If I make a move, what are the chances of saving him? If the chances are too small, then forget it. Don't go back and find out the person wasn't saved, only to risk yourself. 100% chance. Host, have you forgotten your special ability? With your skills and the help of your special power, as long as you act, this child can be saved. Hearing the system's words, Lin Qingyu had no reason to hesitate anymore. She quickly walked to the bed and whispered a few words into the woman's ear. The young woman then handed the child over to her. Lin Qingyu took the child and said, "It's fate that we are connected. Today, I'll adopt you as my honorary grandson. Be good, don't be too naughty, and come back soon." The people on the other two beds saw Lin Qingyu's actions and were shocked by her behavior. Only the woman's eyes shone with hope. It seemed as if her son really could be saved. "Little one who told you to wander outside. Come here to Grandma." Lin Qingyu used some skill, gently knocking the yellow beans out of the child's mouth. Wah wah wah. He's alive. He's really alive. The older woman nearby saw this and couldn't help but rush over to see more clearly. She completely forgot about Lin Qingyu's strange move and was so frightened she covered her daughter-in-law's head with a quilt. There are 2 yellow beans in this child's throat. The child couldn't breathe, so his soul left his body. Now that the beans are knocked out and the soul is called back, he's alive. But girl, remember what I told you before. You know who I am, and if you dare to go back on your word, you know the consequences. After doing a good deed, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but act a bit proud. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have an excuse for how she knew the child had beans in his throat. If she had just rushed into someone's arms to the child, she might have been beaten as a crazy person. Right now, her strength hadn't fully recovered. The mess left by the original owner hadn't been cleaned up, and her internal energy was like a windmill, unable to sustain even a little spiritual power. To fully recover, she would need to rest for at least a few more months. However, she was not in a hurry. Her son and daughter-in-law were respectful and had no financial worries. Taking it slow was fine. "Thank you, madam, for saving my son. From now on, you will be this child's real grandmother. I will definitely write a longevity plaque and honor you day and night." The strong woman suddenly got off the bed and knelt in front of Lin Qingyu. She still held the crying child in her arms, ignoring the child's tears, and bowed her head repeatedly. All right, you are still in your postpartum period and shouldn't cry. Since this child is my grandson, you are like his mother. This was somewhat unnecessary, but Lin Qingyu had to say it. I have something important to tell you. Your mother-in-law is not really your mother-in-law. According to my calculations, your husband is not related by blood to her, but he should be the biological son of your father-in-law. What the truth is, you can ask your father-in-law when you go back. And the soybeans in this child's mouth were put there by your mother-in-law. Girl, you need to take good care of my big grandson in the future. There are some things I have to say. Lin Qingyu spoke mysteriously, which made the two patients nearby realize her background. Of course, this was their own guess. This woman spoke with a strong accent, and the information in her words made her seem like a fortune teller. Although they had never seen one, there were many fortune tellers in the area. Their titles might differ, but these people were powerful. They spent their days making mysterious claims, and no one dared to offend them, because what they did couldn't be explained by normal logic or science. Even though the authorities didn't believe in these things now, many people still visited fortune tellers' homes. But these activities were hidden from public view. Did the local officials know? Of course not. But because these people were hard to deal with, the authorities turned a blind eye. All right, I'm getting old, and I need to go back and rest. Take good care of my grandson, and don't just leave him with strangers. Lin Qingyu helped the woman up and settled her back into bed. Your husband should be here soon. Tell him everything exactly as it is. Girl, if you can't rely on your own man, maybe it's better to find someone else to take care of you and your child. Lin Qingyu whispered softly into the woman's ear, making sure no one else heard. This made the woman think deeply. After Lin Qingyu left, an honest man hurried in. Xiaozhi, I heard our child is gone. Is that true? He asked with red eyes and trembling hands. Isn't it true that your child almost died? She replied. I don't understand why you didn't take care of your wife and listen to your stepmother to help her dig a cellar. It's not even harvest time, so delaying the cellar won't matter. Your stepmother really caused trouble. She even fed the child soybeans, almost choking him to death. Before Liang Xiaozhi could speak, the family members on the next bed explained everything. What stepmother? The man was stunned at the word. There's no such thing as a stepmother. It's your mother-in-law. Maybe you don't know. Your mother isn't your real mother. Your father married her after your biological mother. She didn't take care of the child, or the mother giving birth. She just fed soybeans to the baby, trying to kill him. The older woman nearby had been watching and, seeing the honest man arrive, quickly told him everything. All of what they said is true. Our son died and then came back to life, thanks to his grandmother. His grandmother isn't an ordinary person. Your mother isn't your real mother either. She told us that. If you don't believe it, go ask your father. Liang Xiaozhi was furious inside. Looking at the honest man in front of her, she felt torn. She didn't want to give up so many years of feelings, but she also felt hopeless about the future. Her mind was in chaos. The more she looked at this man, the more annoyed she became. Also, after I leave the hospital, we will split from the second household. Your stepmother shouldn't expect me to take care of her in old age. If you still want to pretend to be filial, let's divorce. I'll take the child and go back to my parents. Seeing Liang Xiaozhi's firm decision, the man was at a loss. He was overwhelmed by all the news and didn't know what to do. Scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind. No wonder that woman treated him and his second brother very differently. No wonder their father always favored the second brother. It seems that once there was a stepmother, there was also a stepfather. Gradually, the man's eyes became firm. He looked at his wife and children, as if making a firm decision. Wife, when we go back, we will split the family. Whether or not he is my biological mother, it's true that he harmed my son. If they refuse to split, I will make this matter big. Let's see who will be embarrassed then. I didn't understand before why my parents didn't love me. Now I understand everything. Don't worry. If they refuse to let go of me as a worker, I will go back to my parents' house with you. I will become a son-in-law at your family's home and let the children take your surname. The man's words surprised everyone. People expected him to side with the woman, since she was his wife and children. But saying he wanted to become a son-in-law and have the children take the wife's surname was unexpected. Are you serious? Liang Xiuji's eyes brightened. She didn't expect the man to stand firmly on her side this time. Do you still remember coming back? An old man with a white beard sat on a bench in the main room, frowning as he looked at the young couple walking in from outside. Losing a child is just losing a child. No one in the family really blames you. Your mother was just angry, so she said harsh words. Why did you stay in the hospital so many days after losing the child? Our family doesn't have money to waste on this. And all these chores at home, who'll do them if you don't come back? It's been over 10 days since the child was born. Apart from the 2 days they spent in the hospital at first, no one from the family visited them again. Especially that old woman who exaggerated the hospital story when she got home. Everyone thought the child was lost because of Liang Xiuji. So when the young couple returned, the old man was furious. People say that when there's a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. I didn't understand this before, but today I finally saw it for myself. Honey, it seems our father doesn't welcome us. Let's take the kids and leave. The man was also heartbroken by his father's attitude. Even though his mother told the truth, the grandfather didn't even want to see his grandson after losing him. Coming back with such a questioning tone, they really thought they wanted to return to this home? Actually, they had already been discharged from the hospital and had been staying at the woman's family home. Besides Liang Xiuji, there was only a sickly younger brother in her family. They still didn't have a daughter-in-law, let alone grandchildren. They hoped Liang Xiuji could bring her husband home to live. If he really became a son-in-law, the Liang family wouldn't treat him badly. They didn't complain when he didn't become a son-in-law before, and now they even have the idea of him becoming one. They were living comfortably at the mother-in-law's house, but since the family didn't know they had been discharged, they came back on purpose. First, to let them know the child was fine. Second, the man wanted to see if his father truly considered him his son. He originally wanted to come back alone, but Liang Xiuji said he wasn't a match for that woman, so he insisted on returning with her. His father-in-law and mother-in-law, along with the Liang family, were waiting outside. They didn't come in because they had prepared themselves mentally and believed that the young couple's return wouldn't bring good news. As soon as there was a quarrel inside, they would rush in. Then, they would settle the matter of dividing the family, and from then on, the Liang family would have a son, and the Lu family would lose a scapegoat. The relatives of the Liang family were willing to step in because of this reason. The Liang family has always been united. The daughters who married out are willing to bring their husbands home to visit, which is a blessing for the Liang couple. They would definitely help. With this son-in-law, the idle land of the Liang family would be cultivated, and the empty poultry houses would be used for raising animals. Moreover, the man was known for being capable, and old Liang naturally looked forward to bringing him home. Hearing the man's words, the old man lost his temper.
Now he was truly angry.
Few people remembered the matter of him marrying his second wife. How did this son find out about it? Could it be that someone spread rumors in front of him, sowing discord between father and son? Never let him know who the other person is, or he will tear them apart. Look at you. What kind of words are you saying? You were raised by your mother, and this is how you repay her. Old Lu suddenly threw the pipe bowl he was holding, which flew past Liang Xiuji's cheek and out of the house. Wife, are you okay? Dad, you're going too far. I know you married a young wife and don't care about me, your older son, but you can't hit my wife. She just gave you a grandson, and she's still in her month of confinement. She came back early because she was worried about you. During this time, you didn't even come to see the baby, and now you start giving us the cold shoulder. If this family can't accept me, then let's split up. I really don't want to bring my wife and children back to live in such a cold-hearted family. Hearing the man's words, old Lu was very angry. Parents not dividing the family was common in these days. If any family split early, they would be talked about by the villagers. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Go out for a while. Your skills haven't grown, but your temper sure has. I haven't even scolded you for wasting money, and you're showing off now. Who is really the head of this family? Old Lu said this and pounded the table hard. The table, already a bit unstable, trembled and almost collapsed under his hand. Who is showing off? You know the answer yourself, Dad. I didn't blame your wife. She almost killed my son, but you want to take my wife's life. I can't stay in this house anymore. Today, this family must be split. The stubborn man was determined. Old Lu rushed forward to hit him. Dad, I advise you not to do that. Before, I respected and loved you, listened to you because I thought you and that woman were my real parents. I thought you didn't love me just because you had too many children and couldn't care for me. But now I know the truth. That woman isn't my mother and you're no longer my dad. You don't accept me or my wife and children. She can feed the newborn soybeans and she can put rat poison in our food. Today, this family must be split, whether you want it or not. Hearing the man's words, old Lu stopped walking. What did you just say? You said your mother fed the child soybeans, so my eldest grandson must be gone. Old Lu didn't go to the hospital because he knew his eldest grandson was gone, so he stayed home feeling upset. He hated Liang Xiaoji because of this woman who caused him to lose his grandson. That's why, when he threw the tobacco pouch and pot earlier, he deliberately aimed it at Liang Xiaoji. Don't curse my son. Thanks to his grandmother, my son is now doing well. As for your daughter-in-law, she still doesn't know how to treat my daughter-in-law when she gets home. We can't stay in this house anymore, so today we must split up. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. Hearing that his grandson was safe, old Lu felt a little better. Even if his son wanted to split the family, he didn't care much. Kids get upset. A little comfort is enough. And this eldest son is the most sensible, always saying the right thing, and is the most filial in the family. If he just softened a little, his son and daughter-in-law would forget past grievances and continue to work hard like before. Unfortunately, old Lu's good intentions were in vain. This time, the man was determined not to return to the family. He didn't expect his wife to hurt their eldest son so deeply. It was built up over more than 20 years of unfair treatment. Once this barrier was broken, the man simply couldn't accept it. All the love and family bonds they longed for would turn into hatred. Big brother, it's Dad who is sorry to you. Dad thought the eldest grandson was gone and was too sad to visit you. Since you are back, stay at home and live a good life. Don't talk about splitting the family anymore. It hurts Dad's feelings. Every time old Lu was about to lose his temper, the other side would act helpless and innocent. It made the man feel like he had a heart attack. No wonder his wife came back with him. He couldn't handle that old nagging wife alone, nor could he deal with his acting father. Since her own husband firmly chose his side, Liang Xiaoji would not let him down. Her man would be protected by her personally. Father-in-law, you don't need to say anything more. If we divide the family properly today, you'll still be my father-in-law. But if you keep causing trouble, you'll not only lose a daughter-in-law and grandson, but also your son. Liang Xiaoji spoke very straightforwardly, with no room for argument. Old Lu saw his daughter-in-law like this and felt a bit overwhelmed. He wished he hadn't acted so early just now. Now it's too late to regret, so he could only try to persuade her. Daughter-in-law, I was wrong just now. I was so upset about losing my eldest grandson that I hurt you all. Besides, isn't everything fine now? Can you forgive your father just this once? Why cause chaos at home? Old Lu didn't like this eldest daughter-in-law, as he didn't find any daughter-in-law charming. She wasn't sweet-talking, nor did she try to bring a lot of things from her family, like the younger ones. This daughter-in-law didn't know how to behave properly. If her husband didn't like her, he wouldn't want her to come into the family. I'm sorry, but I can't forgive you this time. Mother-in-law tried to harm my son, and I can't forget this. She first fed my son beans, then secretly did things behind my back. While choking my son, she also pushed me down. I'm worried my son might have some after effects, so I can't forgive this grandmother for what she did to the child. Liang Xiaoji said this very calmly. But the calmer she was, the more it scared old Lu. It was like the family's cattle and horses were about to be taken away. And the one responsible was his wife.
How could he accept that?
His younger son and daughter-in-law were likable, but not good at working. Without the support of the eldest family, how could the second family live well, like the old second? Daughter-in-law, do you think there's some misunderstanding? How could my wife harm the eldest grandson? She was really looking forward to his birth. Even now, old Lu still didn't quite believe what his son and daughter-in-law said. I thought they were just making excuses, trying to steal his attention. He knows he has wronged the boss over the years, but his heart still aches for his son. Honey, don't argue with him. Let's go straight to the village chief and split the family today. As a father, we will take responsibility for his future care. We'll give him the amount of grain he needs each month. As for everything else, I'm just a helpless son and can't do anything about it. The man said this and helped Liang Xiaoji to leave. Old Lu saw his son being serious and felt uneasy. Both of you, do you still see the elders? Since ancient times, the main family takes care of the elders. Are you trying to shirk your duty? Old Lu shouted loudly. Taking care of the elders in the main family is true, but I can only support my own parents. If you're willing to separate from that woman, I wouldn't mind supporting you more. The couple had already planned that if they could handle things themselves, they wouldn't need Liang Xiaoji's family to step in. But if old Lu was determined not to split the family, then Liang Xiaoji's family would have to get involved. Trying to split the family? Forget about that. If you have the ability, get out of my house. Otherwise, just behave yourself. Splitting the family is impossible. I won't give you even a single child. Seeing that his son and daughter-in-law dared to oppose him, old Lu immediately stopped pretending. He tried to persuade them, but they wouldn't listen. So he decided to use his strongest method. His eldest son is very filial and only knows how to work hard. Over the years, they haven't saved a single coin. Without him, they wouldn't survive. Then I will leave everything behind, but that means there will be no grain for future care. Surprisingly, the man was not afraid and even seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This made old Lu even more anxious. In the end, the matter was taken to the village chief. Liang Xiaoji's family also appeared at old Lu's house, and the things that the old woman did were known by the villagers. Everyone scolded her for being cruel and heartless. Even if she raised a cat or a dog for over 10 years, she should have developed some feelings. I never expected this woman to harm her grandson. Some people who don't know the full story used to think that men were simply not valued by their families. But now I see there was a deeper reason behind it. You don't know, old Lu married his wife back then just to better raise his children. But after he remarried, he had a stepfather, and gradually he might have forgotten why he was so eager to marry in the first place. His first wife unexpectedly passed away. At that time, the man was very young and didn't remember much. He just wanted to find a wife quickly, even if they had more children later. Since he raised his children himself, he felt a special bond with them. He hoped that the mother and daughter could get along better over time. If only they could hide the fact that the children weren't his biological ones, that would be even better. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, such a thing could happen? How many people in this world can truly stay true to their original intentions? But what's going on with the Liang family? From what they say, they not only want to split Lu's family, but also want to move the man to Liang village to live. The crowd was talking among themselves, but Liang Xiaoji and the man didn't care. They just wanted to escape from this loveless family. They hoped their children would grow up healthy and happy, not living under others' malicious schemes. Old Lu was criticized by the villagers, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and agree. But he didn't give anything to his eldest son, only paying the annual pension in grain to the main household. From then on, that son was practically gone. Old Lu felt a deep emptiness inside, but he couldn't bring himself to part with his money. Was his son more important than his wealth? His estate belonged only to him. Moreover, his second son needed his support even more. Compared to the capable couple of the eldest son, he worried more about the second son's family, who didn't work hard. Mom, I can finally get out of bed. Lin Laosi looked at his mother excitedly. He was no longer a useless person. Mom, thank you for everything these days. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Lin Laosi showed gratitude to Lin Qingyu. This experience taught him that family love is the most precious thing. Someone had once encouraged him to pay less in wages and keep more for himself. But now, old fourth Lin only wants to say, when he was sick and in the hospital, only a few of those whispering around him came to visit. No one could care for him like his own family, who took off their clothes to look after him. When he truly needed help, only his family was there. His third brother lost weight trying to care for him. His mother also did her best, cooking delicious food for him every day. He deeply remembers this kindness and love. Today I can get out of bed and maybe in a few days I can leave the hospital. Seeing you get better every day makes me very happy. Third brother Lin helped fourth brother Lin go downstairs for a walk. Lin Qing left the hospital and went back home. During this time, she took two young neighbors out every day to sell wild vegetables. They made a good profit from the price difference. While others go to the hospital and get poorer, she gained more money, not less, and even doubled her savings. Auntie, it looks like our vegetables are almost gone. Will we have any more money-making work in the future? Su Wanting looked at Lin Qingyu with worry. Recently, they paid off their father's hospital bills and saved quite a bit. But thinking about no future income, the couple couldn't sleep from worry. Making money isn't that hard. Lin Qingyu just counted her recent earnings, planning to save enough to get through the crisis. Her hometown is about to face a drought, so they need to stock up on food. Without money, these supplies are impossible to get. Annie, you really are talented. Since we've been following you, we've earned quite a lot, but our family is really struggling. If there's any other way to earn money, please take us along. Our savings are just enough for my father's surgery. We haven't figured out how to pay for his nutrition afterward. My partner and I can't sleep, worried about where the money will come from. The more they spent time together, the more she felt Lin Qingyu was a very kind person. Su Wanting also didn't hide her family's situation. Although her grandfather was in the hospital, he was also her father. She never thought that if someone was sick, it wasn't her own father. She would just ignore it. This is also why Lin Qingyu was willing to help them. Maybe her own family had 5 obedient children, so when she saw others being equally caring, she wanted to help more. Who made me kind-hearted? I've already found a place. There is a big river at the foot of Qingxi Mountain, and it has many fish. Starting tomorrow, we will go to catch fish in the river and sell them at the black market. Do you two have the courage for this? Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Su Wanting immediately nodded. There's nothing scarier than poverty. As long as you ask, we are willing to do anything. The three quickly discussed the details. They asked the two of them to prepare tools, while Lin Qingyu stayed at home weaving nets. A net that normally took 2 or 3 days to make, she finished in just one afternoon. The next morning, she asked the third brother to bring chicken soup to the fourth son. Lin Qingyu then followed Su Wanting and her husband to the bottom of Dongshan River. Annie, everyone knows there are fish in this river, but no one can catch them. Are the things we prepared really useful? Su Wanting carried a water bucket, looking at the rushing river in front of her, unsure of how to start. It's okay. Watch what I do later, Lin Qingyu said, taking out the net she had woven yesterday. She chose a spot where the current was a little calmer, then held the net and threw it out like a fairy scattering flowers. Maybe no one had fished here before, so when she cast the net, it almost got caught on something. Fortunately, my net is strong, or all the fish would have escaped. The three of them finally managed to pull the net ashore and started catching the fish inside. Next was the issue of selling them. But she had already thought it through. Some fish would be sold at the black market, and others to familiar customers. The place near the hospital was truly a good spot. There were fewer strict inspectors because everyone needed to recover their health. Where there is demand, there is supply. She had contacted many people, and they were just waiting for the fish to be delivered. After casting the net once, the three of them had no reason to stay longer. The buckets they brought couldn't hold all the fish, so they divided the catch into batches and sent them out. By the time they finished dividing the money, it was already noon. This trip definitely earned more money than selling dried vegetables before. All three of them were very happy with the result. At noon, Lin Qingyu finished cooking and planned to take the food to the hospital. But she saw the third brother helping the fourth brother as they walked toward their dormitory. Third brother, our mother lives here. I'm sorry to trouble you all. Because of me, I've delayed the farm work and also taken up your time. Old fourth Lin felt uncomfortable inside, always feeling he owed his family. Not being able to spend time with them was one thing, but now he was also wasting their time. Fourth brother, you shouldn't say that again. Don't you usually send money home to help out? We all appreciate what you do for us. We're grateful, so we don't see you as a burden. This was sincere from old third Lin. If it were him, he might not be willing to send so much money home. Brothers shouldn't need to say such polite words. Helping each other is what family is for. Hearing what the third brother said, old fourth Lin couldn't help but shake his head and smile. You know we're brothers, so your words aren't out of line, right? The two brothers looked at each other and smiled, just then seeing Lin Qingyu come out. Mother, are you going to fetch water? Hand me the bucket, I'll go. Old third Lin took the water bucket from Lin Qingyu. Here, they could only fetch water from the communal well. Honestly, it's less convenient than at home. But when you're away from home, you just have to make do. Fourth brother, why are you out here? Come on, come inside and sit. Lin Qingyu prepared a stool for him. After he sat down, she continued cooking. The soup was already simmered, and since fourth brother was here, she decided to cook another dish. Mother, I was thinking, since I can't train right now, maybe I should go back to our hometown and stay for a while. Once I'm fully recovered, I can come back and train again. Old fourth Lin shared his idea, also seeking his mother's opinion. Later, I will talk to the leader and ask him to get us a sleeper ticket. Lin Qingyu said this and started planning her return trip. If they decide to leave, the fishing net must be left for Su Wanting and her husband, and they should learn how to cast the net. Of course, this isn't given for free. After all, the money she earned has always been mainly hers. The two are officially partners, but in reality, they are more like apprentices. Still, since they brought it up voluntarily, Lin Qingyu can't just ignore their kindness. Leave the sleeper ticket to me. Mom, is there anything you want to buy? I still have some money and tickets here. You can choose what to buy. Looking at the stack of money and tickets in her hand, some are small bills, some are large, probably saved by old fourth Lin over a long time. I didn't spend money in the army, so I just saved a little. Mom, please don't think it's too little. She gave the money but was worried the other might be dissatisfied. What a kind-hearted big brother. I'll take half and you keep the rest. Having the money in your own hands makes it easier to spend. Moreover, your family has nephews and nieces. Later, when the children call you uncle, you might not even be able to buy a piece of candy. Lin Qingyu looked at him with a smile. Old fourth Lin, who had initially wanted to refuse, immediately pocketed the money after hearing this. He had been outside for so many years. He needed to buy something for the children when he returned home. He couldn't give the impression that he was stingy with the children. That would hurt his image. All right, dinner is ready. I'm going to check on third brother. He's been gone a long time just to fetch water. Lin Qingyu put down her spoon and went outside, looking toward the well. There were several people gathered there, talking about something. She hurried over and heard some of the crowd discussing. The water level in this well is getting lower and lower. The river outside the city has plenty of water, so why is the well running dry? An old man, smoking a pipe, said curiously. It's strange, very strange. Every year there are odd things, but this year is especially many. That's right. Our water level is dropping and several nearby wells have less water too, someone else added. It turned out that old third Lin was listening to their talk about the decreasing well water, so he didn't go back immediately. Unusual events must have a reason. Maybe there's a drought this year. Someone said this casually, and everyone else fell silent. Third brother, time to go home for dinner. Seeing there was nothing else, Lin Qingyu called his son to come back for the meal. On the way home, both of them stayed quiet until they reached the dining table, then started talking about the drought. This year's drought might be unstoppable. Even our hometown is affected. And especially here. Lin Qingyu sighed deeply. Natural disasters are the most troublesome. Because you can't control the weather, you just have to accept what happens. In the following days, the three of them kept busy with their own tasks. Lin Laozi managed to get 3 train tickets for sleeping berths, and Lin Qingyu took care of the arrangements. As for Lin Lao-san, he was either looking after Laozi or caring for their mother. Finally, the day of returning arrived. They lay on the sleeping berths, feeling completely relaxed. It's such a warm topic. And it's a very romantic thing. On the way back, nothing unusual happened. They didn't encounter any enemies or villains, not even a thief or pickpocket. When they finally got home, all 3 were exhausted and irritable. Big brother Lin and the others were happy. Not only did their mother and third brother return, but they also brought Laozi back. Now, the brothers could finally spend more time together. Boss, can you speak a little quieter? Mother just went to sleep, and your loud voice might wake her up and cause trouble. Seeing his brother, big brother Lin felt very happy, and he couldn't help raising his voice. They sat together in the yard, and the scene was lively and cheerful. I understand. I will be more careful. Besides, Mother wouldn't scold me over such small things, big brother Lin said proudly, but he lowered his voice. He continued chatting with his brothers. The children sat around them, chewing candies and holding snacks brought back by Lao Si. They listened quietly, hearing the adults talk. Lin Qingyu took a nap and finally felt refreshed. After several days away, she still found her bed very comfortable. Seeing no one in the yard, she knew they had gone for a walk in the village. Even the gifts were chosen by her. No one was around, so she decided to go for a walk in the back mountain. She took a basket and headed out. With a sickle in hand, she gestured and measured. For older people, isn't the joy of going hunting in the mountains enough? Is there anything more satisfying than eating meat? Yes, there is one thing. That is counting money. Without anyone lagging behind, Lin Qingyu used all her strength. In a short time, she caught a few wild rabbits and some wild chickens. Back home, she threw the dead animals into the kitchen. First, she boiled a big pot of water, then went to the yard to sharpen her knives. She didn't know how the children used these knives. They looked all bent out of shape. Without her guidance, the family really couldn't manage. The younger ones could make do, but they didn't understand that sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping firewood. Mom, we're back. After a while, the Lin family members gradually returned. A few little kids still gathered around their uncle, clearly worshipping him as a hero. Why are there so many hunted animals in the kitchen? Zhang Xiaoyan was about to go back to the kitchen to boil some hot water for tea when she saw the animals on the ground. Why make such a fuss? Hurry up and clean up. Smoke the ones that need smoking, stew the ones that need stewing. Lin Qingyu sharpened all the knives, big and small, making them all razor sharp. Zhang Xiaoyan, however, attracted the men in the yard. Everyone looked at each other and started working on processing the game. Mom, are you feeling much better now? Lin Laoda quietly asked his mother as he moved closer. I'm almost fine. Nothing much happening at home lately. Mother and son discussed family matters. Lin Laoda told her everything that happened after she left. Can't believe so much has happened in just over 10 days. Old Uncle Quan just passed away like that, leaving Aunt Quan alone. Life must be so hard for her. Big brother, you should find time to help Aunt Quan more. Aunt Quan has had a tough life. She did good deeds all her life, but in the end, she has no one to care for her. Not many people survived that era, and the couple of Uncle Quan and his wife are among them. Unfortunately, Aunt Lao Quan was injured earlier, and because of that, she lost her chance to have children in her life. The harvest season arrived quickly. Every household took sickles and tools and went to the fields to start working. The family's control over Lin Qingyu was not as strict as at the beginning. Since her health improved, no one kept bothering her. She would go for a walk up the mountain every day, sometimes catching wild chickens or rabbits, and occasionally even a wild pig. Her family was very secretive, or else news would have spread all over the village by now. But even so, the villagers felt that their family was different somehow. After all, who can afford to eat meat every day? However, everyone just suspected that the fourth brother Lin was the reason, thinking he earned money outside and could afford meat for the family. No one guessed that the real culprit was actually the old lady of the Lin family. Meanwhile, everyone was busy working in the fields. Even Qingyu, who usually didn't need to do much, was assigned to cook. Early in the morning, she went up the mountain, caught 2 fat fish from the pond, and also caught 2 fat snakes. The wild chickens and rabbits from the nearby mountains had been hunted almost to extinction by her, so it was hard to find more now. To hunt, she had to go deeper into the mountains. The big spicy strips she once looked down on had now become a delicious dish on the table. Back home, soon there was the sound of pounding meat. The 4 children hadn't gone to school these days because the school had a holiday for farm work, so they could experience life at home. Recently, the Lin family was very lively. The peaceful life almost made Qingyu forget about the black briefcase and the important documents inside. However, the grain harvest wasn't good everywhere. Besides their village, most places didn't have a good yield. Only after storing the grain at home did the villagers realize how important that rain was. Now, some families were happy, others worried. Even with a good harvest, they dared not boast, afraid that relatives from other villages might come to borrow grain. At noon, people who went to the field started returning one after another. Qingyu prepared lunch, and everyone sat around the table, happily discussing the harvest. This year's harvest in our village was okay. It wasn't outstanding, but it was a good harvest. However, I heard that some places outside are already facing food shortages. The team leader told us to keep quiet and not to share the village's food situation with others. Old Lin talked about the outside situation, and everyone looked worried. Mom, there isn't much food in town either. Even in the black market, prices have doubled. Should we buy some in advance? Old Lin Wu shared what he knew from the supply store. He said, if possible, we should buy a little now. Our family has many people, so we need more food. Storing a bit more won't hurt. Lin Qingyu ate a mouthful of rice. She really couldn't get used to mixed grains and needed to find a way to get some food early. She had plenty of grains in her space, but she needed a proper way to get them. After the harvest, a few days passed, and old Lin Si received a message from the army, telling him to return quickly. They were in a hurry, so he couldn't stay at home anymore. Fortunately, his health was almost back to normal, and he was fine to move around. Even though his family didn't want him to go, they still sent him off on the train. The days that followed returned to normal. But not long after, an unexpected news came. To ensure everyone had enough to eat, the authorities decided to organize collective village canteens. All the grain from each household would be collected and managed by the village head, who would organize cooks to prepare meals for everyone. When this news spread, every household was in an uproar. Hardworking families were not happy. They had worked hard to grow their grain, and they didn't want to share it with others. On the other hand, lazy families or those with not enough food at home were very happy. Their own grain wouldn't last through the winter, so now they could eat from other supplies. Suddenly, the village became very lively. There was arguing, shouting, organizing, protesting. All kinds of noises filled the air. Boss, how's the cellar digging going? The Lin family was unusually quiet. They didn't believe the collective dining hall would succeed. So they planned to save some grain just in case. Of course, dried meat and other supplies were hidden very carefully, and no one revealed where. Mom, do you really think the collective dining hall can work? Lao Lin always felt this plan was not reliable. Over the years, how many people in the village have starved during winter? There's only so much grain, and even the wealthiest families can barely get through the season. If everyone shares the same food, will it really last until next year? The number of rooms doesn't change, but the number of mouths to feed does. If they cook at home, they would be careful with portions. But at the collective dining hall, everyone rushes to eat as much as they can. Families that used to be full now go hungry, while those who were hungry before might get some food. He really didn't understand what the leaders were thinking. There's a way around the rules. We shouldn't worry about others, just focus on ourselves. The cellar is hidden under your cabinet. No need to move it unless necessary. Hopefully this farce will end soon. Lin Qingyu knew this movement was unavoidable. She could only try to save herself. Fortunately, it wouldn't last long. Maybe a few months or even 3 or 5 years. Just endure it, and it will be over. The best plan now was to find a job in the city. Relying on government food was the safest. Each family had several children, but what kind of work could they find? Suddenly, Lin Qingyu started to worry about work. Mom, with so much grain hidden, can others really not tell? Lao Lin asked anxiously as he carried grain into the cellar. Don't worry. Every family isn't stupid. Everyone hides some. Do you think the village chief's family doesn't hide any? Hearing her mother's words, Lao Lin finally relaxed. Yes, the village chief was just following the town's orders. In his opinion, the village chief didn't believe in this plan either. That's why the town quickly sent officials to collect grain from every household, aiming for a quick resolution. They took every grain, all the pots and pans, leaving nothing behind. The villagers had no tools to cook their own food. Any extra iron pots and knives were collected and sent upstairs to be melted down for steel. Every family looked at the lost food and the empty kitchens, and they all felt helpless and shed tears. But they had no choice but to hope that the collective canteen would be reliable. On the first day of eating at the canteen, everyone felt good. Even those who were skeptical before started to dream of being full. After all, this was the most satisfying meal they had had in many years. On the second day at the big collective canteen, people's attitudes began to change, and they started praising the decision. By the fifth day, there was some minor waste in the canteen. Fortunately, the village head quickly adjusted and stopped this behavior. He also slightly reduced the daily portion of food to prevent waste. On the 15th day, the meals became worse each day, and it seemed they would return to the old situation soon. After a month, seeing the food being wasted and eaten by those who didn't work hard, many villagers started to complain. After 2 months, the food served at the canteen returned to normal levels, even shrinking a bit. After 3 months, the village announced the closure of the canteen, and the remaining grain was distributed based on the original collection standards. Families who collected more grain received more. Those who collected less received less. Villagers looked at the little food left in their hands and cried in pain. But no one insisted on keeping the collective canteen because they knew it couldn't last through the winter. The village's collective canteen only operated for 3 months before closing down. Some other villages continued, but their villagers ate less and looked pale and thin. This winter, more people died than in previous years. Old Lin's family sat around the table, looking at the reduced food in the main room, all frowning. Well, even though the food is less, at least we still have some left. Plus, the food we secretly stored before should be enough for our family to get through the winter. Xiaoyan, go make 2 bottles of spicy chicken sauce and send them to Lao Si. We don't know how he's doing outside. It's hard to send food by mail, but homemade spicy sauce is fine. Add more chicken pieces as a special way to boost health. Lin Qingyu spoke to Zhang Xiaoyan. They need to find some work to do, or else they'll just keep feeling sad and bored all day. Xiao Wan, help your older sister-in-law. Make more, so we can eat too. The 2 daughters-in-law received the orders and quickly went to the kitchen. The remaining men looked at each other, unsure of what to do. For a moment, they didn't know what was best to do. Bring the grain inside, put some in each room to prevent any accidents. Old Si and Old Wu are not home. You must take good care of the house. Later, go chop some firewood. I'll teach you more later. During the winter, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, there wasn't much to do outside. Lin Qingyu personally taught them at home, using the same book as before. They learned geometric drawing and mechanical drafting, along with some old books she found. The content was very useful. Whether preparing for a factory exam or getting ready to operate a tractor in the future, it was very important. The men studied very seriously, and even the children were excited. Of course, they read different books. Besides learning from their elders, the younger ones also had homework to do. Most of all, they loved the ancient poetry and poetry appreciation book that Lin Qingyu had specially brought out. When they were bored at home, it was good for them to memorize poems in advance. The big group meal event was completely over. Lin Qingyu thought this winter no more accidents would happen. But unexpectedly, something big still happened in the village. It all started with a family that couldn't get enough food. Because they were starving and water no longer helped, that family went into the mountains in heavy snow. They never came back. The old mother at home was very worried. After a day, she finally couldn't hold back and went to see the village chief. When the village chief heard this, he scolded her harshly. Why didn't you plant more land and grow some crops during the usual times? Now you realize it's late. Other families prepare in advance, but you only start acting when you're almost starving. How can I praise you all? Although I was very angry inside, the village chief still organized people and planned to go into the mountains to find the missing person. Old Lin 1 and Old Lin 2 were among the group, and Lin Qingyu also insisted on going along. Later, Old Lin 3 replaced Old Lin 2 to stay at home and watch over the house. He went up the mountain with his older brother. When the village chief saw Lin Qingyu, he advised her to stay at home. But Lin Qingyu said she often wandered in the back mountain, was familiar with the terrain, and could judge the direction of the others based on the depth of footprints. The village chief had no choice but to let her join. He told the men to take extra care, especially because she was a woman. No matter her age, when outside, men should protect women. Mom, should I carry you on my back? Not long after they started walking, old Lin One suggested. It's okay, I can still walk for now. The snow in the north was really heavy, creating deep snowdrifts with every step. Normally, no one would dare go into the back mountain. Not to mention, in deep snow, if you fall in, you might not be able to get out. Be careful, everyone. Don't go that way. There's a deep ditch. Lin Qingyu looked happily at her older brother, but as her eyes moved, she saw a few people moving to the side. She quickly tried to stop them, but it was too late. They had already fallen into a snowdrift. Village chief, hurry and save them, someone called out and threw a rope. Lin Qingyu watched nervously from the side. Luckily, there were many people, and they managed to pull the others out quickly. Why did you go that way? After everyone was rescued, the village chief asked angrily. They had agreed before starting not to fall behind, not to go to unfamiliar places, and to follow the footprints ahead. Why were these people so disobedient? Village chief, we saw a trail of footprints, so we went to check. The scene was mostly disturbed, but a little farther away, they could still see a trail of footprints. The footprints weren't deep, and there were quite a few. With so many footprints, it was probably a wolf pack. There are wolves living in the back mountain, but they rarely come near the village. However, in the middle of winter, you can still hear wolf howls sometimes. Now, seeing the scene, everyone's hearts filled with fear. There's a wolf. Does that mean there's meat to eat? Some hungry people, frightened, looked at the footprints and imagined the scene of eating wolf meat. How fierce wolves are. Are you rivals just to think about eating them? Later, it might be you eating meat or the wolf eating you. That's not certain. The village chief kicked that person in the backside, and everyone else looked on greedily. The person was kicked but didn't get angry. Instead, he tightened his belt around his waist. System, do you know where those villagers went? At first, they could sense some clues. But gradually, as the footprints disappeared and they couldn't find the people, everyone felt uneasy. 500 meters ahead, they fell into a ditch yesterday. Now, they are probably frozen stiff. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu's heart sank. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Her eyes sharpened instantly. Village chief, let's keep moving forward. I remember there's a head and there's a deep ditch. If someone falls in, Lin Qingyu didn't continue but led the group forward. She was familiar with this path. It was flat and solid ground. The snow was also thinner here. But when they reached the place the system mentioned, they didn't see anyone. If it weren't for Lin Qingyu brushing away the fresh snow on the surface and revealing the tracks underneath, everyone would have thought they were going the wrong way. When they finally found the others, everyone fell silent. Unexpectedly, Sai, carry the person back. This is what happens if you don't work hard. Don't follow this family's example. The village chief closed his eyes helplessly. In the end, they couldn't bring the person back alive. On the way back, everyone was very quiet. But although they wanted to remain silent, the eyes hidden in the dark refused to stay quiet. Where did that dog come from? Someone accidentally caught a glimpse of a figure and cursed angrily. This snowdrift was hard to walk through. Even when they saw the dog, they couldn't catch it. They could only watch the dog meat wagging in front of them, feeling extremely frustrated inside. He was almost starving and weak, but the dogs could still jump and run in the mountains. This made him feel like he was not as alive as a dog. You're wrong. That's not a dog, it's a wolf. Another person saw it too, and helplessly argued. But after he spoke, everyone became serious. Everyone, stay close together, and those with weapons stay outside. The village chief quickly responded, trying to gather everyone closer. This way, even if the wolf pack attacks, they have some chance to defend themselves. Son, give me your shovel. Lin Qingyu snatched the iron wire from the third brother and struck the wolf's head that was lunging at him. It all happened very fast, and even the third brother didn't react in time. Luckily, Lin Qingyu saw it, or else his older son might have been hurt. Everyone be careful. The wolf was hit and fell to the ground, not moving. Lin Qingyu, the third brother, pulled the wolf over, checked that it was truly no longer resisting, and then carried the wolf's body forward. Oh, they are going to attack again. Another part of the team was also attacked. Although the wild wolves were driven away, they couldn't keep the enemies from leaving. Such a pity. Guys, we're not much better than an old lady. We must seize the chance next time. Maybe because Lin Qingyu hit the wolf, it gave everyone courage. So no one was afraid. They even hoped the wolf pack would attack again. This time, they wouldn't be so weak. Be careful, the village chief warned, and everyone quickened their steps. The Wolf King issued new orders, and the wolves started attacking from all sides. Although some were injured, 3 wolves were left behind. The injured people were surrounded in the middle, and the wolf bodies were dragged away. Seeing that their 2 attacks had failed, the Wolf King decided to retreat. But it didn't seem willing to give up, so it decided to attack one more time. This time, they lost 2 more wolves. The Wolf King howled loudly and led the pack to retreat. We won. We won. Great. We finally have meat to eat. Although the death of that family was sad, the wolf meat in front of them was real and tangible. These households who went up the mountain, even if divided equally, without considering people, would each get at least half a wolf. As for the families who didn't come, they earned their share through hard work, so they shouldn't be given any. The ownership of the wolf meat was quickly decided. The village chief, as expected, divided the wolves by family units, 2 households sharing 1 wolf. The remaining wolf was slaughtered by the village chief and then shared with the family that was injured or had lost someone. The village chief is always fair, and everyone trusts him. So, no one objected to his distribution. If they divided by the number of people, there would always be disagreements over who got more or less. Moreover, each household had about the same number of people, and these were families with slightly better food supplies in the village. They could afford to eat well, so they had the strength to go into the mountains. Those who hadn't eaten for days, surviving only on water and couldn't find rice grains in the pot, had no way to go into the mountains because they were too hungry and weak.
They could only stay at home and rest.
The family closest to the Lin family, who shared the wolf meat, was the Liang family. The Liang family had a good relationship with them and had already agreed to kill the wolf at the other family's house. After skinning the wolf, they divided it into 2 halves. As for the wolf's pelt, the other family needed it more. Their family only had 2 sets of cotton clothes. Whoever needed to go out would take one to wear. This wolf pelt added a warm piece of clothing they could wear outside. So, Lin Qingyu didn't compete with them and exchanged some dried chili peppers, which made both sides happy. Lin Qingyu's family loved spicy food. Her daughter-in-law's chili sauce earned them a lot of grain in return. Their family's own chili peppers weren't enough to eat, so they had to trade with others in the village. At night, families who received meat enjoyed a warm, filling meal. Of course, no one cooked everything in one pot. Most people would take out a piece of bone, or meat each day, and boil a big pot of soup. They'd add some dried vegetables or potatoes, which made the best meal in the world. Since it was oily and nourishing, it was very good for health. Time passed quickly, and spring arrived in the blink of an eye. The snow was falling less heavily, and everyone started going out. Some visited relatives, others went to the market. Everyone was preparing for the new year, especially the scenes of every family going out to shovel snow, which are very impressive. They worked from the edge of the village to the end, then headed towards the town to clear the way. Their goal was to make sure there was a clear path straight to the town. As traffic opened up, Lin Qingyu received a message from the post office, asking her to pick up a package. Everyone was curious about who sent something to their mother. Could it be the 4th brother? Although they didn't know who sent the package, it didn't stop their excitement about going to the market. When they arrived in town, they greeted Old Five from the supply and marketing cooperative and asked him to try to save some meat. Then everyone hurried to the post office. There were many people outside the post office, some making phone calls, some sending letters, and others asking about things. Lin Qingyu pushed to the front of the counter and spoke to the staff inside. "Comrade, please help me find my package. Why are there so many?" Although one package was sent by Old Four, the names on the other 2 packages were completely unfamiliar. This bag was sent by Su Wanting. I used to help her in Ungshi. It probably contains dried vegetables or similar things quite a lot, enough for us to eat for a long time. Lin Qingyu then looked at another burlap sack. This one was sent by Liang Xiuji. She is the mother of my adopted grandson. I once saved her son's life. The origins of the two packages were now clear. The Lin family had heard about these two people before, so they didn't ask further. But they felt a little touched inside. Indeed, there are many good people in this world. They say saving a life is better than building 7 stories of a pagoda, and that's true. This kind of blessing was coming to them. Old Four probably sent the grain. He might have heard about our hometown's disaster and specially exchanged for it. Big brother and second brother, you stay outside and watch the things. I'll go call Old Four, Lin Qingyu said and turned back to the post office. Seeing the long line ahead, she felt how inconvenient it was without a phone. Unfortunately, mobile phones wouldn't be invented for a long time. All she could do now was wait patiently. The phone call was unanswered, and the operator said the other person was not at home and wouldn't be back for a few days. Lin Qingyu had to give up and follow her family back home. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, she took the meat that Lao Wu had prepared in advance. She asked him if he had time to come home for dinner. When he agreed, everyone headed home together. The younger children didn't come along because there was no market today, so they didn't bring the kids. Later, a few days before the new year, the town would hold a big market, which would be lively. They planned to bring the children then so they could celebrate a lively new year. The new year was coming. Compared to previous years, this year was quieter. A series of recent events made it hard for the people to feel relaxed. But none of this affected the Lin family. To everyone's surprise, Lao Si Lin brought home a wife. This is my wife. She's a medic in our army. We've already registered our marriage. Sorry for telling you late. I just didn't get around to it. Lao Si confidently introduced his new wife to everyone. How did you two meet? I didn't hear you mention it last time you came back. Lin Qingyu was very curious. How did Lao Si come back with a wife after just one trip out? Mother, it's like this. Du Jing stepped forward confidently and explained. 2 months ago, I accidentally fell into the water.
Lao Si Lin rescued me.
We fell in love at first sight and decided to become life partners. She didn't expect it was because of this reason. Whether they truly fell in love at first sight or it was just the natural course of events didn't matter to Lin Qingyu. Since they were married, Du Jing was now her daughter-in-law. Du Jing was not only brave in name but also very straightforward and spirited. Shui liked this daughter-in-law quite a lot. Having such a confident woman outside meant the couple could have a good life together. All right, since you've married into my family, you're my good daughter-in-law. Since it's our first meeting, I don't have much to give you. Take this bracelet. Both your sisters-in-law have one. Even though it's not worth much, it's a small token of my kindness. The original owner did give some gifts to Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Mingwan. One received a silver earring, and the other a silver ring. When he arrived at Du Jing's place, the silver jewelry he left had been taken, so he could only remove a jade bracelet from his own wrist to give her. This jade bracelet was bought by the fourth brother earlier, though the exact cost is unknown. It is of good quality. If kept for many years, it might become quite valuable, but now its value as a keepsake is more important than selling it. Thank you, mother. Seeing that her sisters-in-law all had gifts, Du Jing took the bracelet and put it on her wrist. But that wasn't the only good thing. A few days later, third brother secretly approached Lin Qingyu. Mother, I like a girl. She's from the town. We've already met privately. Can you find a time to propose marriage? In the Lin family, it's traditional to ask for permission after making a decision. As soon as the fourth brother found someone, third brother was eager for her to propose. Tell me about her family's situation. His own third son doesn't even have a job. How can he match a girl from the city? She's the second daughter of Director Yu from the textile factory. Her name is Yu Ailian. We're very compatible, so her family won't ask for too much. Mother, just leave the details to me. You just need to go and propose. Third brother rarely showed shyness, urging his mother to go and ask for her hand. Qingyu couldn't do it. After all, she was now playing the role of a mother. Within a few days, she hired a matchmaker, and they went together to visit the girl's family. Although Director Yu's family was quite wealthy in the town, they had no objections to his son. They were happy to agree. They said it was because the Lin family had good traditions, and their daughter wouldn't suffer after marrying into the family. It turned out that Director Yu had also heard about the Lin family. Although they were from the countryside, their family was harmonious, respectful to elders, and had no petty disputes among sisters-in-law. Director Yu agreed to his daughter's request and allowed her family to come and propose. Of course, his own daughter wouldn't really marry a rural boy and suffer. Director Yu arranged a job for Lin's third brother, so he could stay in town and live with the girl. For Director Yu, it was a small favor, but it completely changed Lin's third brother's future. After that, a month later, old Lin and Yu Ailian got married. They lived in Yu Ailian's house in the town. During holidays, they would go back to the village to visit Lin Qingyu. Because Lin Qingyu was very generous with food, their home had plenty of grains and wild game and fruits all the time. Yu Ailian also liked to be close to her mother-in-law. Whenever there was something good, she would think of her first. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law got along very well, and the sisters-in-law also had a good relationship. Although Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Mingwan were rural women, they didn't feel inferior because their lives were good. The three sisters-in-law often went out together and got along better than real sisters. As time went by slowly, the men in the Lin family also gradually found jobs in the town. Second, old Lin used his skills to get a job at a machinery factory. First, old Lin accidentally saved a local leader who was inspecting the area, and he became the leader's personal driver. Fifth, old Lin officially became a staff member at the supply and marketing cooperative, and because he was very charming and clever, he was promoted to director within 2 years. It was clear that each of the sons had found their own place in life. Even their grandchildren started writing her letters in messy handwriting. Lin Qingyu felt that her children had hardly ever caused her worries. But because life was so peaceful, time seemed to pass very quickly. She originally wanted to become a strong woman and lead her family to success. But she later realized that each child had their own destiny and didn't need her to worry much. Enjoying her peaceful life, she turned her attention to pleasure. First, she helped her children plant a fruit orchard the mountain. Later, she started working on high-yield grain crops. After 2 years of testing, all the grains grown in the village were from her seeds. By the 3rd year, leaders came to buy her produce. They also awarded her a large bonus and a certificate of honor. The leaders even encouraged her to continue researching, promising that if she succeeded, the country would buy her products. Bored, Lin Qingyu then focused on raising livestock. All the poultry she raised were fat, healthy, and delicious. Within a few years, the country bought her feed research results as well. There are now high-yield grain crops and more feed for animals. Lin Qingyu also turned her attention to bicycles. She got an electric bike early and received a large bonus. She also started getting government support every month. She did these things not to make money, but because she was bored and wanted to pass the time. Unexpectedly, this brought her extra benefits and a good reputation for her children. It made their future brighter and life more comfortable. As her life improved, she became less satisfied with just staying in the village. On her first trip, she suggested ways to make train speeds faster. On her second trip, she took a plane and solved the problem of poor signals at high altitudes. On her third trip, she got lost while hiking, so she prepared her phone in advance for emergencies. The local leaders saw that every time she went out, she had good ideas. They started to invite someone to accompany her on trips every year. At first, people thought that this elderly woman was quite capable, which was a bit surprising. But as she contributed more and more, everyone felt it was normal for her to do these things. Lin Qingyu enjoyed herself very much. She refused others' ideas of finding her a partner. She liked to go out and have fun, and when tired, she would just go home and rest. Xiangyang, we're almost at Grandma's house. Are you nervous? A middle-aged couple sat on the train with a boy over 10 years old. This was their first time visiting the old woman. Honestly, both of them felt a little nervous. They often wrote letters, but since they moved apart, they had never really visited each other. She was their son's grandmother and a lifesaver for their whole family. They should have come earlier, but over the years, they faced many problems. Plus, their child was still young and policies at the time didn't encourage people to travel around. It was hard for them to go out. So they kept delaying until now. Now that people can travel freely and are encouraged to explore more, they decided to visit. Their family started a small business a couple of years ago and earned some money. With the money, they wanted to come see the old woman. But Mom, you also said that Grandma is a very kind and good person. I believe she will be very happy to see us. Although the two have never met in person, they have been exchanging letters closely. Liang Xiangyang shares all his worries and happiness with the old man through letters. This time, they communicated well in advance before coming. Grandma won't go out and will wait at home for them. Yes, your grandma is a very kind person, much better than your own grandma. Although they eventually separated, the Liu family didn't plan to give up on the couple. They also tried to reconcile, pleaded, cursed, and sought peace repeatedly. After many back-and-forth struggles, the old woman who was often mean passed away from kidney disease a few years ago. Their relationship then eased a bit. Although they can't go back to how things were, the couple still cares for old Liu in old age. Of course, they don't bring him to live with them, they just send monthly living expenses. Liang Xiaoji was unhappy but understood that this was the only choice. If they ignored him completely, people might doubt their character and stop supporting their business. It was just a small amount of money, so they saw it as buying peace. Old Liu, as he aged, seemed to become more open-minded. He didn't have much to say to the couple, but was kind to his grandson. He would secretly give Liang Xiangyang saved money and also give red envelopes during festivals. Although these are things a grandfather should do, the couple appreciated his kindness and genuinely wanted to make up for past mistakes, so they reluctantly forgave him. However, even during festivals, usually only the man would send gifts. Liang Xiaoji never visited old Liu's house again. They arrived at the place at 2 p.m., and as soon as they got off the train, they saw a group of people gathered outside. Even after more than 10 years, Lin Qingyu recognized Liang Xiaoji at a glance. The three quickly approached, thinking that the godmother living in the mountain village must have a hard life. But unexpectedly, the roads were wide and solid, and they traveled in a small car. The village was even more prosperous than the town, with every household building large blue brick houses, some even with 2 or 3 floors. Lin Qingyu's family had never separated, and they lived in a big Western-style building. The small building had 3 floors, with a main house and side rooms, many in total. The property is very large, with a spacious yard big enough to run a horse-drawn carriage. The reason the house is built so big and has so many rooms is because sometimes the leaders come to inspect. They always stay at Lin Qingyu's house, so when they built the house, they thought of everything. There are rooms for the son and grandson, as well as for the grandson's wife. There is also a room for the niece. Everyone has their own space, whether they are married out or married in. The younger generation has their own separate houses outside. Those who don't want to live with the elders can go home and sleep. You can say that as long as you have money, many worries can be reduced. Liang Xiaoji and her family saw this situation and truly felt happy for their adoptive mother. Sure enough, doing good deeds brings blessings. Look at our adoptive mother, so kind-hearted and good. Her good fortune is obvious. Liang Xiaoji sighed to her husband. Their family of 3 received a warm welcome from the Lin family. They stayed here for about half a month before packing up to leave. They had business at home and couldn't stay away for too long. In the following years, they often took time to visit Lin Qingyu during the new year. This was to strengthen their bond and also to let Liang Xiangyang get to know the Lin family's children better. They hoped to build good relationships so that in the future they could help each other in their careers. In this life, Lin Qingyu lived to 128 years old before passing away peacefully. Her children and grandchildren also lived long lives. The blessings of many good people in the family truly are remarkable. Wasn't it agreed that after the founding of the country, spirits and magical beings wouldn't appear? Lin Qingyu looked at her family and fell into silence. Yes, in this life, she had returned to the 1970s, but what was different was that she was not just an ordinary person. Not only was she not human, but her whole family wasn't human either. Even more frightening was that she was not just non-human. She was about to go to the countryside to become a young intellectual. Originally, Under the protection of her family, even if she made a few mistakes, she could cover them up with their help. But now, she had to go alone to a strange place and face unfamiliar people. If she revealed her true nature, no one would protect her. Honestly, this was also her own fault. Knowing she is a monster, she still lives boldly. Her parents sent her to school to help her learn how to be a proper person. But she often uses her magic to charm her teachers and classmates, making them fall for her. Recently, the country called on young people to go to the countryside. Everyone thought of her first, because the original owner was very beautiful and she liked to show off. Many people liked her and wanted to marry her. But she was very proud and looked down on everyone. Moreover, monsters are not allowed to marry humans. It's a family rule she dared not break. Some disappointed boys, thinking they couldn't have her, tried to get her to go to the countryside by offering her a spot, hoping she would agree. If she married at that time, she could avoid going to the countryside. Other girls might have given in, but she was stubborn. Family rules didn't allow it. Even her parents' connections couldn't change this. And because of some people's pressure, secretly trying to change her countryside spot was impossible. Her parents, though reluctant, could only let her go to the countryside for a few years. Because the Supernatural Bureau was watching closely, they couldn't risk using magic. If anyone used magic now, it would bring disaster to the whole family. In the original story, she sadly ended up in the countryside. Relying on her beauty, she flirted with local young men to help her with chores. This made the village women unhappy, and they secretly set traps for her. She was very angry and, one dark night, fought back against those who bullied her. But the Supernatural Bureau had already noticed her. They were just waiting for her to slip up. As soon as she made a move, she was caught. Not only was she caught, but her parents in the city also got into trouble. Some family members were captured, others ran away. In the end, the whole family fell apart, becoming ornaments around the necks of wealthy women. Yes, monsters exist in this world. Those who hide well might survive. Any hint of exposure would lead to being tracked down until the entire community was wiped out. The original owner's White Fox clan was destroyed in this way. Although they never committed any heinous crimes, the authorities did not allow the existence of monsters, so monsters had to hide in the shadows. Of course, ordinary people didn't know much about this, because the government kept it a strict secret, and those who knew the truth were silenced. After digesting the story, Lin Qingyu's ears twitched as she heard her mother secretly wiping tears outside the door. She opened the door and stepped out. Seeing her mother hurriedly wipe away her tears and forcing a smile, Lin Qingyu felt a pang of sadness. It's just going to the countryside for a few years. What's the big deal? By then, you and Dad can send me some living expenses. If I can avoid going out, I will. Just a few years, and I'll be back. Since Lin Qingyu's soul was not a monster, she believed she could be a good person. She absolutely wouldn't let the original story happen again. Girl, I don't oppose you going to the countryside, but with your appearance, I'm worried that even if you don't cause trouble, trouble might find you. Bai Roy looked at her daughter's delicate face. Just her appearance could make any man unable to resist feeling attracted. It's just that I look good. I can pretend to be ugly. Honestly, this is the most beautiful host she has ever had in her quick transmigration tasks. She was truly stunning, like a fairy. Not just men, even she herself felt a little moved when she looked at her. Pretending to be ugly, no matter how badly painted, is still fake. Bai Roy still felt uneasy. Want to look ugly? That's easy. At this moment, Lin Qingsong came in from outside. He looked at his daughter's face and came up with a surprising idea. Third uncle has a secret method. It can make a special ointment that changes skin color. I'll go find third uncle and ask him to make a dark yellow skin for our girl. She's too fair-skinned and has delicate features. If her skin changes, her beauty will drop a bit. Lin Qingsong really didn't want his daughter to turn into a dark-skinned person. But to make her skin darker and slim down her figure, her prominent curves are too eye-catching. It's better to tighten everything up so that her front and back are flat, which will naturally reduce her beauty a bit. Losing some of her beauty makes her less noticeable. After listening to her father's analysis, Lin Qingyu looked at her current body. She finally became a stunning beauty, but now she might turn into an ordinary girl again. Her curvy figure is turning into a very slim one. She feels reluctant, losing her perfect 10 out of 10. But there's no choice. When she needs to look less attractive, she must. Lin Qingyu agreed to her father's plan, thinking it would at least make her family feel more at ease. Since I need to change my appearance, I can't be seen with familiar people. Dad, you need to pay more attention to this. Don't let those annoying people find out where I'm going. If someone recognizes her and claims she's not herself, it could cause trouble.
You don't need to worry about that.
Just focus on choosing what to take to the countryside. Better not bring your pretty dresses. Take more pants and old clothes instead. Lin Qingyu feels very upset. She can only pick from old clothes, but surprisingly, even the old clothes of her original self are nice styles. The fabric still looks new, as if they haven't been worn many times. Seeing this, her mood slightly improves. Meanwhile, Lin Qingsong also got ointment from his third uncle. That night, the couple transformed their princess-like daughter into a simple, rustic girl. Only her big, would eyes show her cleverness and lively spirit. Girl, don't go out these days. Your dad and I will prepare everything quickly and secretly send you to the countryside. Her family thought about this relationship, which is why they chose such a place for her. Mainly because the Northeast is very cold. They say the winter is long, and people don't need to work much. When it snows, everyone stays inside and keeps warm. Their daughter hasn't done much work, so going to this place would make things easier for her. Sitting on the train, she was surrounded by strangers she didn't know. Without her usual charm and looks, no one paid attention to her as a small, unnoticed person. She arrived safely at her destination, got off the train with the crowd, and looked at the unfamiliar city. Her heart felt a bit empty, but she forced herself to stay strong and headed toward her goal. She arrived a little earlier than scheduled, so no one came to pick her up. She had to find Lu Shu Tun village on her own. That was her rural hometown. They say the village is famous for planting many willows. Lin Qingyu likes trees, maybe because of her background, and she has a special connection with plants, especially ancient trees that are dozens or hundreds of years old. She can even communicate with them using her mind. At first, Lin Qingyu thought that becoming a spirit in this life might mean she wouldn't have any special powers anymore. But just as she left the train station and refused a tout's offer, planning to ask for directions later, a familiar notification suddenly appeared in her mind. Congratulations! The host has triggered a special ability. Sign in to recognize people. Sign in to recognize people. You can check in with specific individuals once a day and receive some supplies randomly. This ability is similar to the one she saw before, which allowed her to get cash back after a night. But this time, it's about checking in with people. It's a useful ability that provides supplies, so it's quite good. Is there a time limit for checking in? Lin Qingyu asked in her mind. There's no time limit. One check-in per day, and it expires if not used. She didn't ask anything else because she was very familiar with this kind of ability. Looking at the busy crowd, she didn't know what to do next. Her eyes searched around, hoping to find a uniformed officer. That kind of person is the most honest and probably wouldn't lie to her. But while she was looking for staff members, her eyes were drawn to a few people. An old man holding a pipe, carrying a big bag on his back, was smiling and talking to a young man nearby. A tall, straight young man, even in casual clothes, exuded a strong sense of integrity. Since she couldn't find any staff, Lin Qingyu focused her gaze on this young man. She took a few steps to stand beside them, not paying attention to the man behind them. Comrade, excuse me. Seeing that the question was asked by a young woman, they both stopped and listened to what she wanted to say. Well, I am a young person from the city, sent to the countryside. Because I arrived 2 days early, the team might not have received the message, so no one came to pick me up. I want to ask how to get to Lu Shu Tun. Lin Qingyu spoke and took out her youth certificate to show them. You're really a young person sent from above. Brother, let's take her with us. Zhao Jianjun handed back the youth certificate to Lin Qingyu and said to the old man nearby, Girl, since you're going to Lu Shu Tun, come with us. Honestly, I am the team leader of Lu Shu Tun. I came to the train station today mainly to pick up my eldest son. He's the comrade next to me, Zhao Jianjun. The team leader saw the youth certificate and didn't doubt Lin Qingyu's identity. Although he didn't know why this girl came early, he had already received news from above that young people would be arriving soon. So he was prepared. That's such a coincidence. Uncle, this is some pine nuts from my hometown. Please have some. Lin Qingyu took a handful of roasted pine nuts from her pocket and handed some to the team leader. She also gave some to Zhao Jianjun. The other two also took some, each taking a handful. Girl, where are you from? Zhao Jianjun took the pine nuts, smelled their aroma, and asked the girl in front. I'm from the south, from Yun province. If it weren't for the policies from above, I wouldn't have had the chance to come to the northeast. Thank you, leader, for your wise guidance, giving me the chance to come to Lu Shu Tun as a young educated youth. Although Lin Qingyu didn't look very impressive, her speech was very pleasant to hear, and the team leader's face brightened with a smile. That's true. Lu Shu Tun is a good place. Every year, we are often recognized as an excellent team. Getting assigned to our village is a kind of fate and also a blessing. Our villagers are honest and simple. As long as you don't cause trouble, no one will bother you. Come to the village, work hard, and if you have difficulties, come to me. I will definitely help if I can. His words implied that if he couldn't help, it wouldn't do any good to ask him. Lin Qingyu understood this, but she didn't say anything directly. Instead, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much, Uncle Zhao. I haven't done much farm work at home because my family all have official jobs, but I have a hardworking spirit. I will learn from the villagers and try to become a skilled farmer as soon as possible. Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, the team leader gained some confidence. This girl looks dark, but she hasn't done much farming. Could it be that the weather in Yun province is too hot, causing her to be sunburned all year round? Fortunately, her family is well off. Even if she isn't good at farm work, she won't go hungry. Although I don't know why, even though her whole family has jobs, she doesn't. But compared to those young educated youths from the city who are poor, she is much better off. At least she is willing to work hard. As they continued talking, by the time they reached Lu Shu Tun, everyone had gathered some useful information. The team leader drove the ox cart directly to the youth farm. Jianjun, you and your brothers go back first with the ox cart. I'll take care of this comrade. He handed the whip to his eldest son, then followed Lin Qingyu inside. Team leader, isn't there a separate dormitory to stay in? When I arrived, my parents gave me quite a bit of money. I should be able to rent a house. Lin Qingyu tugged at the team leader's sleeve, reluctant to go inside. Looking at the youth farm, it was clear many people lived there. Just by looking at the clothes drying in the yard, it was obvious. Comrade Lin Qingyu, this might be your first time outside, and you may not understand the dangers outside. From now on, even if you have money, don't speak so casually about it. It's not safe, you know. Can you guarantee that everyone who hears you is a good person? Or that you won't attract thieves? Our village is simple and honest, but we can't be sure no one is jealous. The team leader wasn't in a hurry to take the girl to the youth commune but instead scolded Lin Qingyu for a long time. He talked for over half an hour. I know I was wrong. It's because I see you as kind, just like my grandfather. That's why I dared to tell the truth. Seeing the small girl looking so upset, the team leader realized he had gone too far. But some things need to be said up front to avoid problems later. Alright, I won't scold you anymore. If you want to live alone, that's okay. As long as you have the money, there are a few empty houses in the village. Come on, I'll take you to see them now. The team leader carried a bag and headed toward the empty houses. Although there are empty houses, since no one has lived in them for a long time, almost everyone has problems. Some houses have had deaths, some have holes in the roofs, and others have fallen walls. Uncle Zhao, I'll choose this one. After looking around, she picked a relatively intact house. But the team leader frowned when he looked at the house. Didn't I tell you? Someone died in that house. Why did you choose this one? He was a bit speechless. Maybe he hadn't explained clearly, or the girl had forgotten. What does it matter if someone died there? Lin Qingyu looked confused. Has no one ever died on that land? What's so scary about it? I just think this house is suitable. There are only 2 rooms plus a small kitchen and a place for firewood. I want to live alone. The other houses are bigger but also more broken. When I fix this house up, new youth workers will move in. I can't rent such a big yard or share with others. That wouldn't make sense. One room would be the living room, the other the bedroom, just right. And there's no need to worry about attracting attention. Plus, since someone died there, no one else wants to live in that house. The team leader looked at the young girl in front of him, thinking she seemed simple on the outside but quite sharp inside. Unexpectedly, she was thinking so much. Alright, since you're not afraid, you can stay here. Because someone has died here before, the rent is cheaper. Just 4 yuan a year is enough. Hearing this number, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but frown. Uncle Zhao, you should either charge 3 yuan or 5 yuan. Why choose such an unlucky number? She pouted, still not agreeing. Then you can take 5 yuan. The team leader was surprised by her words, then said, how about 450? She wanted to argue a bit more, but she couldn't just raise the price by a whole yuan. 1 yuan can buy a lot of things, after all. Wait a moment, I'll find someone to help you tidy up. You can look around first. After saying that, the team leader left. He planned to let the girl get used to living here alone. If she was really scared, he could still arrange a different place for her. Otherwise, once she paid, it would be too late to change her mind. By then, it wouldn't be easy to switch. After all, the team wasn't just run by him. The confiscated money wouldn't be returned. Watching him leave, Lin Qingyu said a quick thank you to his back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Signed in character. Zhao Yuquan, team leader of Lu Shu Tun. Reward: 100 jin of rice, 1 spicy rabbit, 1 pepper chicken, mailed via post, to arrive tomorrow. She didn't expect the supplies to arrive in this way. But it was actually good. At least she wouldn't worry about people suspecting her when she ate good food. And with a solid background, even if someone maliciously reported her, she could produce evidence to prove her innocence. After signing in, Lin Qingyu started tidying up the house. However, the broom in the house was already bald from sweeping so much. Honestly, it wasn't very useful. But for now, she didn't know where to buy new supplies, so she could only make do. First, she had to clean up her living space. Other areas could be taken care of tomorrow. Before long, the team leader returned with 4 or 5 people. Hey, you really aren't afraid, little girl. Seeing Lin Qingyu busy working, the team leader chuckled and teased her. Captain, you're here. Sniff, sniff. That's great. You even brought tools. Seeing the tools in everyone's hands, Lin Qingyu almost cried. Aren't you well off? These are all new. If you can't buy everything, just get it all together. Lin Qingyu couldn't understand clearly. In other worlds, buying and selling are not allowed in this era. But the captain kept talking about buying things, so it seems trading isn't forbidden here. Alright, I want everything. However, the house still needs a lot of things. I also want 2 wooden chests and a big wardrobe. Please also prepare pots, bowls, and utensils. I don't care about the price. Instead of guessing and searching blindly, it's better to leave it to the captain. He must have a way. For the iron pot, I need to buy it from the supply store, and I need industrial tickets. I can't get those. I can help you arrange other things, but you need to pay me in advance. This is a big deal, so Lin Qingyu immediately agreed. Soon, he took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the captain. Keep this first. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Money in this era is valuable. The brooms and dustpans they brought cost only a few cents each. The more expensive ones are just a few dimes. Although furniture isn't cheap, it doesn't cost much. Okay, I'll hold on to the money. You can get a refund if there's any excess. The captain was also happy to see such a straightforward person. His daughter isn't short of money, and he doesn't mind this small amount. So, the captain wasn't worried Lin Qingyu would default. With many people working together, including the captain's 3 sons, 2 daughters-in-law, and his wife and daughter, they quickly tidied up the house. Even the thatched roof was reinforced again.
Done.
The house is cleaned up for you. Come, let's write a rental agreement to avoid any misunderstandings later. It was clear that the captain was a very careful person. Lin Qingyu also paid attention and quickly signed his name after checking. Alright, this agreement is made in 2 copies. One stays with you and the other with the village office for future reference. Li Gang, you can go home and rest early. You have a day to prepare. The day after tomorrow, follow the others and start work on time. The next morning, Lin Qingyu received a delivery slip from the postman. Thinking that carrying 100 jin of rice by herself would be too eye-catching, she decided not to do it alone. She went to find the team leader and explain the situation. He then arranged for someone to take her to the town. The person driving the ox cart was Zhao Jianya, the third son of the team leader's family. He was a very honest man. They didn't talk much during the trip. As soon as she spoke, he responded. Frightened, Lin Qingyu quickly took out a mirror to check herself. Seeing that she was not exposed, she finally relaxed. Since he was a quiet person, Lin Qingyu didn't make things difficult for him. They arrived at the post office. Zhao Jianya waited outside while Lin Qingyu went in to pick up her items. Unexpectedly, her parents' luggage had also arrived, so she took it all at once. Zhao Jianya watched as Lin Qingyu carried out her things one by one, his eyes widening in surprise. This family of the knowledge youth was really wealthy. How much money did they have? He guessed that one of the bags contained grain. He tested the weight and thought it felt like rice, about 100 jin. That was a big amount. In a time when most people ate mixed grains, this girl still had rice? Their family must be very rich. No wonder she looked so generous, and no wonder her father was so easy to talk to. Their family's wealth was real. Besides the bag of rice, there was a suitcase, probably filled with clothes or similar items. Another burlap sack was bulging with many things. He couldn't tell what, but it felt heavy when carried. I need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Brother Zhao, wait for me a moment. He was not very talkative, but that didn't stop Lin Qingyu from trying to build a connection. She already called him Brother Zhao instead of Comrade Zhao. He didn't refuse or oppose. It was the first time someone addressed him like that. He didn't know what he felt inside, but it was a comfortable feeling. He even imagined that if Lin Qingyu wasn't so ordinary-looking, he might consider pursuing her. Unfortunately, her appearance didn't match his aesthetic standards. His family didn't need to sacrifice anything to exchange for supplies. Let's treat her like a younger sister, just because she can talk. In the future, take good care of her. Lin Qingyu doesn't know that the other person has thought so much. She bought a lot of things at the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought all kinds of pots, bowls, and utensils along with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. She also bought some brown sugar and snacks. These are gifts for the team leader's family, and she put them separately in her new basket.
Let's go, Brother Zhao-san.
It's time to go back. She promised her parents she wouldn't wander around without a reason. After shopping, Lin Qingyu got on the ox cart. She grabbed a handful of milk candies and put them in the pocket of the person in front. This candy is new, I bought. Keep it and enjoy the sweet taste. Seeing that Zhao Jianya looked a bit unsure and wanted to refuse, she added, if you don't like it, take it home to entertain your nephew or niece. Well, the girl has said so much. He can't refuse now. Zhao Jianya withdrew his hand, thinking he should take better care of her in the future, so she wouldn't be bullied. Also, this girl is too honest and generous. He thought about talking to his father later, asking him to advise her. Halfway there, Lin Qingyu spotted a herd of wild boars coming down a hillside, wobbling as they moved. She tugged at the sleeve of the person in front. Brother Zhao-san, look, those are wild boars, right? Do you think if we shoot them, we can secretly hide the meat? Hearing her words, Zhao Jianya looked down at the hillside. Wow, there really are wild boars. Even quiet and reserved Zhao Jianya couldn't help but curse. He immediately pulled on the reins, wanting to drive the ox cart back. Lin Jiqing, don't joke. The wild boars here are very fierce. You can't mess with them. Just as Zhao Jianya turned the ox cart around, he felt a lightness on the cart. When he looked back, he saw that Lin Jiqing was gone. He was so scared he lost his soul, jumped down from the ox cart and looked behind. He saw Lin Jiqing already in front of the wild boars. He didn't know what she did, but the big wild boar looked drunk and soon fell to the ground. The remaining smaller wild boars scattered and ran back into the mountains. They ran so fast, as if chased by hunting dogs. Wow, Lin Jiqing is really something. Zhao Jianya muttered a word and immediately hurried to drive the ox cart away. The two looked at the wild boar on the ground and felt worried. Pulling it back openly like this, it will definitely be confiscated. Knowing his father's personality, Zhao Jianya said with concern. Then let's hide it. First, you take the things on the cart back to my house, then come back. I'll gather some dry firewood nearby and some grass, and later, I'll cover the boar with it. At night, you and your family can come to my house to share the meat. Lin Qingyu's idea was approved by Zhao Jianya. Although he is the son of the village head, he is not completely selfless. If they can keep some meat for themselves, why share it with others? They haven't eaten meat for a long time. Yesterday, they only had a small piece about the size of a fist, which was all eaten by his older brother and the children. They didn't get a single bite. Looking at the wild boar lying on the ground, Zhao Jianya strongly wanted to keep it. Moreover, this boar was shot by Lin Jiqing. The other person had full decision-making power. Being able to share a little was already showing respect. People shouldn't be too greedy. They shouldn't ruin the plan to eat meat. Then I'll go quickly and come back soon. Lin Jiqing, give me the key. After taking the key to Lin Qingyu's house, Zhao Jianya drove the ox cart back to the village. He quickly unloaded the things into the yard, looked around nervously, and then used another key to open the door. He moved all the grain and supplies into the living room, then locked the door and left. After Zhao Jianya left, a lazy second-rate troublemaker sneaked into Lin Qingyu's yard. Seeing that the door was locked, he left disappointed. If he had put the things in the yard earlier, they might have already been stolen by now. It just goes to show no matter when, being cautious is always best. Back at the original spot, he found several bundles of dry firewood. Some were thick branches, others were thin sticks. There was also a large bundle of straw. The straw was best for starting a fire, as it ignited easily. The two first carried the wild boar onto the ox cart, then covered it with straw, and finally piled the dry firewood on top. Lin Qingyu didn't ride the cart but followed behind. It was rare to have a bullock cart help carry firewood, and she had collected quite a lot. This firewood would last her a week. Their actions didn't attract anyone's attention. The team leader saw from the field and thought it was because his son was kind-hearted and helped carry more firewood. Lin Jiqing was not a stingy person and would never neglect his third brother. So, he didn't mind the extra use of the ox. If it had been someone else, the team leader would have definitely gone over to scold them. Lin Jiqing, why did you call us here? After a busy day, the team leader hadn't even had a warm meal and was pulled by his youngest son to Lin Qingyu's house. He thought the other person needed help with something, so he didn't delay and came hungry. Did Brother Zhao not tell you? Lin Qingyu glanced at Zhao Jianya, then turned to the team leader. This kid didn't say anything, just said you had something to talk to me about. Hurry up and say it. I'm tired after a whole day and quite hungry. The team leader took off his hat and fanned himself. One hand was on his waist, and his stomach was growling loudly from hunger. I've already cooked the meal. Let's eat first and then talk. Brother Zhao, please go close the courtyard gate, Lin Qingyu said, and went to the kitchen. The kitchen was small, with only a stove, a cupboard, and a dining table. Usually they cooked and ate here, so the living room wouldn't be affected by the smell of oil and food. The team leader waved his hand, about to refuse. But when he entered the kitchen, he saw what was on the ground. There was an oilcloth spread on the floor, with pieces of sliced meat laid out on it. The ribs were cut in half, and the offal was in an iron basin. The team leader was stunned. Where did this young Lin Jiqing buy a pig? From the smell of the meat in the air, the kitchen was tightly sealed, and he hadn't smelled anything outside in the yard. As soon as he entered the room, the aroma of meat hit his nose directly. This afternoon, I went to the foot of the mountain with Brother Zhao and caught this. We agreed to split it equally. Isn't this enough to share some meat with you? Hearing this, the team leader was instinctively suspicious. His third brother was very timid. How could he possibly go and provoke a wild boar? Could this be Lin Jiqing? Lin Jiqing looks thin and weak, but is he really that capable? The team leader was torn between two thoughts, but Zhao Jianya had already closed the yard gate and walked in. Lin Qingyu, you caught this wild boar, so you don't need to share so much with us. Just give a little, consider it as a bribe to keep quiet. Zhao Jianya is honest and straightforward, never beating around the bush. Hearing his son's words, the team leader agreed with him. Third brother is right. He instinctively agreed. He's not greedy. Just a little is enough. Meat is hard to come by these days, so just having a meal is good enough. There's no need to ask for half. Let's eat first, then divide the food after. I cooked some pork ribs. The broth is very rich. Let's have a bowl first. While speaking, Lin Qingyu had already served the food. Looking at the white rice and the oily pork rib soup, the two grown men couldn't help but swallow. They didn't want to seem rude and couldn't bring themselves to refuse.
Come on, sit down.
I may not have done much farm work, but I'm used to cooking in the kitchen. It's definitely not bad. Reluctantly, the two men were pulled to the table by Lin Qingyu and sat down. They instinctively held their bowls, smelling the delicious food, and felt their mouths watering. But they held back until Lin Qingyu scooped a spoonful of soup into each of their bowls. The aroma was so tempting it made their heads dizzy, and they couldn't resist anymore, picking up their chopsticks to eat. Seeing them finally start eating, Lin Qingyu also picked up his own bowl. He added a piece of pork rib. People say wild boar meat is not tasty, but that's not true. As long as it's prepared properly, any meat can be delicious. Lin Qingyu occasionally scooped more ribs into their bowls. The two men ate without raising their heads or reaching for more meat. They just ate what was in their bowls. Within a short time, they finished eating. Rubbing their round bellies, the father and son finally realized they had eaten quite a lot of food. I'll ask my family to send some rice over later, the team leader said shyly. No need, I have plenty of rice at home. My third brother Zhao knows that. Zhao Jianya quickly nodded. 100 jin of rice is quite a lot. I didn't expect Lin Qingyu to have such a big appetite, eating almost as much as the two grown men. But she has the ability, which I really admire. Alright, let's start the separation now. Mayan is at home, don't wait too long. Lin Qingyu walked to the meat stall, picked up a few large bones, and put them into her basket. She also took half a set of ribs, only giving half of that half because she liked ribs. She shared the meat, especially the fatty parts, giving the captain and his son more. They felt a bit embarrassed because, nowadays, fatty meat is more valuable than lean meat. Finally, she put the pig's head into the basket, saying she would keep some ribs but give the pig's head to them. If you want the offal, take it. The pig intestines are ready, just send me a bowl. Lin Qingyu was clearly craving the food but didn't want to do the work herself. She knew others wouldn't be so generous and would be reluctant to throw things away. Maybe I should send you back some more. The captain rubbed his hands, feeling like he owed her a big favor. Luckily, as the captain, he could help her a lot, so he wasn't worried about repaying her. No need, what I have left is enough for me. It's hot and meat spoils easily. Remember to salt it when you get home, Lin Qingyu kindly reminded him, even though she trusted the elders' wisdom not to make such basic mistakes. But a kind reminder is never unnecessary. Alright, I'll tell your aunt. Can you handle the meat yourself? If not, I can ask your aunt to help. Before leaving, the captain asked worriedly. Don't worry, uncle. I'm used to cooking at home. I won't waste good food. Hearing this and having tasted Lin Qingyu's cooking, the captain didn't doubt her. As it got dark, the father and son returned secretly. One kept watch, the other hurried along. They had never felt so anxious just walking down the street. They avoided people and shooed away dogs whenever they saw them. When they got home, both were sweating. The captain's wife saw them return and asked about the situation. What happened to Lin Jiqing? A young girl, coming so far to be a worker, it's not easy for her. Is there anything I can help with? Please don't make things difficult for others. Hearing his wife's words, the team leader happily pulled the person into the kitchen. What are you doing? Did you two find some money? The team leader's wife looked at the expressions of the father and son and asked suspiciously. No, we didn't find any money.
Come look, wife.
The team leader didn't need to say anything. He simply took the basket off his son's back. At a glance, the team leader's wife exclaimed in surprise. Oh my goodness! Where did all this meat come from? The father and son just smiled and didn't answer right away. Only after closing the kitchen door tightly did they start talking about what happened that afternoon. The team leader's wife then learned that the meat was given by Lin Jiqing. You know, it's not easy for Xiao Lin Jiqing to come to our village to work. Finally got some meat, and they shared some with us older folks. Jianya, hurry and go pick some vegetables from the garden to send to Xiao Lin Jiqing and Jijun. Just having meat isn't enough. Girls care a lot about their figure. Our vegetables grew well this year. She'll surely like them. The team leader's wife happily looked at the basket of meat. So much. It would last until the new year. Even if they only cut 2 slices each day and stir-fried them with vegetables, it would be enough. It's full of flavor and juice. Okay, I'll go now. Zhao Jianye grabbed a basket and headed to the vegetable garden. He picked a big basket of vegetables in the dark and hurried to deliver them to Lin Qingyu. Vegetables don't last long, so he picked some every other day, which was not too late to send. This way, they could enjoy fresh vegetables every day. Brother Zhao-san, your vegetables are really good. I won't be polite anymore. Thanks a lot. Lin Qingyu quickly thanked him after receiving the vegetables. What's there to thank for? Compared to what you've given us, it's nothing. All right, Lin Jiqing. Lock the door quickly. I should head back now. Don't go out if you hear any noise tonight. If anything happens, tell me tomorrow, and I'll help you check. Zhao Jianye gave a few more instructions before rushing home. He still needed to help his mother cure the meat.
Got it.
After closing the courtyard gate, Lin Qingyu carried the vegetables into the kitchen. The meat has already been marinated quite a bit and is now stored in a jar. The remaining meat was put into her space, which keeps things fresh. Honestly, she prefers to eat fresh meat. She marinated some to avoid suspicion, since this wild boar meat is from the captain's area. Later, there wouldn't be a single piece of salted meat, which wouldn't look good. After tidying up the kitchen, Lin Qingyu went back to her room to sleep. Host, after you went out today, someone sneaked into the yard. The system suggests you strengthen the wall, maybe with glass shards or small nails, so people can't come in easily. Fifth, when did you become so bad? Are other systems aware of this? Lin Qingyu smiled and spoke. She had already noticed someone entering. The big footprint at the base of the wall was obvious. If she didn't see it, she would be blind. She had already thought about what to do, but hadn't had the chance to act yet. The next morning, she went to the river early. She carried back a basket of sharp stones and broken tiles, carefully chosen for their pointed edges. She also borrowed a small cart from a neighbor and pushed a load of mud back home. While she was mixing mud at home, Zhao Jianye arrived. He was followed by Zhao Jianjun and Zhao Jiandeng. Did you borrow a cart this morning to push mud? Is your family fixing something? As soon as he entered, Zhao Jianye asked anxiously. Brother Zhao-san has arrived. Hello, Zhao Jianjun. Hello, Zhao Jiandeng. After greeting the three, Lin Qingyu explained, I live alone, so I plan to reinforce the wall. Seeing the broken stones nearby, they understood her plan. These days, glass shards are valuable and hard to find, but sharp stones are easy to gather from the riverbank. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiqing had collected so many. She was indeed a careful girl. We'll help you. Third, we still have some wire at home. Go get it. Zhao Jianjun looked at the materials and said to Zhao Jianye, there is a small bag of nails in the corner of my bed. Please bring it along. Zhao Jiandeng also said. Lin Qingyu had already prepared the nails but had not taken them out of the house. She didn't expect Zhao Jiandeng to say that. Lin Qingyu thought for a moment and didn't refuse. She decided to return the nails when she went to town next time. Okay, you all go ahead. I'll be there soon, Zhao Jiandeng said and ran out quickly. The other two took the shovel from Lin Qingyu's hands. They bent down and started working. Seeing someone helping, Lin Qingyu went to the kitchen. She planned to boil some hot water to make tea for Zhao Jianjun and the others when they were thirsty. She also wanted to prepare breakfast at the same time. Since Lin Qingyu got up early, it was still just dawn. There was still some time before she reached Shanggong, so the Zhao family had time to come and help. Soon, Zhao Jinjuan's wife also arrived, holding 2 pots of flowers, one with roses and the other with orchids. These were grown by Lu Ruoxua herself. She had been cultivating orchids for many years, and the roses were recently cuttings from this year. Because she had received many benefits from Lin Jiqing, she decided to give 2 pots as a gift. These flowers are really well taken care of. Lin Qingyu happily accepted them and placed them at the door. She liked these flowers very much, especially the orchids. She remembered that a few years ago, orchids were sold at sky-high prices. She couldn't recall the exact time, but she had this impression. Sister-in-law, since you're here, stay and have breakfast. I've already started cooking. Lin Qingji wanted her to stay for a meal, but Lu Ruoxue refused. The meal at home is ready. I need to go back and help, so I can't stay. Let's get together another day when we're both free. Lu Ruoxue also had to go to work and manage household chores, so she couldn't stay. After all, she was the eldest daughter-in-law and needed to set an example. Sister-in-law, let's agree. When we're not working, we must get together and have a good time. Lin Qingji thought that being close to the team leader's family could help avoid many problems. Although she didn't look impressive now, pale face, yellowish complexion, and dark skin. Some people might be picky because her family is wealthy and they intentionally rely on her. Since she is close to the captain's family, they work together and also play together after work. This helps avoid unnecessary trouble and makes life easier. The three men quickly finished reinforcing the wall. They washed their hands and prepared to leave. Don't go yet. I've already cooked the meal. If you don't eat, I'll have to eat leftovers for several days. I don't like eating leftovers. Sorry to trouble you, big brothers. Zhao Jianjun had never seen anyone invite guests like this before and found it quite interesting. He looked at his younger brother. His brother was still naive and hadn't realized things yet. They probably aren't that close. And the girl from the Lin family, although a bit plain, had clear, honest eyes. Looking at her brother, there was nothing else in his gaze. She is probably a girl who hasn't yet understood the ways of boys and girls. Seeing that the two had no chance of developing a relationship, Zhao Jianjun relaxed. He didn't oppose his brother being with Lin Jiqing, but Lin Jiqing was a bit plain, and he worried his brother might regret it later. It would be a waste of time for both himself and the girl. All right, let's eat at Lin Jiqing's house. Zhao Jianjun gave the order, and the other two men smiled. With the elder brother present, they felt quite pressured. Maybe this is the influence of the eldest brother. But when they saw the food on the table, all three felt a bit embarrassed. Steamed buns, porridge, and a big pot of beans and pork. Who would dare to eat like this? They'd be scolded by elders. Only then did Zhao Jianjun realize that Lin Jiqing's family was truly wealthy, not just in name. Their cooking skills alone showed a lot. It seemed that if his brother married Lin Jiqing, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Lin Jiqing was just a bit darker-skinned, but her features were decent, and she was tall enough. Among girls, she wasn't short. Their children would definitely be tall. Unaware of this, Lin Qingyu was surprised to find that a simple meal had gained Zhao Jianjun's good impression. Even if she knew, she would just scoff at it. Being a transgender person means she can never get married. Her feelings for Zhao Jianya are like those for a big brother next door. She has some good feelings, but only as a friend or sister. He probably feels the same way. If he had other intentions, Lin Qingyu would never get too close to him. Even with a changed face, she still has the charm of a fox spirit. This kind of friendliness easily makes others like her. Eat quickly, or you'll be late for work, Zhao Jianjun reminded her and then started eating. These days, men have big appetites. Plus, Lin Qingyu's delicious cooking made them eat more than they realized. Until the basket of buns was empty, the three of them looked a bit awkward and raised their heads. That, Lin Jiqing, I have to go to work now. Thanks for the hospitality. After Zhao Jianzhong finished speaking, he didn't look at the two brothers and left directly. I also need to go to work. Lin Jiheng, if you need anything, just come find me. Since you call me third brother, I will treat you like a little sister. After Zhao Jianya finished, he hurriedly left the Lin family. They were in a rush to get to work, and time was running out, so they had to leave quickly. Can you rest for another day today? Zhao Jianjun looked at Lin Qingyu. He was back visiting family and didn't need to work in the fields. Yes, I don't start work until tomorrow. I can rest today. Lin Qingyu packed her things while speaking. I'm going up the mountain today. Your wife is going mushroom picking. Do you want to go with her? Later, we can pick some mushrooms and firewood. I'll help carry it back. Seeing that the firewood in the house was running low, Zhao Jianjun suggested. Sounds good. I want to spend more time with my sister-in-law. Such a gentle person as my sister-in-law is really rare. I like her a lot. Knowing that Lu Ruoxue wasn't working today, Lin Qingyu was quite happy. Although she felt a bit like an outsider, who knew if Zhao Jianjun was just looking for someone to keep his wife company. After all, once they go up the mountain, Zhao Jianjun probably won't be picking mushrooms with his wife. He's likely going hunting. All right, we'll go up the mountain later. We'll call you at the door. Remember to be careful. After saying that, Zhao Jianjun left. Lin Qingyu tidied up the dishes and then took a basket, which was sent back by her brothers that morning. Last night, one of them was carried back by the team leader. The basket was cleaned thoroughly, with no smell left. It was now hanging in the yard to dry, just in time for use today. She originally planned to take a basket, but knowing her lucky charm nature, she wouldn't go up the mountain empty-handed. A bigger container was safer. She cleaned the muddy area in the yard with water. Then she changed her clothes, took a quick shower, put on clean clothes, and hung her washed clothes in the yard to dry. Suddenly, she heard the sounds of Zhao Jianjun and his wife at the door. Lin Jiqing, it's time for us to go up the mountain. Lu Ruoxue came in, looking at the tidy yard, feeling very envious. Although she had been married to Zhao Jianjun for a few years, she still didn't have her own little home. They had always lived with her in-laws. Her in-laws were kind and took good care of the family. But who wouldn't want to have their own home? Lin Qingyu carried her basket and came out, casually handing over a handful of sunflower seeds. I roasted these myself, try some. Lu Ruoxue didn't refuse. Since she planned to get along well with Lin Jiqing, there was no need to be calculating all the time. You eat some of my sunflower seeds, I'll take a few of your fruits. This is normal friendship behavior. Of course, she wouldn't take advantage of others for free. Thinking this, she picked some mushrooms and shared more with Lin Jiqing. The three of them walked up the mountain together. Zhao Jianjun carried a shoulder pole and a bundle of rope, walking confidently at the front, leaving the two women far behind. The women weren't in a hurry, walking at a comfortable distance, and soon entered the forest. I know where the mushrooms are. We won't go with him, Lu Ruoxue explained. Yes, I'll follow my sister-in-law. Lin Qingyu followed Lu Ruoxue, turning into the woods. They quickly found signs of mushrooms and crouched down to pick them. By the way, there are quite a few mushrooms today. In the past, I had to search for a long time to find a mushroom on the mountain. Today, many mushrooms grew together. I haven't moved much, but I already picked so many. I'm happy with the harvest. Lu Ruoxue was naturally pleased. She excitedly showed Lin Qingyu her collected mushrooms. Today, there are indeed many mushrooms. I also picked quite a few. Lin Qingyu looked at her basket with a smile. Let's keep going. Let's try to pick more, dry them into mushroom snacks, and save them for winter. I'm telling you, Lin Jiqing, our winters here are very cold. If we don't stock enough food and vegetables, it will be very hard to get through. As Lu Ruoxue walked, she explained about the snowy season in the northeast. Gradually, they approached the edge of the deep mountain. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water came. Both felt a bit tired. They headed toward the water. This river meanders out from the deep mountains, flowing down to the village and into the big river. This river has nurtured the entire Lu Shu village. Lu Ruoxue took her to the riverbank, washed her face, and let out a comfortable sigh. It's so cool. The mountain air is good, and the water is clear. Lin Jiqing, let's rest here for a while. Ruoxue, look at that big pine tree on the mountaintop. Do you see something there? Lin Qingyu sat on a large rock, feeling the cool breeze and the fresh scent of trees. She wanted to rest against the rock, but as she leaned, her eyes fixed on the mountain top. At first, she didn't think much of it, but as she relaxed, she noticed the tree seemed to be moving. This unusual sight immediately caught her attention. Lin Qingyu looked carefully and realized it wasn't the tree moving, but something on the tree moving. She called Lu Ruoxue over to look. Lu Ruoxue watched for a while but couldn't see what Lin Qingyu described. It's the tree closest to the cliff, with a branch winding out that has a welcoming pine look. With Lin Qingyu's detailed description, Lu Ruoxue quickly identified the spot. She looked carefully. Because my eyesight isn't as good as hers, I could only vaguely see a shadow in the trees. What could it be? We haven't heard of any monkeys around here, Lu Ruoxue said with confusion. Should we go up and check? Lin Qingyu suggested. No, it's too dangerous on the mountain. I heard there used to be a bear that attacked people and killed them. Although I don't know if that's true, the elders often tell this story to scare children. Don't worry, I'm here. If it really is a bear, that would be good. I always thought wild boar meat isn't tasty, but their chest meat must be delicious. Lin Qingyu swallowed hard, making Lu Ruoxue stare in shock. This Lin Jiqing is so brave, like a fierce woman. She doesn't look fat or very strong, so why is she so fearless? No, I can't let you take risks. We can just pick mushrooms and gather wild vegetables here. Lu Ruoxue waved her hands desperately, not giving Lin Qingyu a chance. Ruoxue, we really don't need to go up. Lin Qingyu looked behind her, her eyes becoming cold. It's better not to go. Come on, I'll take you to pick mushrooms. I know another place where we often find mushrooms. To make Lin Jiqing give up her idea, Lu Ruoxue even revealed her other mushroom spots. These mushrooms tend to grow in clusters. If you find them in one place, you'll probably find more next time.
But
Ruoxue, we can't go anymore. I saw something fall from the tree. A loud crash startled the two of them. Lin Qingyu ran over, splashing water on her pants as she crossed the small river. Fortunately, the water was shallow, so she just got her pants wet by stepping over the rocks and shallow water. It didn't matter if her pants got wet. She was late. If the prey wasn't dead and ran away, what would she do? Oh my god, such a bear. How are we going to carry it back? Lu Ruoxue arrived a step behind Lin Qingyu, stopping about 3 meters away, too scared to go closer. This black bear is no longer alive. Lin Qingyu checked the situation. Although the bear was not dead, it was breathing very little and close to dying. It looked like it would pass away soon. Ruoxue, can you find Comrade Zhao Jianjun? She asked. Such a bear, if we take the key back to the village, someone will surely notice. We need to find a way to move it to the town quickly and sell it. Hearing this, Lu Ruoxue felt a little scared. They had never done anything illegal before, but they were also tempted. Selling such a bear could bring in a good amount of money. At the very least, their family's children could have a better life. They wouldn't have to worry about not having enough food. After all, the harvest in the fields was not always good every year. The leftover grain, after sharing, was what everyone relied on to survive the winter. If they ate too much now, they would surely starve in winter. Ruoxue, hurry up, she urged. Everyone is working, and since no one is around in the village, we need to act fast. If Lu Ruoxue hadn't been there, Lin Qingyu could have handled everything herself. She quickly put the items into her space bag, so no one would know she had caught the bear. But now, under the current situation, they had no choice but to cooperate with the Zhao family. Okay, Lin Jiqing, don't run around. I'll go and come back soon, Lu Ruoxue said, then she dropped her basket and ran off. Soon after, she returned with a confused Zhao Jianjun. Zhao Jianjun looked at the bear on the ground and the broken tree branches on the cliff. He immediately understood what had happened. What do you plan to do with it? He asked. Since they were the first to find the bear, normally, whoever found it first would get it. But as the old saying goes, share half. So, this bear belonged to both families. Zhao Jianjun was a flexible person. That's why he was willing to let others in his family hunt wild boar and share the meat. Take it to the black market and sell it, Lin Qingyu said. Bear meat is valuable. Unlike wild boar, we can't keep it. Zhao Jianjun nodded after hearing this. I'll find someone to help, he said. You stay here and watch. After that, he quickly headed down the mountain. An hour later, Zhao Jianjun returned driving a pickup truck. The truck was parked at the foot of the mountain, far from the farmland. Since it was working hours, no one would notice. Where is the black bear? Following Zhao Jianjun were a few uniformed brothers. They were guards from the camp, familiar with Zhao Jianjun. It's just ahead. My wife and sister are there watching. Not long after the words were spoken, they arrived nearby. Seeing so many people, Lu Ruoxue felt a bit worried, afraid that the black bear might be taken away. But judging by her husband's expression, it didn't seem to be the case. For a moment, she felt uncertain. Lin Qingyu wasn't worried. Zhao Jianjun wasn't the type to follow strict rules, and he wasn't the kind to suffer losses. Sure enough, after a short while, the other side finished inspecting the black bear. This bear isn't fully dead yet, so the meat is still fresh. Plus, its fur is intact, which is a good point. The only problem is that it fell badly, with many broken bones, probably internal bleeding. Here's 500 yuan plus a few receipts. This is because someone is buying the bear's gallbladder at a high price. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare make this decision. It turned out that someone had long been buying black bear gallbladders for medicine. But since black bears are protected animals, no one dared to hunt them. That's why the bear probably fell from the mountain and died, and they confirmed the scene before making such an offer. Alright, pay the money and you can take the bear. Hearing about the 500 yuan, it was a huge amount for rural folks. But for important people, it was just a small amount slipping through their fingers. Still, it was definitely good news that made people happy. Lin Youth, here are 400 yuan for you. All the grain coupons and cloth tickets are also for you. We'll split them in half. The sugar coupon is only 1 pound, so when we buy, each of us will get half. Zhao Jianjun counted the money and tickets, then handed most of them to Lin Qingyu. Big brother Zhao, we can't split it like that. This is something I found together with sister Ruoxua. Let's split everything equally between our two families. Lin Qingyu kept refusing, not wanting to accept. Lin Youth, listen to me. Although you and my wife found this together, without you, my wife wouldn't have had the courage to do so. You are right to take the lead. We already have 100 yuan, which is a lot. Although Zhao Jianjun has personal motives, he is not greedy. He thinks Lin Qingyu is alone, going so far away to be a young worker, and her life is harder than theirs. Like the third brother said, since she calls him Big Brother, he should be more considerate. No, we can't think like that. I can also take the lead. I'll handle this money. I'll take 300 yuan out of the 500 and you can have 200. I don't want the sugar tickets or cloth tickets. I don't need those. I want half of the grain tickets. Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Zhao Jianjun didn't argue anymore. He counted out 30 large unity notes, then picked out the grain tickets separately and handed them all to Lin Qingyu. This is our land after all. Our family isn't rich, but we don't lack food. Keep the grain tickets. This time, Lin Qingyu didn't refuse but picked up her basket, and the three of them prepared to go down the mountain. It was getting late, and Lu Ruoxua needed to go home and prepare lunch. Zhao Jianjun also needed to inform the old man about today's events. The other two brothers didn't need to be told to prevent them from spreading the news. But the team leader must know. Our family has become someone else's concern, so we need to take good care of the young girl in the future. When Lin Qingyu returned home, she took out the remaining meat from the morning, planning to cook a meal. The meat was about 1 pound, enough for her to eat alone. The smell of cooking and frying filled the kitchen. This simple human warmth made her feel very happy. Everyone was coming home from work, and smoke was rising from every household. The team leader returned home, and the women were already preparing lunch. Father, come with me for a moment. Zhao Jianjun found his father and took him to the small room of the young couple. Why do you want me to come in? Is there no money left? If there's no money, go ask your mother.
The money isn't in my hands.
The team leader took out a pipe, tired from working all morning, and planned to have a smoke to relax. No, this money is yours. Zhao Jianjun then took out something wrapped in newspaper from behind him. It was very thick, 200 large unity notes, definitely a substantial amount. Is this? Seeing the contents inside, the team leader's eyes widened in shock. Boss, did you do something illegal or wrong? The team leader was stunned. Although he was the head of Lu Shu village, he had never seen so much money. At least, he had never seen so much money all at once. All their family's assets combined were only about 100 yuan. This was money he had saved over many years, penny by penny. The boss suddenly pulling out such a thick stack of bills really surprised him. Dad, listen to me slowly. Here's what happened. Zhao Jianjun explained about going up the mountain in the morning and encountering the dead black bear. He also told how he handled the black bear and split the money with Lin Qingyu. After hearing his son's story, the team leader was unable to calm down for a long time. Ever since they met Lin Jiqing, it seemed like their family had been very lucky. Either wild boars or money appeared. These good fortunes seemed to be a blessing for their family. Boss, do you think Lin Jiqing is good for our family? Why is it that ever since she came, life has gotten better for us? After hearing his father's words, Zhao Jianjun fell into deep thought. His father was right. This person was surprisingly kind. But is she really that good? It seems like she only helps their family. He hadn't heard of anyone else in the village benefiting from Lin Jiqing. This was interesting. Who cares? As long as it's good for us, that's enough. We should take better care of her in the future. Zhao Jianjun couldn't think of a better reason, so he just said that. You're right. I'll mention it to the family later. Since we've received so many benefits from her, we must take good care of her. In the afternoon, Lin Qingyu went alone to the town. She secretly brought back many good things from her space, carrying big and small bags. She also called her parents, mainly to report her safety and to update them on her situation. Lin Qingsong and Bai Ruai knew their daughter was doing well, so their worries eased a little. They advised her to live well, avoid trouble, and not reveal too much about herself. They quickly ended the call. It wasn't because they couldn't afford the expensive phone bill, but because someone kept urging them. The post office was large, but there was only one phone. Many people called, but each call lasted only a few minutes. Everyone usually kept conversations short, unlike nowadays when phone calls can last over half an hour. Fortunately, she had said everything she needed to, so Lin Qingyu carried her things home. After settling everything, she looked around the house and yard. She cleaned all the reachable areas thoroughly. Then she lifted the borrowed from the village head's house, planning to cultivate the land behind the house. That land was originally the owner's vegetable garden, and now it was rented to her, so it became her own. She decided to tidy it up properly and plant vegetables soon. While Lin Qingyu was digging, Zhao Jianjun and his wife, who had somehow heard about it, came over with farming tools. With their help, the work of clearing the garden went faster. In the past, someone had grown crops there, but after the owner died in a tragic way, the land was abandoned. Even nearby neighbors were afraid to farm that land. Everyone was scared and avoided walking past it. Now that Lin Qingyu had moved in, people felt the house was lively again, and they occasionally dared to pass by. But many still watched from a distance, unsure if Lin Jiqing could stay there because it was considered a haunted house. Ruashua, do you know anyone with chive roots? I want to transplant some to grow. Growing chive roots is easy and quick to harvest, so she could enjoy fresh chive soon. If she planted chive seeds, it would take longer and she wouldn't be able to start from seedlings. It's said that planting chive seeds requires first growing seedlings in cloth, then transplanting them once they sprout. She only heard about this once and never tried it herself. In previous worlds she visited, she never needed to do it herself. But now, if she wanted chive-filled dumplings, she had to grow her own or buy them. Buying was convenient, but growing her own was better.
There's some in my garden.
I'll dig some up for you later. Do you want to plant anything else? My mother-in-law has many vegetable seeds, all kinds. Later, I'll give you a share of each. Lu Ruashua thought for a moment. The vegetable garden was almost ready, but she couldn't just plant chives. She needed to plant other vegetables too. So, she made a decision to help Lin Qingyu. I've already written to my mom. She will send me some southern vegetable seeds. Once they arrive, I'll share some with you, so you can try southern vegetables too. The three of them chatted happily. Not only did they remove weeds from the garden, but they also dug up the entire plot. They placed wooden sticks and stones around the edges and corners of the garden to mark it out. Soon, the small vegetable garden took shape. All right, let's let it sit for 2 days before planting. Lin Jiqing, we're heading back now. If you need anything, just come to my house. I haven't been working these days and mostly stay at home. The couple rarely got to see each other, and the team leader had given her a day off. So Lu Ruashua didn't need to work recently. Ruashua, take care on the way. As they left, Lin Qingyu went to the woods, cut some thorny branches, and placed them near the garden to prevent village dogs and mountain animals from entering. After finishing these tasks, she slowly headed home. She locked the courtyard door, then went to the kitchen to boil water and take a bath. When she came out again, she was dressed in clean, fresh clothes. The water well in the yard had been used quite a lot these days, so the water level was low. If she washed clothes again, She might have to go fetch water in a couple of days. Recently, it hadn't rained much, and the underground water had been used up quite a bit. She carried a basin and went to the river, which was quiet at this time since everyone was working. There were no people around. Lin Qingyu quickly washed her clothes. Just as she was about to go home, she noticed her lower leg in the water, as if something had hit it. She looked closer and saw many fish swimming in the cracks of the rocks. I didn't mean to catch you, but since you came to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Carefully observing the fish, she waited until they relaxed their guard. Then she chose the biggest one. The fish weighed a little over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. It wasn't very big, but enough for her to have a good meal. She grabbed some reeds from the riverbank, pierced the fish onto one, and carried it back home in a wash basin. On the way home, I didn't see anyone until I was close to my door. I noticed a man sneaking around, peeking inside. "What are you doing?" I shouted loudly. This guy looked sneaky and suspicious, probably up to no good. Although the team leader said our village folks are honest, I couldn't be sure there weren't some bad apples. "Are you the new guy, Lin Jiqing?" he asked. "I heard your family is well off. I'm here to ask if you can lend me some grain," he said, shamelessly walking closer and staring at the fish I was carrying. "You're a healthy man. Why are you coming to a young person like me to borrow grain? In a big place like Lu Shu Tun, isn't there anyone willing to lend you some?" I rolled my eyes at him. I was pretending to consider lending, but I knew he was here to steal. People like him are just freeloaders who borrow and never return. If I lend him grain, I'd be crazy. "You're saying that in such a rude way," I said. "Every family here is struggling. Your family is just a bunch of workers and you have enough to eat. Why can't you lend me some? It's not just grain I need. It's the life of my family of 4. Hey, is he trying to guilt trip me? No one has used that trick on me in a long time." "Get lost," I said. "Look at your hunched back. You seem lazy and unwilling to work. If you don't work and earn points, you'll starve. I won't be your stumbling block on the way to death. Just go away and stay far from my home." I tried to walk past him, heading home. But the man stretched out his arm and blocked my way again. "You don't know me, so how do you know I don't work?" That's slander. "Do you understand?" He tilted his head in defiance, showing his shameless attitude clearly. "You said you don't know me, so why should I lend you grain? I'll report this to the team leader later. If my family's grain is missing, it's probably because you're jealous and stole it on purpose. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you come to trouble me again, this lady will teach you a lesson." Lin Qingyu kicked the other person's calf directly with her foot.
"Oh, ouch."
"You kicked me to death. This woman has kicked someone to death. Someone call for help." "Lin Jiqing, I tell you, if we don't get 10 jin of grain today, this isn't over." The man fell to the ground, clutching his leg and crying loudly. "Do you think you're the only one who can cause trouble? Messing with this lady. You're just unlucky." Lin Qingyu placed the wash basin on the doorstep and hung the fish on the door ring. Then she took a dry stick from the corner of the room and started hitting the man fiercely. "Help! Someone's being a troublemaker. Hurry and call the security team. I've caught this troublemaker. Come quickly, don't let him escape." Hearing Lin Qingyu shouting, the man immediately became scared. He didn't expect this woman to be even more shameless than him, not caring about her reputation at all. If he's causing trouble, isn't he just hurting himself? What a reckless woman. The man quickly got up from the ground and ran far away. Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll let you go this time, but watch out in the future. Walk carefully in the village. You never know how you'll end up." Before leaving, the man left a harsh warning. But Lin Qingyu didn't care at all. She wouldn't even dare to fight her face to face. She's just a useless person. If it weren't in the village, she wouldn't hold back so much. He wouldn't have only gotten a few hits. "You're hopeless." Lin Qingyu clapped her hands and put the stick back. She opened the courtyard gate and went inside, carrying her things. First, she put the washed clothes out to dry in the yard, then placed the fish in the kitchen. Thinking that there was still some time before evening, she wondered whether to take a walk in the mountains or around the village. But since she had to work tomorrow, and her family wasn't short of meat, she decided to stay quiet. Eat early, rest early. Only then could she face tomorrow's work with full energy. Host, did you forget something? The system suddenly appeared at this moment. It felt that if it didn't show up now, its host would definitely regret it. Lin Qingyu truly hadn't remembered, and it was worth the system's personal reminder. What exactly was the matter? Sign in to recognize people. With this reminder, Lin Qingyu immediately remembered. Yes, she hadn't signed in today yet. No, I can't stay at home. She still needed to go out. Yesterday, she signed in at the team leader's place and got quite a few good things. Today, she had to go out and see if she could find another sign-in target. Lin Qingyu quickly left her house and strolled over to the team leader. Ruo Shui, are you cooking dinner at home? She peeked inside and saw Ruo Shui busy working. Lin, the knowledge youth is here, come in quickly. I was just about to prepare dinner. Since you're here, why not eat at our place tonight? Ruo Shui warmly opened the courtyard gate and pulled her inside. Ruo Shui, you don't have to keep calling me Lin the knowledge youth. Just call me Xiaoyu. There's no need to eat. My family has already prepared food. I'm just here to ask if we have garlic and Sichuan pepper. I went to wash clothes by the river this afternoon and caught a fish. Adding some garlic can reduce the fishy smell. Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Ruo Shui didn't insist. She immediately found garlic and Sichuan pepper, then picked a large leaf, wrapped it up, and handed it to Lin Qingyu. Take these home to eat first. If it's not enough, come back for more. By the way, has anyone come to bother you today? Ruo Shui asked thoughtfully. Actually, yes. There's a man who looks scruffy and unkempt. I was washing clothes and saw him sneaking around my yard. Ruo Shui, you probably don't know, but when I caught him, he didn't run away. Instead, he blocked my way and insisted I lend him some grain. Lin Qingyu recounted everything from the afternoon. Ruo Shui immediately recognized who it was. Later, I'll talk to brother Zhao San. From now on, that two-dog won't dare to bother you again. He's just a reckless troublemaker, the village's well-known lazy person. His parents spoil him too much, which is why my sister still can't find a husband. Ruo Shui talked about Erguzi's family situation with Lin Qingyu. She explained every detail very carefully. Little sister Shui, you must not go near him. If he gets attached to you, even if my father-in-law steps in, he won't dare do anything, but we can't be sure he won't ruin your reputation. Our precious gem must not be rubbed against that stubborn stone. Ruo Shui gave a few more warnings before she started to busy herself with chores. Lin Qingyu also said goodbye casually, but when she reached the door, she softly whispered a greeting to Ruo Shui's figure. Congratulations, the host has successfully checked in. The check-in to recognize people has taken effect. You have received 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, some Sichuan pepper and spices, and a set of acupuncture skills. Items have been placed in the host space. The Sichuan pepper and spices are sent via mail. Unexpectedly, today I received a skill. I haven't heard that Ruo Shui has studied medicine, so why was an acupuncture skill given? But Lin Qingyu didn't think much and chose to learn it directly. After she finished learning, she found a small cloth bag in her hand. It turned out to be a brand new set of silver needles. With the knowledge in her mind, she now considered herself a somewhat specialized traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Her ability to prepare and prescribe medicine might be lacking, but her acupuncture skills are excellent. Both check-ins have given food supplies. I feel like I might encounter a food shortage again in this life. Back home, the fish soup was already simmering to a milky white. She used a spatula to cut half of it, including the fish head and body, and served a bowl in a large sea bowl. The rich, white broth was topped with finely chopped green onions. It looked very tempting. She put the fish soup into a basket and added a handful of oil tangerines. These are sour and astringent, but after chewing, they turn sweet again. Eating one when tired really helps relieve fatigue. Seeing Lin Qingyu come back, Ruo Shui was a bit surprised. But she quickly reacted and led her into the kitchen. It turned out that the other person was cooking. Lu Jianjun was helping to fire the stove, worried that the food in the pot might burn, so he hurried into the kitchen. I've cooked fish soup. I'll share a bowl with you. There are also these oil tangerines. They can help you relax when you're tired from work. I don't know if you can eat them, but they're a specialty from our southern region. My parents also made a lot of pickled vegetables for me, but they're still on the way. If you like, I can give you some of the pickled ones later. Lin Qingyu put down her basket, found a basin, and poured the fish soup into it. I need to go home to eat. If Yu Ruo Shue's sister-in-law has time, she can come visit me. Seeing the tempting fish soup, the couple didn't know what to say. It seemed like they had taken advantage of Lin Jiqing again, but since the items had already been sent, they couldn't return them. They had no choice but to accept, but also made sure she didn't go back empty-handed. This is my mother-in-law's homemade pickled vegetables. I'll serve you a bowl directly. You probably have meat at home. Pickled vegetable dumplings are a special dish from the Northeast. You should try them when you go back. Lu Ruoxue quickly took the bowl brought by Lin Qingyu, washed it clean, and poured in the pickled vegetables. Lin Qingyu felt a bit embarrassed, grateful for their kindness. Then I'll accept it. My meal is ready, so I'll go home to eat now. Brother Zhao, sister Ruoxue, goodbye. She waved her hand and hurriedly left the captain's house. Finally, she could relax and enjoy her meal. The captain's family returned home, looked at the dishes on the table, and felt their fatigue from the day easing. But their eyes fell on the bowl of fish soup. That wasn't something a daughter-in-law should be able to make. Oldest daughter-in-law, where did this fish soup come from? The captain sniffed and licked his lips, not even smoking, and sat down at the table. Little you girl gave it to us. Seeing that no one responded, Lu Ruoxue added, it's from Lin Jiqing. Now everyone understood, and they all praised Lin Qingyu's cooking skills. Little you girl is amazing. Her braised meat is delicious, and her fish is also tasty. I don't know which unlucky guy is lucky enough to marry my little you girl. Zhao Zhenya looked at the bowl of fish soup and sighed. The Zhao family members all looked at him with disappointed eyes, as if expecting more. Such a good girl, and this careless guy isn't even moved? Still worried about Lin Jiqing's marriage. If he tries hard, such a perfect person could be part of their family. It's a pity everyone knows that feelings can't be forced. If they don't get along, it's probably not going to work out. This morning, Lu Ruoxue personally came to take her to work. Originally, Lu Ruoxue had taken a day off, but she chose to come to work to help her. Little Rain, have you ever done farm work at home? Lu Ruoxue asked with some concern. Like the young women in the youth village, when they first arrived, they couldn't tell crops from grass. They wasted a lot of food. It hurt their feelings, but scolding them didn't help. They would just cry, which was tiring. I haven't done much farming. Our family lives in the city, and my parents are workers. My brothers also study and work in the city, so I don't have many chances to work in the fields. But don't worry, I can tell the difference between grain and grass. I won't pull the wrong ones. She looked at Lu Ruoxue reassuringly. Lin Qingyu was confident in this. She originally wanted to do the job of cutting pig grass, but that might not suit her image. After all, her black and yellow skin doesn't look like she can't do anything. Forget it. She was too lazy to pretend. She could still handle a few centimeters of grass each day. It wasn't very tiring, and her demon body was much stronger than humans. That's good. Today, the team leader will assign us to work together. I'll take you then. Outside, Lu Ruoxue kept calling the village chief the team leader. This was at the team leader's own request, because calling him too familiarly might upset others. People might think he favors his family, so she kept a low profile. Is everyone here? The team leader stood in front of the crowd, with a few squad leaders beside him. Everyone's here. Everyone responded in unison. Wait, doesn't Erguzi seem to be missing? A discordant voice sounded. Erguzi isn't here for work? That's not unusual. Why bother? Someone else shouted. Team leader, please assign us work quickly. Finish your work early. I want to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Our firewood isn't enough anymore. We should take some time to go up the mountain and collect more, or we won't have enough for winter. Someone else urged. All right, since everyone is here, let's get started. Following yesterday's plan, the squad leader will take his team to get the tools. After most people left, the team leader arranged the rest. Lin Jiqing, on your first day, follow Lu Ruoxue. Watch and learn. If you don't understand, ask. Don't tire yourself out. When he said the last part, the remaining people looked worried. Could the team leader really care about them? What is Lin Jiqing's background that makes the leader so attentive? They only whispered to themselves, not saying it aloud. Since the grain is almost ripe, the rest of you go cut some thorn bushes and surround the fields. Every year, wild animals come down from the mountain to eat the crops. This year, we don't know what kind of animals will come, so we need to prepare in advance. A few older women nodded. Crops are very important. They can't be careless. So, the remaining group also started working. Lin Qingyu held her sickle, feeling glad she wasn't going to. Cutting thorn bushes was much easier than pulling weeds. At least she didn't have to squat all the time. To her, the forest was like her home. Small thorn bushes didn't scare her at all. Xiaoyu, be careful when you cut the thorns later. Don't get pricked. If it's too hard, we can help you. Don't push yourself too hard. Seeing Lu Ruoxue care so much, Lin Qingyu nodded gratefully. Don't worry, Sister Ruoxue. I'm not stupid. I won't hurt myself. Let's go quickly. Look at how tired those older women are getting. They quickly caught up with the others and soon split up to work. At first, the older women wondered if this city girl, who came from the city, would be like other young women, never doing hard work. But unexpectedly, Lin Qingyu worked very efficiently. Compared to the experienced women, she didn't fall behind much. Little Lin, where is your hometown? The older women saw Lin Qingyu working quickly and were happy to talk to her. They no longer avoided her, but started conversations willingly. Ma'am, my hometown is in the south. It's a place where winters are not cold and summers are not hot. The climate there is really nice. Hearing this, the women became interested. Not cold in winter and not hot in summer? Does such a place really exist in the world? This was truly surprising. They had never heard of such a place. They only knew that the south was very hot, so why did little Lin say it wasn't hot? Of course it exists. That's where I come from. In summer, it's not as hot as here, and in winter, you just need to wear a thicker coat. It's mainly because of the terrain. The UV rays are a bit strong. Look at my dark skin. That's because I've been exposed to the sun for years. Too much sunlight made me this dark. Lin Qingyu gave a perfect excuse for her yellowish-black skin. Unexpectedly, the women believed her completely and looked at her with some sympathy. That's probably sunburn. But little Lin, you don't need to feel bad about yourself. You have good features, and if you stay here a few more years, you'll get fairer. They say a white face can hide all flaws. I think you're a natural beauty, one woman said with a kind smile. Yes, little Lin, don't be sad. You're not short at all, and you don't look like a typical girl from the south. This older woman was very kind-hearted. They had seen southern girls before. There's one in the neighboring village. People say she's quiet and gentle, easy to bully. Why should I feel bad about myself? Our looks are given by our parents. Whatever we are born with is from heaven. You don't need to comfort me. I'm very confident. If I could just be a little whiter, who would dare call me ugly? Lin Qingyu's confident attitude made the women burst into laughter. Little Lin, you're right. Beauty and ugliness are given by our parents. Our bodies and skin are from them. And you're not really ugly. Maybe the conversation ended there. They seemed to be stuck on the topic of ugliness, and Lin Qingyu didn't know how to change the subject. Ladies, please don't tease Lin Jiqing anymore. Our little Lin Jiqing is very strong inside and won't get angry from just a few words. Lu Ruoxue tried to smooth things over. These older women are a bit talkative, but they are kind-hearted. They just like to listen to others' secrets and chat about small things. Since they are older, they don't have many other ways to pass the time. So, they've become good at this kind of chatting. Little Lin Jiqing must be tired. Let's go home early to rest. We have to work again this afternoon. Around noon, the women stretched and patted their backs, talking to Lin Qingyu. They are housewives and need to go home to cook, so they leave work a bit earlier. Let's go, Xiuyu. Let's head back too. Don't cook lunch for yourself today. Come to my place and eat together. Lu Ruoxue knew that the girl worker was exhausted after her first day of work and hardly wanted to move. Worried that Lin Qingyu was just pretending to be okay, she took her to the team leader's house. Ruoxue, don't worry. It's fine to eat at your place, but I need to bring my own food. It's close to my home, so I'll go get some things first. Lin Qingyu couldn't refuse her, but she still insisted on going home first. As soon as they arrived, a postman on a bike came over. Is this Lin Qingyu, Lin Jiqing? He held an envelope and asked them. They hurried over and took the letter from him. Yes, and there's also a package. Please sign here. After signing her name, they took the package and letter and went back inside. Lin Qingyu already knew what was inside. She opened it right in front of Ruoxue. It's for my mom. The big ingredients I ordered have arrived. Ruoxue, take a look and pick out what you need. I'll go find some containers for you. She opened a cloth bag on the table and took out a few sheets of craft paper. This Sichuan pepper is from my relative's farm. It smells very good. Take some. Also, take some star anise and cinnamon. There is also this cinnamon and grass fruit. There was already quite a bit, and even after sharing some, Lin Qingyu still had a lot left. Lu Ruoxue didn't refuse. She carefully packed the seasonings and stored them away. Sister Ruoxue, I have a jar of sour plum juice still in the well. Can you help me take it out? Lin Qingyu dug a bowl of rice and also brought the red beans soaked in the morning. Vegetables weren't needed, as the team leader added more. She cut a piece of meat about the size of her palm, and after putting everything into the basket, she followed Lu Ruoxue to leave. Little you, you're going alone, but why are you bringing so much food? Are you coming to my house for a meal, or inviting us? On the way, Lu Ruoxue kept complaining.
But you say your part, I say mine.
Lin Qingyu didn't plan to change her mind. Before leaving, her mother told her it's better to suffer a little than to take advantage of others easily. Only through give and take can relationships last long. Taking small advantages often leads to big losses. It's okay, Sister Ruoxue. I eat a lot. Let's hurry up or the team leader and the others will be back. When they arrived at the team leader's house, they started preparing the meal. Soon after, Zhao Jiandong's wife also returned. This second sister-in-law's surname is Ni, and her full name is Ni Ernie. Since she had children and became a mother, no one called her that anymore. Except for her family, her in-laws usually call her second sister-in-law or second wife. Sister Ni, what are you going to do today? Lin Qingyu helped start the fire and asked. It's not that she had to call her that, but she didn't know how else to address her. She called Lu Ruoxue Sister Ruoxue, but she couldn't call Ni Ernie Zhao's second sister-in-law, right? She was worried Ni Ernie might feel uncomfortable if she used that name. We went to the field to pull weeds. Pulling weeds isn't easy. You see the scratches on my arm, Ni Ernie didn't think much of it. She had heard that name her whole life and didn't find anything wrong with it. But pulling weeds was really tiring, mainly because of sore waists and backs, and the grass leaves often scratched her hands. Wow, so many cuts. Sister Ni, you really work hard. I have quite a few arm sleeves at home. I'll give you 2 sets later. Once you wear them, you won't have to worry about scratching your arms. Lin Qingyu looked at Ni Ernie's arm and felt a bit sorry for her. No need, no need. In a few days, it will heal on its own. You don't need to wear arm sleeves. Nowadays, life is hard, and it's not easy for rural folks to buy fabric. They wouldn't easily make arm sleeves for themselves. Usually, they use leftover old clothes or pants to make a pair of sleeves. But their family has children, and they cut down old clothes to fit the kids. How could they bear to use those for sleeves? Ni's wife, you don't have to be polite with me. I have several sets at home. Later, I'll also give Sister Ruoxue 2 sets. When the time comes, we all wear them to avoid skin injuries, since the eldest sister-in-law has some, and I didn't insist further. But she still felt grateful and went to her room to scoop some white sugar, then made a sweet drink for Lin Qingyu to drink. Lin Qingyu didn't refuse and finished it in 2 sips. The weather was hot, and after a day of work, drinking some sweet water felt very nice. Thinking about how she hadn't signed in today yet and might forget like yesterday, she quickly used the system on Ni. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The sign-in triggered the recognition of people, and the host received 100 jin of rice, 100 jin of flour, 2 jin of brown sugar blocks, 10 pieces, 10 1 jin red sugar ingots, and 10 bottles of bamboo leaf green wine. All items have been delivered to the host's space. Please check promptly. The system's voice was still so pleasant, and today's rewards were quite rich. Besides rice and flour, there were 2 shapes of red sugar, and surprisingly, 10 bottles of wine. Lin Qingyu usually didn't drink alcohol, but that didn't mean she didn't stockpile it. There were quite a few in her space, and now she had a new type. Speaking of this sweet water, my mom sent me a lot of red sugar from her hometown. I'll share some with you later. Hearing about sharing things again, the two sisters-in-law looked a bit alarmed. They didn't have the nerve to always take others' things. They also didn't know how to reciprocate, so they felt a bit awkward. Forget it, I'll go get some now. After a couple of days, I'll try making the local rice wine. My mother's rice wine glutinous rice balls are the best. Once I finish preparing it, you can try it. Seeing that the fire in the pot still needed some time to burn, Lin Qingyu took the opportunity, while the two sisters-in-law weren't paying attention, to run back home. Soon after, she returned with a piece of brown sugar brick. Is this brown sugar? Both women found the shape of the sugar quite new and interesting. For a moment, they forgot about what they had just been talking about. Since Lin Qingyu left, they had been discussing how to give a proper gift in return. Before they could decide, the other person came back. This is a local specialty from our area. It might taste even better than what you sell here. I'll give you this and you can keep it. I know I'll have many things to trouble you with in the future, so I won't hold back. I believe you don't see me as a stranger. Sharing good things is nice, and when we face difficulties, we can support each other. Well said. I've decided on you, little sister. When I'm not around, my family will take care of you. Zhao Jianjun came back from outside and overheard this conversation. He understood his wife's difficulties, so he stepped in to smooth things over. Honey, go ahead and accept the gift. Xiao Xue is from the south, so she probably doesn't cook northern dishes. When we make something delicious later, we'll bring her a share too. Hearing her husband's words, Lu Ruoxue relaxed. With her man speaking like that, she felt reassured. Her husband was capable, and they still had Zhao Jianjun to help. They wouldn't be in trouble. Brother Zhao, did you go to the town? Seeing what Zhao Jianjun was holding, Lin Qingyu casually greeted him. Yes, a comrade gave me a duck, so we'll stew it for lunch. After saying that, Zhao Jianjun told his wife to boil some water and went to the yard to kill the duck. Everyone was happy at the thought of having duck meat for dinner. Little sister Qingyu, I'll take your brown sugar. When my family's chestnuts are ready later, I'll take you to pick some. Lu Ruoxue was returning a favor. Her family's chestnuts tasted good, and they only had 3 trees, so they left quite a few for her each year. This year, she planned to share her portion with Lin Qingyu, so she could also taste the northern specialty. That's really good. I love eating chestnuts the most. The taste of chestnuts stewed with meat is so fragrant. The 3 women chatted happily. Lu Ruoxue put away the brown sugar, knowing she would have to give it to her mother-in-law later. But since it's a big piece, their main household will definitely get a share. So Lu Ruoxue wasn't in a hurry. At noon, the Zhao family gathered together. The team leader looked at the people around the table and smiled as he spoke. Lin Jiqing, when you come to Lu Shu village, you are one of us. Guzi's matter has already been handled by the 3rd brother. He definitely won't dare to appear in front of you again. Today is a rare gathering. Seeing this table full of delicious food, I won't say much more. Everyone dig in. After the team leader finished speaking, everyone started eating. Xiao Yu, have a duck leg. Brother Zhao directly placed a big duck leg into Lin Qingyu's bowl. I'm fine with just eating meat. You can give the duck leg to the children. Lin Qingyu felt a bit shy. There are 3 children at the table. How could she be willing to eat the duck leg? Lin Jiqing, don't be polite. You eat your share, and the children will have some too. The team leader quickly waved his hand, telling her not to be modest. Can I exchange the duck leg for a duck wing? Compared to chicken legs or duck legs, I prefer wings and feet. Hearing her words, the Zhao family members all smiled kindly. Of course. 3rd brother, give Lin Jiqing a big duck wing, and the duck feet too. The atmosphere at the table was very warm, showing that this family usually gets along well. They say a family that does good deeds will be blessed. You can see the harmony at the dinner table. By the way, Lin Jiqing, you're the one who knows how to eat. This duck leg, once you finish it, you'll be full. But the duck wings and feet get tastier the more you chew, and you can eat a few more pieces of duck meat. The wife of the team leader also had a duck wing in her bowl. She and Lin Qingyu shared similar tastes, just a small hobby. Auntie, we have similar tastes. In the future, we can eat together. One of these days, I'll invite you to try my cooking. We Southerners like spicy food. I wonder if you can handle it. The two quickly started talking, sharing which parts of chicken and duck are the tastiest, and discussing their favorite dishes. Soon, the conversation turned to spicy food. Of course I can handle it. Not just me, my whole family can eat spicy food, especially my second sister-in-law's chili sauce. We finish a big jar in just a few days. Without waiting for the village head's wife to speak, Zhao Jianya answered first. That's great. One day, I'll invite you to try our southern cuisine. I promise it's so spicy you won't be able to stop. They laughed and chatted, and the meal ended happily. After eating, Lin Qingyu went home and took a short nap. In the afternoon, she went back to work with Lu Ruoxue. Hey, come look at this. Come see here. Hearing an old lady shout, everyone gathered around. What they saw was shocking. Where they had been cutting thorns earlier in the morning, there were signs of animals passing through. There was a trail of footprints. Looking at the size and shape of the footprints, they seemed to belong to wild boars or similar animals. Even the tender parts of the thorny bushes had been gnawed quite a bit. It's easy to imagine how thick the wild boar's skin must be. Their teeth are really strong. Let's quickly report this to the village head. The grain isn't ripe yet, and the wild boar has come down. We can't let it ruin our crops. The women discussed and decided to send one of them to find the village head. The others continued cutting thorns, not minding the trouble, choosing only the thick and old branches. The tender ones were no good. Didn't they see the wild boar had already chewed on them? These footprints look fresh. The wild boar probably hasn't gone far. Ruoxue, I'll go check. The meat was almost at her mouth. If she didn't eat it, wouldn't that be a shame? Xiaoyu, don't go. Wait for the men to come. Lu Ruoxue was worried. Wild boars are not like the domesticated animals at home. They are very aggressive. Even strong, healthy men might not be able to handle them. Xiaoxue, just a young girl, wouldn't stand a chance against such a wild animal. Colin Qingyu had already gone out. Just as she was about to walk far away, Lu Ruoxue immediately followed her. This young girl is good at everything, but sometimes she is too stubborn. Once she decides something, not even 100 stubborn donkeys can change her mind. Ruoxue, look, soon Lin Qingyu found the group of wild boars. 1, 2, 3, there are 5 in total, big and small. If we catch them all, our village can have a feast. Lu Ruoxue didn't stop him from going back. She crouched down beside Lin Qingyu. The two of them hid in a high place, watching quietly. Ruoxue, do you want to eat pork? Although they hadn't finished eating the wild boar meat from last time, who would complain about having too much meat. Lu Ruoxue nodded, then remembered something. This little sister Yu is not an ordinary person. The wild boar they caught earlier wasn't her doing? Then you go find the team leader and others. I'll watch over this group of wild boars. Let's work together to keep them. Lin Qingyu didn't rush forward but planned to cooperate with the villagers. Anyway, once the wild boars were caught, she couldn't hide them secretly. There was no need to make a fuss. Boss's wife, where are the wild boars? The team leader quickly arrived with the strongest men in the village. As soon as they heard about the wild boars, everyone thought about having meat to eat. The people from Lu Shu village were not cowards. They weren't the kind to be scared off by wild boars and refused to go forward. They're over there, just behind the valley. Lu Ruoxue was saying strange place names, but everyone quickly understood where she meant. Soon, they saw Lin Qingyu lying on the ground, observing the situation in the back valley. Lin youth, this is our job. The wild boars are fierce. You and the boss's wife should go back first. The team leader patted Lin Qingyu's shoulder, signaling her to leave. Captain, I can help. My skills are not known to others. Can't you understand that? Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, the team leader immediately thought of the leftover wild boar meat at home. So he didn't chase her away. Instead, he called everyone together, and they quickly discussed a plan. The men quickly formed pairs and surrounded the wild boar in the middle. They held sharp weapons, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Lin Qingyu and Lu Ruoxue stood on the hilltop, watching the scene below from afar. This won't do, Lin Qingyu said. Adult wild boars are very strong and can't be stopped easily, she added, glancing around. Soon, she spotted a suitable-sized stone, picked it up, and slowly moved forward. Lu Ruoxue followed behind her, worried. The large wild boars below had started to go crazy, crashing around aimlessly. One of them was charging straight toward them. Since they were upwind, it was easier to take action. Before the wild boar reached them, it suddenly collapsed to the ground. Lin Qingyu immediately picked up another stone and hit it twice more. Her fierce attitude surprised Lu Ruoxue, who said that Southerners are gentle. Although Xiaoyu is usually gentle, when she gets serious, she can be as fierce as a tiger from the north. In some ways, she might even be stronger. "Well done," someone exclaimed, impressed by what they saw. "Comrades, the women have already taken down a big wild boar. We can't fall behind. Today, we won't let any of these animals escape." Encouraged by their success, everyone felt more motivated. The men's attacks grew more aggressive, and the wild boars were wounded in several places. Their tempers became even more irritable. If they hadn't been they might not have been able to charge forward. It was uncertain whether they could really control the situation. "Uncle Beard, step aside," Lin Qingyu said, holding her bloody stone and rushing forward again. She called out to a man with a big beard, though she didn't recognize him, so she just used a description. "Lin Jiqing, take it slow," the bearded man said, stepping aside and warning her. Bang! The two biggest wild boars were taken down, and Lin Qingyu didn't interfere with the smaller ones. She returned to Lu Ruoxue's side and sat down in a clean spot. "Are you exhausted? You say you're just a young girl. Why are you working so hard?" Lu Ruoxue felt both worried and helpless as she gently squeezed Lin Qingyu's arm. "Isn't it because I was so hungry as a child? Seeing meat makes it hard to stop walking." She didn't explain much because she wasn't really tired. Sometimes, she just had to pretend to be tired. Otherwise, others might think she's very capable. This time, she managed to catch a wild boar. Next time, will she have to face a bear? But thinking about the money she earned from selling the bear, if there's a chance, she wouldn't mind doing it again. As long as she doesn't have to give away the hunted animals. "I knew you were so capable," someone said. "After we split the meat, I'll cook a special dish for you." Lu Ruoxue kept gently squeezing Lin Qingyu's arm, trying to ease her discomfort. Lin Qingyu felt quite comfortable and simply enjoyed it. When the men finished their work, everyone struggled to drag the wild boar up the hill. Luckily, the wild boar ran into this place itself. Otherwise, catching it would have been impossible. At least, we couldn't catch all of them. The team leader's face was full of smiles, and the other men looked the same. Not far away, the women and older women watched from a distance. They couldn't see the details clearly because they were too far away. But they knew that the new girl, Lin Jiqing, and the eldest daughter-in-law of the team leader had gone down to help. Their good feelings toward the two women grew a little more, especially toward Lin Qingyu. They thought she was not pretentious at all, with this strong spirit typical of women from the Northeast. "None of you need to cut thorns today," they said. "Come back with us to help clean these wild boars." The team leader waved at a few people in the distance. "Great. We'll come right away," they replied. The team leader, "My husband used to slaughter pigs and we still have a pig-killing knife at home. I'll go get it." The team leader, "I'll bring some big wooden basins so we can store the pork." The team leader, "My kitchen knife is very sharp. I'll go get it." Team leader, the women and older women kept asking for leave from the team leader and soon disappeared. But when everyone arrived at the threshing ground, those women and older women had already been waiting there. Some people are holding large wooden basins, others have baskets, some carry knives, and others have axes. Soon, several wild boars are placed on the chopping board. The men are responsible for removing hair and cutting the meat, while the women are busy boiling water with firewood and cleaning. The meat is cut into equal-sized strips, each not very big, which surprises everyone. The village has quite a few people, over 800 in total. This meat needs to be divided among everyone. There are only 5 wild boars. 2 are large, 1 is medium-sized, and 2 are small. With so many people, each person can only get a little. Plus, those who helped catch the pigs should get a bit more. So, on average, each person gets less meat. But everyone is still very happy inside. This pig head and internal organs will be eaten tonight. The women will clean them thoroughly and cook a big pot of rice. Each family brings some grains, potatoes, vegetables, and so on to share. Someone is cleaning the large iron pot in the village team. The lively atmosphere feels like a festival. Amid laughter and joy, the bell signals the end of work. Unlike usual, no one goes home. Everyone gathers around the drying yard. They smell the delicious meat from the iron pot and see the pork on the chopping board. They can't wait to start dividing the meat, then go home to get their bowls and bring the big pot back to serve the stew.